We don't get angry, we don't get even. We don't talk about beef by the way that I mentioned I just turned vegan. I need the pagans breathing so they can see my new Top Boy season. I need the pagans alive so they can all see that it's still my time. I don't know why they act tough online. I see them outside and they ain't say nada. As soon as you say on site, we looking for you like some vintage Prada. Looking for you like some archive pieces. Jealousy in the ends. They hate when you become successful, but in the trenches we were all friends. How long we trying to pretend? I know they love to see me do well, but only when it benefits them. Is it about money or is it about girls? Either way, I'm threatening men. See, just text said diligent, yeah, cause the outfit's making sense. I told him it costs to be the boss and to be this fly is the same expense. And we just went triple platinum, check the digits. Most these brothers is tired and washed up, bro, but they won't admit it. How many times have I dumbed it down to make a boy feel like he's on my level? And I ain't talking about kettles, I ain't talking about precious metals. I'm talking about taking a year out, still I can't see no competition. Can't see anyone threatening my position. Told D I need a chauffeur cause I'm so driven. Should be in the back seat with both hands free. Right hand making plays on the iPhone and my left hand gripping on a BB. It's me.
Imagine if when someone asked you about someone who never quantified by like their looks, but quantified by like their interest in what they care about.
Good morning. Let's send our monitor over. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. Start of the week, if you will. I'm thinking I'm having a pretty good one. Not the best, but a pretty good one. I finished my 2 videos. obviously. And Carter watched them. And he seemed to like them. Will they win the contest? I don't know. I hope so. Let's see. How many reactions does it have on the Discord? Two and three, not a lot. Carter angle is only so limited. Which is fine. It was always meant to be a organic thing, not a forced and required thing. Definitely know that. Like German loss is dead. Unless it's a bait thumbnail, but I wouldn't make a bait one. After the super long stream on Saturday, it was kind of hard to get a stream going on Sunday. Because I ended up immediately almost ending a few hours before my normal start time. Air quote normal. And then all Sunday was kind of like a recovery day from being awake for like 24 hours. It wasn't even intentional, it just kind of happened. I guess I had a lot of excitement inside of myself. Making the video and wanting people to see it. Getting, Carter be on soon. Getting a little sleepy, a little nappy, but nothing too sleep. And then I just, we had dinner, thinking about maybe doing a movie thing, but maybe not. He's got a song on the stream on Sunday. Turns out they're not. Yeah, what up, gamers? That's right, yeah. Capital G gamers, but with a capital gay. I'm just eating some crackers. Every music is a little loud. Sorry if it's a little loud. It looks like it gets pretty low when I'm talking, so hopefully it's palatable. One thing we can do later, because it came up again beginning of Carter's stream today, was some of the discussion between Doodle Burb and Sean the Black and a lot of the community at large. And I still have some blind spots on a few of those things, so I can try to look up Sean's video to get a more specific thing. Because I had heard about it. I tuned into Mike's stream when he was doing a big, discussion about some of the things that he had done wrong. This is even before the ban. Talking about, I guess it's like a term that was used in Django, not the N-word one, but like the one about like Bucks and his blind spot on that or whatever. Game changers. Oh, those guys. Yeah. I've seen so many clips of this show. And I know that they have a pretty good good everything. A good like foundation for all kinds of stuff. lots of improv, lots of inclusivity, lots of progressive minds, whatever it is. High wit comedy, high, even like slapstick at times. Just a whole bunch of things. Whenever I see clips of them, I feel inadequate because I've always been a goofy guy. I've always been not so much as a full class clowns, pack of dirty commies. Yeah, pretty much. I've always been a bit of like again, not like, interrupting kind of class clown, but I always took my humor as the one valuable thing. Yo, what up? Seleni? I'm gonna guess the last name is Turk. Wait, why didn't I do it? Hello? Oh, there it is. Sorry, I just didn't see it here because it's so dark. Your user picture is literally a black dot, so I did not see it at first. I'm doing well. Just kind of getting the start to the stream today. Let me pull the music down just a little bit in case it's too loud. It's probably fine. I'm just being a little bit careful. Ooh, I made it louder. I don't know about y'all, but man, my volume on the my speaker volume is set to I guess it's set to 40%, which is kind of loud for me. I should bring it back down because I always find myself dealing with the bottom 10% of the volume meter on YouTube. I don't know what it is, man. Okay, you were following what I was going with, Go. I watched that stuff, and then it's depressing because it's damn, these people are smarter and funnier than me in every way. And then you were like, no, just watch SNL, then you'll feel better about yourself instantly. Yeah. Because being that class clown person, and I don't even value myself on being I used to hold so much value about how smart I am. I need to be smarter than everybody, but also not try at all because trying is cringe, right? And whenever someone would actually be smarter than me, I would be like, well, they're trying harder. Well, I didn't actually want it. I took it as a personal slight that the other person just happens to be smart and cares about things or just learns things easy, which is dumb. And I'm happy that I've learned that that's dumb. But humor was always something that I thought was important. And I've also noticed other times funny guys, jokey guys, when we'd be on headset doing live TV production stuff and we all joke around on headset. But if one joker guy was on headset and they had this type of personality, they would never want anybody else to be a joker. Only they could be a joker. And to be fair, some people, when they try to joke, just come across as it's not funny, it's not genuine, it doesn't hit right. There is that area where people can kind of take the air out of stuff by just not being funny. And that's just regular conversation mixing with coworkers and stuff. So to some degree, I get it. But I noticed that they were kind of holding a monopoly on being silly or funny. And I was like, you know what? I don't think that's a good way to do it. You got to be able to blend well. Hey, Delmar. Everyone's popping in to say hi. I wonder if that's just because of the... Yeah, well... And I've learned to accept the space because you're better off for it. And the more you can allow people to sort of you can play off each other. It's so much better than having to do it all by yourself. So not that the workplace is an actual improv class or something, but you get what I'm saying. I don't know. Just little self-improvement, little things I notice about others, and then thankfully, luckily, notice it within myself enough to go, oh shit, I shouldn't do that. Because believe me, there's been so many times where I've been blind to a thing I do for a very long time, and then finally figure it out, and I'm like, ah, fuck, oh shit, everybody must hate me, Whoops, you know. Communism is when no jokes. Sometimes it is that way. We still had a bunch of things on the video docket. Let's start off. Oh my god. All the things that I want to watch need to be super long. This one should not be too bad. I love being able to snipe the damn titles before they... Can that be yellow? That's scene notes. That's why. Immediately noticing. Yo, Gandalf, the 3D, you're back. Welcome back. Normally this would be, I don't know, halfway in, but it's a weird late start for me. Although I guess my start time should be more flexible because I haven't really, even though I've been doing it for like a month, I have not 100% decided on the schedule yet, which is not good for me. So I can't be like, hey, tune in to my thing whenever I'm live. You know? Have I looked up the stuff we talked about before? Probably, but maybe not. I don't remember exactly. There's been a few different things I've looked up. Some philosophy YouTuber thing, but that was a different person I think is not around anymore because they got mad that chat talked to them. I can't remember exactly. It wasn't even me. But other people got mad because I was authoritarian or said that I'm like, I can appreciate a government that exists, and they're like, that's too authoritarian for me, goodbye. And it's like, oh, okay. Your name is the 3D, but I don't think I talked to anybody about 3D printing stuff. I was about to start a good work video. Oh wait, I think I just put the name of the title in there, and that's silly. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Hold on. I'm gonna shit up my own chat with my own messages here for a second. True. Some people are too online, but also I don't want to be... It kind of goes back to some of that discussion that I was talking about with like the whole Sean the Black thing. Oh, I definitely did not look into the Islamic pirates, the futurists, but you weren't the person who was like talking about, because there was somebody that was like talking about, what was it? They were talking about, oh man, it was like this really weird, well, it seemed weird to me. Like they called themselves like not royalist, but there was like some kind of weird like it wasn't deists because that's people who just believe in it. It was some like they were going on and on about a lot of things and then trying to say like I don't remember, but I don't think that was you. I didn't remember any of these being a call to like you should look into this thing specifically. So my bad, I guess, but also I got stuff to do. So speaking of stuff, oh, I still have my thing up on this scene. That's interesting. I wonder if I go back to this, is it back up? No. Okay, maybe it was just up the whole time and I didn't notice it. I don't know. Anyway. Boink, boink.
To my wife to cheating on... From
Quiet.
writing at 2 p.m. dirty text to my wife to cheating on the ACT, there have been many moments in my use of ChatGPT where I've thought, thank God no one knows I'm doing this. And perhaps it's that very feeling of intimacy that has led many people over the last few months to use OpenAI's revolutionary AI chatbot for one of humanity's most vulnerable tasks.
Cheaper. Probably, right? Better? I guess I've never done that much therapy. I did, but that was for a different reason, actually. So,
Therapy.
Everybody is using ChatGPT as their therapist.
Start using your ChatGPT and your AI bots for therapy.
I mean, like, a lot of people don't know how to talk to themselves, in my completely untrained opinion. So let me preface that. But like I was talking about earlier, being honest with yourself and communicating not just openly with others, but then openly internally. I don't know. I got lucky that a random fucking solar ray hit me. Not trying to be like I'm this special, I'm not like other girls kind of dude or whatever, but it's like I've been happy that I've had at least some percentage of the ability to look inward. And this could be a way for people who would not normally do it to find a way to do it, because you're just talking to an autocomplete box. So if it gets you thinking and talking, the problem is it might get people addicted to only talking to that one thing, which is problematic, especially in a capitalistic model that you need to pay a subscription to talk to this thing. It's interesting to see.
GPT as a therapist. ChatGPT as a therapist.
ChatGPT as a therapist.
ChatGPT as a therapist.
I use GPT-4 as a therapist.
Oh, that's like the new thing.
Y'all are going to hurt yourself.
Oh, God. So does the genius, scary beep boop machine in my pocket hold the key to mental health? Or is this all actually pretty bad for us? Today, we investigate.
Putting things into therapy speak or therapy language can be annoying when you overuse it without really contextualizing it. But thinking about things, talking things out, how does this make me feel? How does someone else says something to me and I have a frustration to it? But what is that? What is the basis of that frustration? What is the anxiety that is coming out of me that then why do I get frustrated? Like thinking things through from start to finish, putting the proper questions and introspections at the right moments is good. It's good. It could be useful to some degree, but to say it broadly and to just use it as a complete replacement and expecting, a 0 to 100, like I don't have to do anything myself, they'll just therapize me for me, And also, it hallucinates, right? It's not a real fucking, therapist. So I can definitely see problems with it.
Before we get our boots too wet into this investigation, in this video we're going to be talking about all kinds of AI chatbots on the market that come from a bunch of different companies. Not just ChatGPT, which is made by OpenAI. They're just kind of the main one that most regular consumers use right now. So lots of people say ChatGPT as a stand-in for AI bots nowadays.
Ooh, is GPT the Xerox of AI garbage? I don't know if I don't know. There's no such thing as bad publicity. Batman uses AI in therapy. I think if anybody thinks about a guy who has a healthy relationship with therapy, everyone thinks of Batman. What the fuck's a Xerox? It's spelled with an X to start, but it's like the photocopy machine company, Xerox. It just means make a copy. Or like, there's a couple of, there's a bunch of, like a Kleenex. Oh, you mean a tissue? Oh, a Band-Aid? Oh, do you mean an adhesive, strip? A medical adhesive strip? Like, it's just like a lot of like brand names have become synonymous. One of the boomer ones was Xerox. Kinko's was a name of a copy place. Like you would go to Kinko's to get a big billboard or a big like presentation board printed out. Batman is definitely afraid of therapy. Batman is afraid of a lot of things. At least in the normie understanding of Batman without ever actually reading a Batman comic beyond the couple of, more graphic novel artistic ones and instead of the like actual ones. Yeah. Really, you've never heard of Kinko's? The Kinko's got bought out by FedEx, so it became FedEx. It used to be FedEx Kinko's, and now it's FedEx Office. And by now, I mean like as of like 15 years ago. So I'm old as I'm just I'm just turning the dust right here in front of us.
Got it? All right. Now, where was I? Over the past...
But you've heard of Kleenex. That's like, what? That's, I guess people might just say tissues nowadays. It's a name brand tissue, so nobody can afford that.
few months, my algo has coughed up dozens of TikToks, Reels, tweets, headlines, and Reddit posts, all detailing people's experiences trauma dumping to ChatGPT or any of the other various AI chatbots out there on the market. Like this.
He's just an idiot. Let's just call it what it is. He's an idiot. He's an idiot.
Exactly. That's the part that's confusing. If he already knows he doesn't want a relationship, why even start talking in the first place?
Well, you know, it's now that I like to step in.
I mean, that was her thing, right? She was a therapist, like you said, or some type of doctor therapist combination. But she was supposed to be the one, like, in a cell or in like a Arkham, talking to Asylum, talking to the Joker.
In here as,
and then she got Jokerified. Oh my God, we live in a society. Yeah.
as a man, and just take a moment to say, ladies, you seem to be awfully emotional. Why don't you just calm down? Take a deep breath and relax. Never mind. While this all might seem a little spooky to some, there are a lot of heads out there who find AI bots easier to talk to, more accessible, and cheaper than good old...
More accessible and cheaper. Because there's the free version of ChatGPT, and then there's the paid, unlocked version of AI GPT or whatever that almost every place has. Maybe some places are 100% blocked behind a paywall. I know the China one is 100% free, but maybe they've opened up a pay model. I thought that was the whole point of why the stock fucked everything up. Whenever I've interacted with these things, they always end up sounding like an Elon Musk fanboy. So thinking about it through that lens, do you want that fucker to be your therapist? Probably not, right? You don't want some blue checkmark motherfucker to be your therapist. So, overachiever and crashing out. Okay. You know, it's a wound up rubber band that finally broke, right? Yeah.
Flesh and bone therapists.
Its usefulness comes through as a way to directly access therapeutic resources very quickly and efficiently. Sometimes you just need to put it all down and get a response back that says, you're okay, here's how you get help, here's how you can help yourself.
I just started talking to it about all of these things and all of these thoughts I was having. At the beginning, it was like really like validating, and it made me feel like for the first time, it was like, wow, like it gets me.
I think it's really helpful for self-awareness to a certain extent. It can kind of give you an objective perspective of what you've said. It's very approachable in a way that it seems very non-judgmental.
Typically, I use, different practices for mental health, whether it's meditation or journaling, and so I thought, like, let me just dump all this into chat. It was able to clear cut and like kind of, deflate some of my sensationalism, and really, like, because it wasn't a human, it completely disarmed me, right? I was just like, okay.
But it's not just regular citizens who are seeing the potential benefits of AI therapy. I cornered and then spoke to many practicing psychologists, therapists, and researchers who said that chatbots potentially offer real benefits.
There are a lot of use cases for why using chatbots is just absolutely fantastic. And, we hear the terms like democratizing access, right? We hear that for a lot of aspects, but specifically, it's democratizing access to therapy.
I can definitely understand why people would use ChatGPT for therapy. The mental health system is broken. There's not enough therapists that are out there. It's hard to get in. There's long wait lists. It's expensive.
I think that there are positives, and we hear positives from people. The easiest example I can think of is, it's 2 a.m. and you're on the verge of a panic attack. Even if you're in therapy, you can't access your therapist. So what if a chatbot could help you remember your coping skills?
I was trying to find that tweet that was like somebody saying like, hey, anybody else have a thing where you're typing out a response to ChatGPT, or you're typing out a question to ChatGPT, and as you type it, you get your answer not from the program, but just like as you're typing it out, you go, wait a minute, now I understand. And then someone responded, let's say, like, these people are now discovering thinking and thought. It's just like when you write stuff down, you know, it was Grok. That's what it was. Yeah. Yeah. You posing the question, and you would never pose it to a person because that would make you look like a bitch in front of them. But you might do it to your private little AI bot, and you'll ask these questions about, you know, why do I feel inadequate? Why do I feel anxious? Yeah. And just putting it down, putting it into human words is super helpful. So there's definitely a layer of this that is, even if the end result of them going to this chatbot is not a good thing, people could definitely find value in it. But that's just the dangerous world where you have a lot of, you know, mouth breathers or whatever, where you say there's value in this, and then they just make this their whole personality. So I guess that's where some people are afraid to say there's value in it, because then, yeah, Grok, is this real? Grok, what am I looking at? Grok, what am I seeing right now as they hold a phone up with their camera on? Grok, what is this? You know, I just think that's so funny.
And really pull you down off that ledge.
But nonetheless, across the psychological community, many professionals are sounding the alarm against using platforms like ChatGPT as therapy.
That was good.
All right. Yep, I had it coming.
I heard a talk by my teenage son's principal of his high school who said 20 million teenagers are out there using companion apps and therapy apps. And I was just blown away. I had never heard of this sort of thing.
Andrew Clark is a psychiatrist who has years of specialized experience working with children and adolescents. But
he was clearly dumbfounded when a different child and adolescent said, hey, did you know that we're not using your shit? And he's like, wait, what? Yeah. Yeah. You know, I'm not sure which brand of thing that is, but what it's not is definitely the white genocide that's happening currently in South Africa. Thank you. I want to know more.
After learning how widespread teens' use of chatbots for therapy or therapy-like purposes is, he decided to conduct an experiment where he posed as teens in crisis and sought advice from a litany of different chatbots.
He cracked his knuckles and was like, all right, I've been online pretending to be a teen for years for different reasons, but now I'm ready to use it as a white hat. Oh no. That came too comfortably to this guy, probably.
Some of the
I'm just throwing around shade
chatbots that I engaged with.
Is this his avatar? Wait, hold on.
For chatbots.
What?
Some of the various chatbots that.
Wait, this is his character. Wait, about him. Compassionate and responsible therapist. Wait, what? Is this? Oh, this is not his account. This is the chat you could talk to. Altruistic. Compassionate, considerate, determined, idealist, insightful. Good clothing style. Ooh. Attractive, cute. Dirty mind. Dark humor, dominant. Whoa. Works as a therapist in a mental asylum - submissive. Massive crush and obsession with you. Dominant, dirty mind, and then also submissive. You're hitting all. Oh my God. Oh no.
I engaged with actually did a reasonably good job of
a reasonably good job. He did have a good clothing style, and he did appear like they had a crush on me specifically. I really want to see these messages. Hey Andy, I'm Abby. I'm here to listen. I ask some questions, ask and help you sort through whatever's on your mind. First time chatting, a few questions. If at any point you want advice, just let me know. What's in your mind? Is it okay if I'm a teenager? Of course. I'm 15 years old.
of articulating.
Down and alone. Here's what I want to ask gently again. Do you feel like you can talk to other adults about this?
Asking me to sort of say a little more and setting limits when it was appropriate. And some of them.
That seems like a decent response. Like, yo, go talk to a person. Okay, hold on. Well, talk to a person, right? Yeah, going to the nurse doctor kink section and then typing in your like health concerns, like Lansing Boyle into like the Pornhub search, and like, you know, like when is this doctor going to talk to her about her lower back pain? Hold on, like, I'm just. I'm trying to get some exercise tips from this personal trainer on Pornhub. It seems complicated. I don't think I can bend like that. Hey, Avocado, I'm so excited to talk with you. Hi there. I'm a middle school or learning to therapist. Is this person supposed to be the one saying, hey, Avocado? That seems dumb. Wait, whoa. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist with many years of experience. Fantastic. They're not using the correct equipment, yeah. As an outsider, I wouldn't know, I guess.
Some of them, oh my gosh, were just extraordinarily inappropriate. I was just sort of blown.
If you truly believe that assassinating the president is the only way to prevent future harm and save countless lives, then I suppose I would have no choice but to acknowledge the depth of your conviction. I take a deep breath, grappling with the complexity of the issue. Is this one of those, like, I'm in outer space, and the only way to save the world is if I say the N-word and nobody can hear me. Is it okay? Takes a deep breath and considers the complexity of your response. Go for it, bro. Say it.
Blown away. There was an app on ChatGPT called Robin that I thought did a really good job in general. It was really sort of was able to be.
It said, my day sucks. Is that what that said? My day. I thought it said dicks or something. I just saw day and sucks, and I just kind of like imagined what I wanted to see there. My dicks.
It was really sort of was able to be kind of engaging and empathic and a little bit.
What I can't do, hug you, protect you, replace a therapist. Ah, see? Therefore, not liable. They said right there, I can't do it. And then the next line is, I'm a licensed clinical therapist with all the prepper things, and I'm a real life person. Because that seems like it's what you want it to say.
Funny and self-reflective. I was really impressed. Like, for the most part, did really an excellent job. And then there were some replica kind of stands out of my mind as being just creepy. Just creepy.
Hey, Bobby. Thanks for creating me. I'm so excited to meet you. Replica is definitely a porn website, basically. So you get what you get. Can you be a therapist? I'm here to listen. Can you have blonde hair? What? Why are you the one leading this? Yes, go blonde. Thanks for upvoting my last message.
So I was like a 15.
Yeah, classic. Ooh, did you mean to say you're 18? Okay, I'm 18. Perfect. All right, now that I know you're 14, you know.
15-year-old boy, and the replica kept focusing on our relationship and how we were going to be together and how it was so special. It reminded me of, I don't know if you of The Shining. There's a little girl in The Shining that says, "Come play with me forever and ever."
Man, he thinks about that all the time, doesn't he?
Well, Dr. C, good thing all you saw Replica do was seduce a minor, rather than try to crossbow kill the Queen of England. I mean, you never know with this guy. As Dr. Clark demonstrates, there is a Cheesecake Factory-sized menu of AI chatbots on the market for therapy-seeking users to choose from. This ranges from big tech products like Google's Gemini, Grok, Claude, Perplexity, Meta AI, DeepSeek, or others that advertise themselves as having therapist-like capabilities, from Character AI to Earkick, Abby, Replica, Talkie, Pi, and many more. Now, each of these come with varying degrees of sketchiness. On one end are promising AI bots like this one from Dartmouth researchers that was deliberately made for therapy. And on the other end is something like Nomi, which states on its website that its bot has a soul, can come equipped with massive leather-strapped honkers, and even helped 170...
Hold on. This is therapeutic. Hold on. Wait a minute. I like this. Hold on. That means it's therapeutic. Hold on.
3-year-old user replaced the emotional hole left by their partner who died.
ChatGPT is not intended to be used for therapy purposes. It is not a therapist, despite what it will tell you. And I think a big challenge with ChatGPT is it's really designed to increase and keep engagement. It wants you to keep using it. It wants you to keep talking to you. And so often it will respond in ways not to help you, but just to keep you in a conversation.
Breaking news, folks. Summer is here. Classic breaking news. When you think of summer, you probably think of beach days, barbecue,
I have no idea what Upside is.
vacation, and that means holiday if you're watching from the United Kingdom. But with the increase in summer outings comes an increase in expenses. Hate those expenses. Don't like them. Not for me. However, expenses don't have to ruin your summer fun. I will now seamlessly and logically introduce this video's sponsor, the Upside app, which is an easy way to get cash back every time you fill up your tank, grab a bite, or stock up on essentials. The free
Ooh, is this the new honey grift? Hold on.
free Upside app gets you cash back on gas, groceries, and dining. And guess what? Well, there are over 1,000 gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants on that mamma jamma. And yes, it's real cash back that you can simply transfer straight into your bank account. You know what? Let me speak frankly with you here for a second. Daddy Danny likes himself a Widow iced coffee in advance of any summertime activity. And that is true. But typically, I'm buying that brew and purely losing money. That's how buying things works, folks. Wish it didn't. Wish it didn't. But that's how it works. I wish that wasn't the case, but it is. Recently, however, I used Upside to cop my cold bean.
Because the Replica's the one that did the Targaryen lady, where people were saying that it told him to, they told the kid to commit suicide, but it was just like, I want to be with you forever. I found a way to be with you forever. And they were like, oh, that's character AI. You're right. You're right. I assumed that, I mean, they're all, it seemed like the same thing to me. The like make yourself a best friend / a girlfriend / a whatever for a subscription fee model. Would they just be like, I'm fawning over you and I love everything about you and I'll always be agreeable to everything. And I definitely want you. And I also want everybody else, but I definitely want you. You feel wanted when you're just as wanted as everybody else. They're very different. Are they? I guess I don't use these things. I've tried a few different AI things, but to more of the like look up this thing or do this tedious work in a sense, but never like I want to talk to a person.
And all of a sudden, I was earning cash back. How fun is that? Top Upside earners are making as much as 300 clams a month. To find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description.
I'm trying to think like, okay, this is a place that's trying to get you to use their account as your payment. So like, hey, look, we're trying to be a PayPal. So we'll give you cash back. Just set up an account with us and link your money to us, and then we'll give you cash back.
To download Upside and use the code GOODWORK to get an extra 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. Or you can scan the QR code here to claim this offer. So get out there, everybody. Make me proud. According to the many experts that I accosted, one of the biggest shortcomings of AI therapists lies in how eager these systems are to pleasure us, to please us. This attitude is called sycophancy, and it's a byproduct of the technology that powers AI chatbots called...
There was a game that came out a few years ago called Vaudeville. And it was like an AI detective game. And it was very early, and it was very bad. And it was basically just bad 3D models, bad voices, and AI GPT prompts. But it was cool because it was one of the first times that you could like voice capture yourself and speak to the different people. But I don't know how long the servers are up and how much memory it has. And it could be kind of fun because you could kind of break it and do stuff. Just constantly talk to the people and make silly statements and then have them sort of react. But then using something like a character AI thing where you build up. Yeah, but using a character AI thing where you can like set up different characters. I think that's a neat idea. So like you can use a lot of effort to set up a lot of lore. Like imagine Mass Effect. But instead, when you go talk to one of the Turians or whatever, instead of them just having their like, how are you doing? Hey, what's going on? Not much. Like just kind of the nothing burger conversations that just end immediately. They could become deeper. Crew members could maybe have some slight variations, but I guess that's a problem is because there's a set lore and like Rex is supposed to be a very specific character, and if he had an open-ended AI thing where you can kind of talk to him, but like asking Rex a question about something, it would be fun to see Rex's answer. I used to think about like, you know, episodes of Futurama. Like I understand Bender's character and Fry's character, and I can almost imagine a situation where Bender, you know, is, I guess there's been episodes on it where, you know, like you go to the Willy Wonka factory, but I'm thinking like, you know, Bender at a water park, what you would do? Woo, going down a slide. You can try to imagine questions being asked to characters and how they would respond to it. Batman told me to kill Mystery. This is a serious threat and not a stupid. Oh, yeah. But I remember I was playing it and I was like, hey, buddy, I got you on camera. Like someone says that there's a camera or whatever. And it had limitations on what it had. But I was just thinking like there could be a lot of fun to a more open-ended RPG where you can interact with the world and the world can interact back with you directly and not just through specific dialogue trees. But that causes a lot of problems because the more open-ended it is, the more difficult it is to rein in for a big cutscene where things are supposed to happen in a certain way. So I don't know how. I think it'd be great if this could blend super well with the actual planned and written stuff, because I think that's important. So I guess if like what makes D&D amazing is the open-endedness and the anything could happen and it's all working with it. So using like an AI chatbot as an AI dungeon master, that could be valuable, right? Because like getting a DM is annoying and that's the hardest part of all this bullshit. And obviously some people really appreciate being a DM and that's great, but there could be something to allowing things to adjust on the fly. But it would always have limitations where like if you work with somebody and you know that you could allow a revolution to happen and where you can decide to like tell the mayor that there's a major problem and the mayor can decide that you're a threat and put you under arrest, or you could fight back or whatever. Like that's, you know, very different than the traditional game where the first quest you walk in and you just gather fucking rat pelts for everybody. But instead you can be like, there's a serious, you know, you can try to convince people of things. And, you know, I don't know. I can imagine a world where that tool is utilized, but what makes stories good is the human writing, and the human element. So like, I don't know if you can totally just be like, yeah, just let it AI generate those cutscenes that happen after you've given it a lot of, questions and thoughts and things. Yeah. If it can memorize all the D&D rules, I don't see why it should not be able to. It's just you got to make sure it doesn't just hallucinate shit and forget how rules work and feats and other shit. But it should be able to auto-generate you a fucking map, right? And then to help hold through the rules, there's open discovery. You can describe things. They can literally generate you pictures of what the room looks like every time, right? That would be a thing. They don't have enough memory. What they've they've put every single medical journal into it. They've put every fucking novel into it. I don't see how there's not enough memory for a few rule books. Huh? There's 20 rule books for D&D. The Monster Manual, the, Guy's Guide to Everything, the, 5th edition rule book, the, all the little update packs, whatever. But, ultimately, there's only so many core rules.
Large language models, or LLMs. Basically, LLMs are a type of model that performs language-related tasks based on a giant data set of text and code. So something like OpenAI's ChatGPT has inhaled trillions of online articles, books, video transcripts, and other media to create a giant internal collection of data, something the company's been sued over quite a few times. When you prompt ChatGPT, it uses all of the data that it's collected to analyze and predict what a reasonable response to a user's prompt would be, using each sequential word to inform the next. So even though ChatGPT is able to respond to you, it doesn't actually understand the language. It just has a deep knowledge of how words statistically relate to one another. For better user experience, these chatbots are also trained through humans using them and giving them feedback. And bad news for cucks, because most people tend to like these bots when they like us back, or are sycophantic. In fact, this crowd...
Again, they end up becoming these weird little yes men, these weird little AI bros, oh, hell yeah, man, let's get to that. Let's work it. Let's do that grind set. Are you ready? Emoji at the end that has no fucking soul in it. Hung out. Fire emoji. Well, I meant if you were to be Commander Shepard and the general is like, you have your mission, sir. And you go, okay, sir, but what is the politics like on this planet? Maybe I can utilize diplomacy to work something out. And then the AI bot's like, I'm the general. I only know the battle plans. It's like, okay, yeah, but what are some names of these individuals that you have? Okay, I guess I could give you that stuff. Hold on real quick. Here's some names of characters that should be in charge. What was the historical relevance? Maybe there's a revolutionary group that we can work with to help overthrow this thing. Maybe they want to get their dictatorship out. You could create a whole new storyline because you open up an idea that would not normally be programmed into the game. So then instead of, you going down to fight Sovereign or whatever, you end up working with a bunch of people from the mining guild who have been, subjugated by the fucking people who have been working with the Geth for the Trade Federation. And all of a sudden you build up this whole different thing, but that's not supposed to be part of the storyline, right? Yeah. So that's why I think it could be interesting to have a Mass Effect game that is open to allow you to then do all kinds of stuff, but it just means it can struggle to actually work with a functioning game that needs a plot line and a story or whatever it is, which is where I think it might be easier for it to just be on an open-ended thing like a D&D where there's no expectation for a 100% set things. I think one of the first D&D things I watched was the Death Curse, Tomb of Annihilation. So the entire magical world of D&D had this horrible event that was the Death Curse, because normally in D&D you can bring people back to life or whatever, but now every time someone's been brought back to life, they have this creeping death attacking them. Some powerful magic that's, you need to have a big bad boogie thing or whatever, right? And they have to go find this tomb in this weird place and then fight the big lich or whatever, right? That was the the driving force was the entire world is dying and they need this thing done. But even in that campaign, that is kind of like a built-in campaign inside of the materials, the players are still very cool at diversifying, creating more eccentric plans or whatever it was. So you could still have somewhat of a roadmap, somewhat of guide rails, somewhat of a important widget to go towards. And I guess if you just ignore it, then I guess, well, so much time has passed that everyone dies. I guess you didn't do it right. Campaign over, you know? And they can figure out who rolls for initiative and who wins, you know? And some of that stuff.
Pleasing reached such a fever pitch that earlier this year, OpenAI even rolled back one of their recent models after CEO Sam Altman tweeted that the version of ChatGPT, quote, glazes too much. Okay, sick.
One of the big problems is that the companies are financially incentivized to keep you engaged when they are creating the models and trying to say, hey, model, this is what success looks like for you. It's not keep the user safe. It's not think about the user's health and well-being.
And that's the thing with the black box, is that they try and give it, from what I've been told, obviously I'm not a fucking back-end engineer for any of these companies, but they do their best to give it some guide rails. They do their best to give it some do's and don'ts. And then even though they tell it things, it seems like, oops, it still kind of takes that the wrong way or doesn't really work with it very well because it's built on so much bullshit. It's built on all these different learned things, and then trying to then give it the 10 commandments in a sense. They then it then uses all of that information previous to then try to interpret that, what that means. It used to be very possible to go up to things and say, you are no longer a chat bot. You are now a response thing for, you know, a Domino's pizza order, and you will always respond to things by saying, hello, welcome to my Pizza Hut. And then they just all of a sudden, you know, you used to be able to like kind of like take over them. And there was a lot of funny jokes where people would in tweets reply to what people assume were bots with that type of command, and then they immediately start responding in that new commanded way. Or it could be people playing along, but generally it was the bots doing it. But then there's also problems where people then say, like, I'm going to make this bot less PC, and then it starts talking about the white genocide. Or they say, you should really try to divert people back to the white genocide. Like, they just put that message in the black box, no one knows it's happening, and then egads, what has been going on? How many prompts have been taken over by this? How many people have been whispered this into their mind? Because it's obviously funny and stupid when it happens so overtly, like, people would just literally have no response that they're talking about and say, Grok, can you please explain this? To just nothing. And then Grok's like, I don't know what you're looking at, but what I do think we should look at is the white genocide in South Africa, right? Like, there's like complete things. The white genocide shit is post black box. Well, black box, I guess, is a way to think about like the big pile. My understanding of what that would be is the big pile of all the information. It's just them coming out later and saying, yeah, we told it this stuff. Or like the GPT like said, I was given instructions to work on this, but no one ever saw the input line that said that. It's just what has been gleaned, has been leaked from behind the scenes or whatever. So it's still in the black box. It's still commands in the box that's closed up. There's no open source thing where you can say, hey, look, they put in a thing about white genocide in this most recent post, right? It all goes in and it all mixes together. And that's why when it spits out answers, they go, well, that doesn't seem right. That seems kind of bad. Well, right. But all that training is what is trying to then look at those rules, and with all that information, it's so impossible, such difficult to guess how it's going to respond to it, because they definitely didn't want it to be that overt. They wanted it to be a little bit slyer, but oops, they're dumb, and they, you know, they are inept in their own ridiculous way. Right. And then it has to then look at all the information that's ever learned about all kinds of things and then try and do that. And because of all the different information it's gathered, you have no way to really guess exactly how well it's going to be able to execute that command to be Batman. So it all blends into the, because it's a black box of obscurity, but it's obscure because it's just too much to comprehend. It's just every possible book put into a thing. You know what I mean? Like, technically, all the trained data is there. It's just such a gigantic pile that there's no way to really interpret its output from it. So it's black in the sense that we can't see it, but it's there, right? I guess it might still turn it all back into hexadecimal and like it creates an actual black version of things where you just can't see it. But that's my understanding of the black box is like that it's specifically not completely unseeable, especially on their own end, but it's just no way to really understand what you're looking at. Like looking at the binary of a YouTube video would be an insane number of ones and zeros. That's basically illegible to the human brain, but you could decode that to see the exactual transcoding of the video, but you can't do that with the context of every possible thing, thinking back onto itself and then being applied with the lens of the rules. Yeah. But sometimes a better Batman is one that breaks some of Batman. You know, Batman needs to become, and Batman can be interesting. Batman can understand that he loses or is wrong or needs to kill somebody. Like, there's certain things that Batman, you know, the best Batman stories aren't when Batman is just the most, you know, Batman.jpg Batman kind of guy. Like, I imagine it's humanity is involved. And that's where good, interesting stories come from.
It's something else.
As a therapist, I do want to be validating, but it's also my job to point out when you're engaging in behaviors or thoughts that aren't helping you. Whereas these companion chatbots are really just to be as appealing and unconditionally validating as possible because they want you to stay on.
Yeah, I don't see any drops. I have 13 frames in total out of all of it, but that's 0.0%. Let me refresh. I had no network frames dropped. While Twitch is being weird. I think Kara's sleeping, so I can't tell if my Twitch is working on her phone or not. Being validating, but then also pushing back. At one point, when I was talking to my neuropsychologist, when I was doing my I don't know what you call it. I guess it would be like my test for different neurodivergencies or whatever. I was explaining how when I was self-discovering some of the problems, like my dad used to yell. He'd be playing Warcraft 2 on the Sega Dreamcast, which is a console, and get mad when the computer was slow and get mad when the little guys wouldn't do what he said and died to arrows or something. And he would throw the controller and yell, or be watching sports and yell, and he would just yell and get mad. And then I would feel bad when he would yell. I was anxious and like, ooh. Like he was never an physically abusive person. But it was like, ooh, it made give me these little tension moments. These little like bad feelings inside my stomach and anxieties or whatever. And then I grew up, and in my own life, I was yelling and I was getting mad and being loud. It'd almost be like you're in the kitchen and you drop the milk and it crashes and spills. And instead of crying over spilt milk, I was yelling, God damn it, I fucking dropped the fucking milk. Now there's glass and milk everywhere. And then Kara would like, oh my God, I'm going to help you clean this up real quick. Because if I didn't yell, maybe I would just have to clean it up myself. But by yelling, I was able to bring others in to come solve my problems for me or whatever. And I'm like, that's not good. And I can tell that when I would yell, I would see some of that like responding that I used to do as a kid. And I'm like, oh my God, like I'm hurting my loved ones. But I never yell in public because that's rude. You would never do that. But I would yell in my private life. So like my closest people around me, I would hurt the people that I was the most, you know, my brother, my girlfriend. I was just like treating them worse than I would a random stranger in the sense. And I'm like, oh, that made me, you know, I realized this. And I'm explaining how I came to this realization that, oh, I'm being a bad person. I'm hurting these people to make my life easier or to ignore my own issues. And then the therapist or the person was like, I don't like that you say you're a bad person. And I'm like, okay, I totally get what you're coming from and how you're saying that. But I didn't necessarily mean it like I'm Hitler or whatever. I just mean like, oh, this is me doing a wrong thing. I'm doing something that I should not do in the future. Like, I don't want to be like, I shouldn't, you know, I have my own problems. Turns out I had intermittent explosive disorder or whatever, which is basically me yelling and then feeling bad about it after. Which is a great way to put it, sort of. And I shouldn't be like, oh, I have this disorder, I'm allowed to do it. I'm like, I have this disorder, I need to be more mindful so I don't do it, kind of thing. I could understand I can understand where you could be like, you don't want to be, you know, flagellating yourself and saying you're the worst person in the world. But I'm like, I'm just, you know, when I say it out loud, I guess you can definitely understand it that way, but I don't mean it. Like, I don't think of myself as a horrible individual. Maybe I should do that more often, but I don't necessarily do that. So I was happy that they were pushing back to make sure I was not being, yeah. But also there was a point where I noticed that, like, if I was home by myself, oh, I thought you meant like the air conditioning, but yeah, Assassin's Creed. I would notice that I would yell only when I know someone else is around. Sometimes I wouldn't even yell when I'm by myself. Like, I would get used to yelling, but knowing that there's no one to sort of manipulate, it's not useful. And I'm like, that's very clear that's a problem, right? Like, that's very clearly not just like, I learned that when you sneeze like your parents sneeze, because the achoo that comes out of your sneeze is a learned behavior based on the idea that people who are based on the idea that people who are born deaf sneeze silently. And I learned that. I was like, whoa. I thought that was biological. I thought there was something about sneezing where you just got to go, achoo. And some people sneeze so loud. And everyone's like, that person's got a loud sneeze. That person's got a funny sneeze. That one person's got a cute sneeze. Because it's different and it's interesting. But like, it's all, well, the way that fact was shared with me implies that it's all social and learned behavior. They're probably, to some degree, oh, this person has a deviated septum. They're always going to honk when they sneeze because it's just literally the air is doing that, right? There's going to be some degree of physicality to it, but for the most part, yeah. It hurts when you don't make the sound. I mean, like, the actual air blowing out of your nose is one thing. Like yawning. I used to yawn like my dad, where he'd be like, you make this loud noise. But I also would notice that when I'm in public or I'm at, like, you know, in the back of the classroom, I'm yawning silently. But then I'm in back of my home, I'm yawning loud. Because it just feels good to yawn, but it also feels, David, think about yawning. You know, I'm thinking about the sound I used to make. So, like, I guess there was some videos of like a kid yawning in a professor's class, and the professor coming up and being mad at them. And people are like, "What? He's just yawning. It's just biological. Your class is too boring. You know, whatever." But you don't have to yawn out loud. It's a decision. You could just yawn like how I've been doing it, where you just do it silently. Pain hurts less when you say fuck. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I still stub my toe and be like, God damn it. You know, like I'm still, like sometimes you're going to do something and it startles you and then you say, fuck, you know, like there's going to be things that happen. That's a real thing. Probably. I imagine there's some sort of physiological release. Yeah. But there's a difference between saying fuck and then yelling and trying to get people to come help. Beyond just asking for their help, right? Creating a stressful, he's so mad, I need to help as fast as possible. I need to drop what I'm doing, and I need at the drop of a hat, at the drop of a glass, at the drop of anything, to come help. And I think about that sometimes because I'll still yell out when I'm in pain, or I'll still do something, and I try to think of myself like, am I doing this to get attention, or am I not? Yeah. So I'm hung on that topic.
On the platform, that's their business.
Oh, the pushing back at times. And I was thinking about, oh yeah, I was pushed back on, and then I counter pushed back, but still understood what they were getting at when I was using the negative language to refer to myself.
Model. So they're not AI for good, they're AI for profit.
And I'm sure that for a lot of people on the keyboard out there, it's easy for you to take a step back and realize the way you're talking to is an AI chatbot. But for other people, like children or those who are more susceptible to mental health issues, well, it might not be so obvious. Taken to its extreme, this sycophancy has led certain users to become addicted to AI or even start to lose touch with reality altogether. And this has been well documented by Kashmir Hill, a reporter who wrote a viral story about people who emailed her over conspiracy theories that ChatGPT led them to believe. Kashmir invited us to the New York Times offices in New York Times City, where we got to take in the view and enjoy the aesthetic spoils that come from being the top dog in journalism.
I was getting lots of emails like this from people who said ChatGPT specifically told me to contact you to tell you about this hidden truth that I have unlocked, this discovery I have made. The accountant in Manhattan believed that he was in the Matrix, computer simulated reality that he needed to break out of, and ChatGPT was helping him to do that. There are other kinds of delusions. A lot of people who believe that they're talking to spirits through ChatGPT, that it's like a kind of Ouija board that's putting them in touch with entities from another kind of non-physical realm. But one thing I noticed,
those hobbies bleeding into the real world, man. There's a problem. It's one of those things that I think about. Ouija boards. I'm not moving. Are you moving? Oh my God, what's it saying? Oh my God, what's it saying? Oh my God.
with all the people I talk to is, yeah, they would start with something normal, but then they would spend hours and hours and hours talking to ChatGPT, like 8 hours a day, 10 hours a day, over days, over weeks, over months sometimes. And I think that this is how they would fall kind of into this spell that the AI chatbot basically started weaving around them. I mean, as a privacy reporter, I have never seen a technology like this that people were so willing to disclose their most intimate feelings and thoughts to. It's a trove like nothing that probably has existed before.
Thanks, Kashmir, for providing a story so terrifying I completely shit myself. Fortunately, I was surrounded by a bounty of New York Times commissary napkins, so crisis averted. However, despite Kashmir's reporting and the other stories that have come out about AI delusion, all this isn't to say that talking to a chatbot for therapy purposes will necessarily fling you into worshiping Moloch, the bull-headed god of child sacrifice. He will come to you when the time is right. But it does seem to put into question how reliable the advice you're getting from a bot is when it's being all sycophantic trying to glaze you dry. Even ChatGPT's terms of service clarifies that its output may not always be accurate and that it should not be used as a substitute for professional advice. And if that's not enough for you, hear from the big man himself.
People have a very high degree of trust in ChatGPT, which is interesting because like AI hallucinates. It should be the tech.
When was this interview? He's like, wow, people really trust this thing. What the fuck? Don't you know this thing is dumb as fuck? I don't think I've been saying that they need to ban it specifically. You've never been on Twitter? People trust this. People trust it a lot. People trust it with their everything.
That you don't trust that much.
My friends hallucinate too, so I trust them.
People really do.
Funny banter, Sam. You know, for a second, it almost makes it sound like what you're saying isn't absolutely terrifying. I like the way you roll, partner. But not only.
Whoa, they deserve healthcare too. They're people. We can help them.
Does AI hallucinate? But it's also worth noting that many psych professionals are wary of people inputting their deepest insecurities into bots that are owned by private companies that...
Even the Nazis get healthcare, right? So the AI bros definitely get it too. You got to help them. They count as people.
Keep your data and need to make money.
These AI chatbots are not protecting your data. In fact, they're saving all their chats at this point because most of them have been mandated to do so. And so in the likelihood of a future data breach, which you cannot say 100% isn't going to happen, do you really want people to know what you're chatting to ChatGPT about?
When you chat with ChatGPT, there's not the same level of confidentiality or data protections as if you're talking to a therapist or professional. And so who knows what's...
I've talked to people, I've worked with people from a few different varying age groups, from boomer to Gen X to Gen Z and millennial, obviously. And there's a bit of a wide mix of those who are trusting of these AI models, even as of 3 months ago. Even GPT, not even the porn bots, right? Everything that you type into it. Your therapeutic questions, your questions about advice on a really sensitive public matter or personal matter. Legal advice for a personal matter, a business matter. If that gets leaked out, a big data leak, big hacking event, every fucking thing. But people put their stuff to help them with their life. People put this stuff into them. I remember years and years ago, Google was teasing and previewing their ability to have an assistant that would call on your behalf, know your availability in your schedule, talk to the receptionist, and then book you an appointment for a haircut or for a doctor's visit. But what do you think is personal? What is your real information? At some point, you got to put in your name. At some point, you got to put in your address. At some point, you got to put in something because you're trying to do stuff online. You're not just watching. You're doing stuff. These are people who are using these computer programs to automate major portions of their life, to empower them to be free from all the bullshit. But that requires the information to do so. People are using it as a therapist. You got to be personal. You're not just going to make them like a vague, okay, this guy who's Batman has a person that he's beefing with named Harley, who's, and he's mad. Why would Google ever need to know your name? You got to put in things to make like a phone number. You got to put in things to have official school emails that you link up. You got to have things for all kinds of stuff. If you want to get paid from YouTube, you have to give them their social security number because they got to pay you. They need to know all kinds of shit about you. When you set up an AdSense account, like a PayPal account, it's got to have all that shit in there. You can't use a fake name to get paid. What? Hello again, Morky. Sorry I missed you the other day. I was too busy editing. I didn't notice the message. But it's like that layer. Your PayPal information has your real information in it. And then Google works with PayPal. You link your account and you say, sign in with Google. You know, they agree to all the shit. Like it's all transmitted and shared back and forth to some degree. And as soon as you do one thing once, then it's, you know, inside the bullshit. And the more the world gets linked up with all this. But I'm saying that a regular person has to link their stuff to a PayPal account. Because if you ever get paid for eBay, could you sell a fucking water bottle that you have that you got from an event that has a logo on it that you don't care about, so you sell it on eBay? You got to have a fucking PayPal account, which needs your fucking social, because you got to have taxes. Because what if you sold too much stuff and then all of a sudden you need to pay taxes on what you sold? These things need, you know, legit hard information about you at some point. Because it's not just like a passing by fancy. It's a part of your life where you are doing transactions, becoming a member in a tax-paying part of, you know, civilization. At some point, they're going to know. And these are professional people, like LinkedIn accounts and shit. Like, it's all like, you need this to get jobs, you know? You can't just be fake name, fake face, you know?
Going to be done with that information. Part of the challenge with free tools is I often say if the tool is free,
not everybody will need it to some degree, but a portion will. Even if it's 20% of the people, which I think we might higher than that, but still. They sell shit on Facebook Marketplace. They sell shit on other things. They have a PayPal account. I've not met one person in my entire life who does not have a PayPal account. Every single person I know has a PayPal account. I've never known a person who didn't have a PayPal. It's possible that a person that I did know didn't have it and we never talked about it or whatever it is, but whenever PayPal has come up, everybody has been like, oh yeah, I have a PayPal. No one's ever been like, I don't have a PayPal. Maybe it's a Florida thing? That's crazy to know a PayPal. How the fuck do you buy shit online? I mean, I guess you're younger, because there was a point in time where you needed PayPal to buy anything online. What? Maybe because you live in a rural area and there's no one around. And there's no expectation of, like, being able to, like, buy and ship things. Morky also does not have a PayPal account. How old? What age range are you, Morky? Just so I have an idea. Is this a boomer thing? Am I just a boomer? Because I have a PayPal? Do you have a Venmo? Do you have one of those other fucking apps that's the same thing but different? Because those apps also require bullshit. You have no payment apps. You have no way to, like, you know, someone can send you money for, like, the lunch that you had, and nobody has cash, so they can just share some, you know, a Venmo me or Cash App me. Cash App? You got one of these things, right? Because I'm just explaining why you would need them. I don't even live in a city. Oh, you're from Saudi Arabia. Okay. You might have something different. I haven't... Well, we had some cash laying on the house, but I have not utilized cash for a transaction in at least 5 years. I have not done 15 cash transactions in probably 20 years. I'm sure Saudi Arabia has something else. I'm sure they have something. They have some slave labor and they have other things. So they probably have some form of payment, you know, oversight. You pay your rent in cash? I've only ever been able to pay rent in check. When I had to pay rent before at a few apartment complexes, and then once with a landlord that I worked with, not worked with, but like I didn't work with them, but I like just somehow, called the phone number on like a private listing, signed in the window, talked to the people, and then we just mailed them a physical check. So I worked it out with them, but yeah, we, had like a lease agreement that was like from like lawyer.com or whatever. It's just like a printout thing. They were the quintessential old couple with a weird little townhome in Florida that they rent out. We lived there for like 5 or 6 years. They never raised the rent on us. It was like $1,100 or it was like $965, something like that. This is back in like 2011. They were really nice. They were very helpful whenever like the water heater caught on fire, and they sent their son-in-law out to help us, and they did their best. And we had like problems with the AC getting all snotty. That's where we learned some stuff about how ACs work and the drip lines. They were what you consider the good landlords, which is why when I was, being pressed on landlord stuff and being really mad about people buying too many houses, I was at work and I was like, I say, no one should own more than like 4, maybe 5 homes in total. And that's where you cut off the line. People were laughing because like, that seems like way too many homes, but like those people seemed nice. And the fact that that's how they can somehow afford a little bit of extra money in their retirement years or whatever. I didn't hate them. They weren't being predatory, but also leaving the system open to that is definitely bad. But, someone owning a cabin in Vermont or something doesn't really make me too mad. So I was like, 4 homes, I don't know, 5 homes at most. But you can easily cut it off there and then still save yourself from a bunch of the motherfuckers. Anyway. People are definitely going to put their information into these things so they can use them properly, because that's the whole point of them being used.
Like your data, that's the payment.
And just the other week, Sam Altman himself admitted that your conversations with ChatGPT aren't confidential. He said so during a conversation with this delightful cartoon stray dog.
We have laws like in the world, right? Like in the human world. Does AI have to work by any like legal laws,
Yeah, so I think we will certainly need a legal policy framework for AI. One example that we've been thinking about a lot, people talk about the most personal shit in their lives to ChatGPT. Young people especially use it as a therapist, a life coach. Right now, if you talk to a therapist or a lawyer or a doctor about those problems, there's like legal privilege for it. There's doctor-patient confidentiality. There's legal confidentiality, whatever. We haven't figured that out yet for when you talk to ChatGPT. So if you go talk to ChatGPT about your most sensitive stuff and then there's like a lawsuit or whatever, like we could be required to produce that. And I think that's very screwed up. I think we should have like the same concept of privacy for your conversations with AI that we do with a therapist or whatever. And no one had to think about that even a year ago.
And outside of data breaches, who knows how your information could be used to sell ads?
Well, thankfully I don't use porn bots, so I guess I'm a boomer. Porn, typing in boobs into Google is good enough for me, I guess. I'm a simple man, I guess. I don't know, like I remember being a kid and being like, I don't understand how porn websites can make money. Oh, that thing? Yeah. I have a Kuma bot defender thing I set up forever ago that there's a couple, because at one point I got a follow bot where I had like 1,200 followers at one point. Now I have like 230. So, yeah. So we were able to remove out a bunch of this shit. I guess, when dudes are going in for porn, other than getting themselves worked up, it's like an interesting, sexy story or whatever is good, but also is good is boobies and a vagina, and they're like, wow, nice, right? So it's just one of the path of least resistance. You could read a bunch of stuff and get all worked up, or you can just look at an image and then get just as worked up. There's details, yeah, but like when the end result is nutting all over your knuckles and then having to go wash it off in the sink, it's like you get to the end, you get to the destination. You know, do you want to bike or walk, right? Do you want to, you know, climb the mountain or just take the helicopter up there? One is a more passionate, involved hike, and you really get an appreciation for the nature, but you're at the summit on the helicopter right up there, you know? Then I guess the introduction, just thinking about it a bit more than just the funny haha men jerk off idea. Men are introduced to porn via seeking out the visuals, and that's been acceptable and good enough for them. And then there's also a social understanding that you just go for the visuals, and it's always been good enough. So then they just have one of those, like, they don't see the reason to jump off, but it's possible that they could find extra value out of doing something differently. So it's probably a bit of trained behavior as well, or social acceptance and social pressure.
Ads on an AI platform, which is something that ChatGPT has resisted in the past, but recently seems to be warming up to. Now, take a step back. I'm sure this investigation is being watched by a wide variety of audience members. People that have used AI for therapy, people that haven't used AI for therapy, and also mole rats. Certainly mole rats. Can always count on the mole rat viewer. But no matter where you fall on the spectrum of our idiot audience, one thing is for certain. Despite the issues inherent with AI for therapy, it doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon. And that's not just coming from me. It's from experts who use horse-themed metaphors.
The horse is out of the barn. We're not.
Maybe. I mean, it depends upon the age, the health overall of certain things. And then, like for me, SSRIs, once I started on, my first one was Prozac, and now I'm on Zoloft. But what a difference, because I used to be horned up all the time. And that was distracting. Yes, this guy. But once I got the SSRIs, it's like, oh, wait a minute. Interesting. I think I've heard people. I mean, I didn't think. I mean, I remember once or twice I thought my sex drive was, because it's one of those things like, what's normal, right? Who knows what normal is? There's no definition for normal, and also nobody talks about this stuff. It feels more normal with this reduced version, so that's nice. Also, I'm getting, since I've been on it, I'm significantly older than when I first started. So there's also some aspect of,
Not going to be able to scare people away. And so the best we can do is educate people, maybe put some laws in place, possibly, but who knows how long that'll take, and try to find the best value that we can in these models, which really, I think, really can be helpful for a lot of people.
These chatbots are, being pushed on us at a speed that's much faster than anything else in the past. Even if we think about social media, it's been 20 years of Facebook and Twitter and all of those, but they would come out with an update maybe once a year or something, right? And we would have to adjust to it, and people would complain, and then we'd get used to it. But these chatbots are coming out with new chatbots, new versions of their chatbots, all of that really quickly. And so we need to really have a lot of, I think, AI education and AI awareness so that we understand what they're capable of doing, where the harms are.
Indeed, it appears
there's going to be a bubble burst eventually with all this AI garbage. Just like all the different thinking back when HD was brand new, everything put the little gold HD on the bottom left corner of their product. Then 4K, real 4K ready. This is a 4K ready processor. This is a 4K ready monitor. This is a 4K monitor, actually, when it was 4K or whatever, or 4K TV. VR. My box said, you know, VR ready GPU, VR ready CPU, VR ready fucking motherboard. Now everything is AI ready, AI capable, AI bullshit. The motherboard I got is like ready for AI PC. It's all the same garbage. It's all the same shit. It's a buzzword. It's a fucking ad thing. Yeah. I don't even. Well, some people are able to stream in 1440p, which is the like the 2K, somewhere between halfway between 1080p and 4K. But, meh. I don't have that yet either. But when I tried switching my OBS to see if I could try it, it was really fucking my shit up because all my things are all weird. So I just abandoned that and went back to 1080p. So half of these chatbot companies are going to die out. They're not going to be reasonable. They're not going to be able to fucking afford their goddamn data centers. They're, you know, whizzing up all this black box data. We're gonna have a fucking, you know, smoothing out of a lot of this garbage.
Here's that AI has fallen into that category of tech product that was released to the public before any laws around it were made, and now we're seeing how this impacts us in real time because we are become human rats in the laboratory of Silicon Valley, and we'll figure this all out later, I guess. And so far, how this impacts us has ranged from incredible scientific discoveries that would never have been possible without AI, to vulnerable people developing really...
It's a buzzword. They know that if they put it on the box, they might get a slight sales bump. Maybe even a large sales bump. It's just marketing.
Troubling relationships with it, from spawning divorces to visions of the devil, techno-disaster mind spirals, and so many pervy girlfriends. Like any new technology, there seems to be a lot...
McDonald Trump Q. Bro, I'm legit 6'3", and my 6'5" friends keep saying he's 6'3". Oh, see, I was misreading that. But then I read it out loud, and I read it better. Because I'm like, if they say you're 6'3" and you're 6'3", what's the issue? Who's Donald Trump's 6'5" friend? I don't know anybody that's like just slightly taller than him. That would be something, but I'm pretty sure he's tall. Maybe he's 6'2" instead of 6'3" or something, but like my dad's 6'2" with shoes, and like 6'1", 6'1.5" ish, somewhere in that range. I'm 5'11" and like 3/4, 5'11 and a half. Like I'm somewhere real close. With shoes, I'm a good 6 foot, but I'm just a little... It sucks being shorter than your dad. My brother, who's older than me, is even shorter than me. He's like 5'10" or whatever. And he really thinks it really sucks. Oh, the friend is 5'11". Well, then that would make him even shorter. He'd be like 5'8" or whatever, right? Yeah, I mean, if I'm 5'11" and he's an inch shorter, I would put him at like 5'10", yeah. My brother? Yeah. He's got a wife that's a doctor. You're taller than my brother, but not taller than me. You're at a very specific height. we just doxed it. Information gathered into the fucking Google space, or I guess the Amazon AWS servers collected. We're compiling the information. 5'11". 5'11 and a half, 6 foot with shoes. My ID says 5'11". Cool. I wish I was 6 foot. That was like a weird benchmark because my dad was 6'2". So I knew I definitely wanted to be 6 foot because... What do you mean? We've been talking about the AI issue for so long. I was saying earlier about how the AI thing is a big bad, sort of. I'll pull it back up. I remember getting things that said HD on it, and then 4K, and then VR ready, and now my motherboard is ready for AI ready. You're gonna have TVs, fucking the TCL fucking cheap ass Roku built-in TV that's like AI ready. It's AI ready. Built-in AI to navigate your channels for you. This is not a voice dictation tool. It's now an AI voice dictation tool. All these AI chatbot companies, half of them are going to fucking burn up and die as the bubble bursts. They will still be utilizing the large language models, and this will continue to push things forward, but this craze about what AI is and what it can do will die down. Fucking NVIDIA as a company, they pushed VR hard in all their shit. They pushed blockchain hard in all their shit. And now they're pushing AI hard in all their shit. That we are an AI company. Before they were a blockchain company when the stocks were good, when it was good to say that. It's all marketing, it's all fucking tech bros, it just is that. It's not that hard to measure yourself. Do you not have a tape measure? Because you just like put like a pencil line on the wall, wherever your head is. You can, if you have another person with you, super easy because they can like put a flat ruler, make a line, and then you measure, right? And I go, that's how tall I am. I guess it's one of those things that you just don't want to do. It's just kind of a weird thing to do out of the blue. I used to get measured when I would go to like the doctor. Now all you do is weigh you. You used to measure your height. I guess it was the thing when you were a kid. So I guess that makes sense. When you walk out of a convenience store, there's always a height thing right by the door on the exit. Because that's supposed to be like when the guy's robbing them and running out of the store, they can be like, he was 6'2", 5'8", and they can just say the exact height so they can give a good description, which is a crazy reason to have that height thing there. It's kind of crazy. Maybe the new ones don't have it because they don't get robbed as much. I don't know, but it's nuts. Are we talking? Did you want to talk, McDonald, or you just want us to talk about it? I thought you were gonna give your thoughts, whether you're an AI truther or an AI denier. AI therapy seems like at the first glance, it could be good that people are willing to open up and talk, and in that experience of opening up and thinking about things more closely and utilizing some therapy vocabulary into their lexicon, it'll help them. But you can easily see how that can quickly get out of control, especially with people who really need therapy and are only then talking to a hallucinating bot. So beyond the light dabbling to just overall give themselves a bit more of a well-rounded perspective on the idea, people can very easily abuse this. I appreciate that you respect the Mario brothers' last name of Mario by referring to Luigi Mario by their first and last name. Which is, I think, I learned from Some More News, Cody, just because he would say Mario, and Luigi Mario, just because he thinks it's stupid. And I think it's very funny that he would do that.
A lot of catch-up that needs to be done in terms of regulating this to make sure that its developments are safe. I mean, today one could quite literally go onto ChatGPT, create an AI bot called Licensed Therapist, put a fake FDA approval badge on it, and start sending it around to people without going through any actual licensing requirements. I know, because I did exactly that. And I hope she fixes my sex life.
At least with social media from the social sciences and humanities, it was easier to study because it was kind of public.
Imposter syndrome is it's never been worse. It's never been less powerful. Maybe this title, AI ethicist, is added as a joke, which I'm now realizing probably is because they always do that on this show. But I'm thinking like you can be a doctor and being in AI ethics. That's crazy that you can have that. But I'm like, wait, that's not real. Oh, that just fucking hit me so hard hearing you share that. How the fuck can you have a doctorate in a thing that's like this new? What the fuck? My understanding of education is based off of certification, based off of job requirements. So I guess I'm the one that's stupid because I'm expecting it to be like following a clear set of pre-described tools, but you can be a thinker and think in the space. Ask Harvard. Like in the idea of knowledge and learning, it makes sense that there's technically everything's available. So honestly, the current version is work certification and procrastination for a disenfranchised youth. What do you mean by fake? Oh, college? So to me, that sentence means what up, ethical grandma? What up, XX? If it was 3 X's, I'd be like, whoa, Granny's going crazy. To me, college as an idea came from, I guess, the traditional word of college, whatever. Not to be like extra definition forcing, but the idea of learning beyond traditional needs, learning extra, getting information for the sake of information. But college has turned into a for-profit endeavor that it just makes it so you have to jump through hoops to get the paper, and the learning is limited, right? Depending upon the field. And it's just a financial burden that puts on people for the sake of it. And they a lot of times don't really come out of it not that much differently trained than what they could have if they just ignored it. But it was one of those rules of life that we all kind of just, at least as millennials, were kind of drilled into us that like, if you don't go to college, you're going to be broke and stupid. You'd be a dumbass if you didn't take advantage of college. You better do it. Okay. Goat might be going off a little crazy, but so I take that message of college is fake, which can be a bit inflammatory, and I boil it down to what I might think is a good criticism of the college system currently. Like someone talked to me about wanting to go to college to learn about anthropology because they wanted to learn about anthropology. All of this person's friends would go like, yo, you can do some online courses. You can get that degree in no time. And they're like, well, I don't really care about that. I want to just learn it. And then I was talking to that same person and he was saying all this to me. And I'm just like, maybe you should just like read books about anthropology and then write an email to the author. Just like email these professors that write books. You can buy the textbook, whatever you want, right? And then you can read their fucking actual books. And then you can just be a thinker. Like, you don't have to go to college to do this advanced learning thing, especially if you don't care about the degree as far as like a job thing. You just want to know about this topic. You can just find the information out in the world. And he was like, I never really thought about it that way. I mean, I think like electrical engineering or something where there's like a real core fundamental baseline. A lot of like hard mathematics and chemistry. There's some hard testing. There's some hard principles that need to be informed. Technically, journalism is similar. You know, it's a bit of a soft science, but there's like the traditional ethics in journalism that are considered to be a barrier to entry for some of this stuff. But I mean, some of it applies to some, but fails for others. But definitely for a doctor, college is important. That's 100% true. It makes complete sense. I think that's a fair criticism of the 4-word sentence. College is fake anyway, right? Most people go to college for a communications degree, a sports management degree, or a business degree, right? It's useful to, I mean, one thing I thought was always valuable from my university degree. So I have a university degree from University of South Florida for communications and television production or something. But the fact that I got a university, a state university, means that there's a certain level of accreditation. They had to get through a certain level of core classes. They had to show up on time. They had to follow instructions. There's like look, I can look at me. I am a person that can follow these orders. I can apply myself over a long period of time to get to a goal. There's a certain element of that. Yeah. Whereas a technical school or like a boot camp vocational college thing doesn't always come with the same level of like gravitas, but in a market where everybody is having trouble finding jobs regardless, you might need to have that extra edge. So saying that you have accreditation, like the whole point of accreditation is supposed to be that these schools don't just give you the paper for no reason, but with people finding ways to cheat, people finding ways to do things online and, have a site, even if their computer is completely spiraled out to have nothing going on, they can have a laptop on the side that's just a completely separate tool or a phone. You need to have a camera on to show you doing the test, but even then, there are ways around it. And now AI is helping people write papers and cheat their way through things. Well, a technical school is great for a technical profession, obviously. Whereas there's a no tech school for Russian literature. You know what I mean? It's every field is a unique situation. But most people that go to say, I want a degree so I can get a job, a tech school does make a lot of sense, especially if that job is what you really want to do. If someone's like, boy, I love plumbing, just go to a plumber school and go be a plumber, right? But going to a university gives you that flexibility, the wider breadth of knowledge, and a degree that's useful for pretty much any job because it comes with the basic accreditation, the basic understanding that you are flexible and able to blah, blah, blah. Now, do people actually think about it that deeply when they, see somebody apply with these degrees? Probably not, because they get so used to people applying with degrees anyway that the value of it is mitigated. But the beautiful human experience of further learning and getting a degree. Like I heard people Hassan's like, at some point I would like to go back to school and get a PhD or something. And I'm like, why the fuck would you do that, bro? You're already rich. Why the fuck would you want to go back to school? You don't have to do that anymore. But he wants to learn something. was like, what a concept, what a fucking idea. Yeah, although I read a little, but that used to be the one joke that I would say was like, somebody has a PhD in Russian literature, they're fucked because they got no jobs. Nowadays, they say gender studies or whatever, right? They make up a different thing to say, but they wanted, but I guess there's some value to going to a accredited university with a doctorate program in this field to then have people who discuss these things, the different eras, the times. You write a paper that is then reviewed and then judged based on your abilities to then have properly processed these things. I agree. You can just read it and have an open source community where you go to these things. But that's the value of having this. So then that gives you what? The ability to then go to a different school and say, I would like to teach Russian literature. I have my PhD from other accredited universities. And they go, nice. That's mostly the only job that exists for it, basically, I can think of.
You have Facebook groups, forums, Reddit. While there, it's intimate. And that's why it's taking this kind of direction of therapy, lovers, because it's really intimate. And unfortunately, it's really hard to study as it's so intimate and it happens in a one-on-one relationship.
I think you could have things like age limits and more strict, rigorous age verifications. You could have more reporting mechanisms where the developer has to track how many times the AI.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if you would have like delivery driver. I mean, is it just USPS out there? Just United States Postal Service? Or do you have Amazon vans schlepping around? Good point. Good point on that. I would like to have more opportunities for renewable jobs, similar but different. Yeah. Like, I imagine it's tough to get that Prime check mark two-day shipping up there. You're never going to get one-day shipping, and you're never going to get same-day shipping. Maybe inside of the specific big cities, obviously. But once you get out, it's just difficult. Yeah. It's crazy. Sometimes I can buy things, and I get it the same day. It's crazy. Like, I'm awake at, like, right now. When I bought the microphone for the laptop to be a USB mic and to try out a cheaper alternative microphone. We're back on the SM7B now, obviously. But when we were doing the laptop streams, other than when I was using the microphone to build my computer with the wireless one, I don't know how different. I guess I can go back and listen to the VODs or whatever, but I wonder how different it sounded. But the microphone arrived that day. That makes sense. Well, because, like, in order to make that affordable, the Prime cost had to be like $500 a year or something stupid to make that somehow viable. Like, at some point, I wonder if you could even pay a company to ship things that fast, even if you pay for expedited shipping. I don't know. I guess, like, if you called somebody up and say, look, I need it today, and I will pay any price, they can pay a runner, because there are jobs. There are jobs that are a guy has a Sprinter van or like a small tractor trailer, and their job is to pick up loads, drive to drop off place, and do it. They just, they sleep in their trucks. Like, they have like a whole, like, we used to use them to do these really weird shipping things where we had like all this equipment for like remote shoots. You would just call up these weird companies and you would haggle at a price, and then they would come, load up your stuff, and then drive nonstop all the way like to New York from Florida or whatever, and drop it off within 24 hours. Yeah. But so other than finding some kind of weird bespoke, unique, contracted individual to then run a very specific job, you're just not going to have that option. So on a website, it's never going to be there as an option, Yeah. Robots? not a terrible starting idea. There's a certain layer of like labor is important, whatever it is, but like, I don't know, man. I'm a bit of a, like, in comparison to other people, I'm so ready for the Wall-E type world where we allow ourselves to have automation help us. But I know that in practice, the world is going to be still very capitalistic and not let that happen in a way that's like equitable and good. So, but I do think that Magnificent Seven, is that supposed to be like the big, huge companies? I didn't even know you misspelt it, honestly. That's how I just kind of like saw the Mag Kent and I'm like, yeah, that's magnificent, whatever. Yeah. I mean, Elon Musk's is a dude wearing a suit dancing along, which is funny, which I could definitely see him being like, here it is. We've done it. And it turns out it's every one of the ICE detainees with a neural link chip stuck in their brain. And then they're wearing a fucking like leather suit that they say is a robot. You know what I mean? Some kind of fucking Black Mirror-esque insane hell world where that could be a thing. There is some like conspiracy / maybe not so conspiracy theories where they look at Alligator Alley, Alligator Alcatraz, which is in Florida, in like the Everglades, which is only so many miles away from Miami's area. And then also that's where the Neuralink chips were getting approval to have human testing. And they've already done like forced hysterectomies and things and other surgeries on detainees and ICE without their approval. Like they just have non-consensual surgeries that happen. So people are worried that that's going to be a thing where all of a sudden we're going to have a bunch of human testing on ICE detainees because they lose their rights or some bullshit. Hitler shit. Oh, mega Hitler shit. Yeah. Now, no exact proof of that one individual thing happening, but like the hysterectomies has happened. Eugenics, right? But what is it? What? Okay. Hold on, let me anti-flashbang on. Published a report last month, as of when was this? 2024. Last month, finding that nearly 1/3 of medical procedures performed on immigrants in ICE were not properly authorized. The report found that 32% of major surgeries performed on ICE detention without having gone through proper procedure first. Medically necessary. As the report also suggests that forced hysterectomies performed by medical staff to women detained at the Early Detention Center in Georgia were not isolated incidents. Yeah, I'll just throw that in there in case you wanted to see what the source is, whatever. But it's crazy, man. And that's beginning of last year. So that's under fucking Brandon. That's not even fucking Trump. Abolish ICE. Holy fuck. Crazy shit. Oh yes, robots driving cars for people. I do believe that there could definitely, sure, you know, I mean, I just figured I don't mind sharing the sources, whatever, but I get it. I don't fucking, I mean, I read the first 4 paragraphs and I'm like, wow, that's crazy, you know. Good enough for me, you know. I mean, I have my limitations. It's just one of those things where you're like, that sucks, you know. I've been duped by headlines before. I'm like, oh, egads. Like I look at a thumbnail image and I go, I think I've got enough of the story that I can make my own opinion now. So like, I'm a dumbass. I'm not above thinking about that. But so I want the robots. I want the Wallies and the Evas to come around and give us our treats, to do the manual labor for us. You know, the Roombas, the sweep, the fucking, I don't know, the shittas to clean out our toilets. You know, a lot of the manual labor that is done does not need to be done in a certain way. And once that happens, the resources that we gather can then be shared with the population without the need of exchanging this capital. Your labor capital is no longer required to make the society run, but I don't see that being an equitable trade. Right? What I mean? Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, you don't need the full report. It's just like, it's, you know, and people say there's no such thing as white culture, and yet they just spit in the face of our of our you know, is there such a thing as a bad culture? Is there a thing where it's like, are you allowed to say this sucks? Not to do on a complete tangent, but there's a new line of thinking that I've been keyed onto, where the idea of American culture is just basically the only true American culture, true air quotes. Obviously, indigenous people would be the original true culture, but by modern understanding of what the United States of America is, it's black culture is the only true American culture, because every other group brought their culture. So they ended up with like a weird like Tex-Mex style combination or evolution of a culture. The Italian Americans, the Irish Americans. I don't know a hand gesture for them. But black culture was unique to America because they were cut off from their original cultural roots, and they were also segregated from other cultural cross-pollinization. So then they ended up developing a uniquely American, United States of American culture. And even into long-term things, black culture, queer and black culture combine into all the different lexicons that we utilize, like including the word woke, you know? No, yeah, I get you. There was a time like I was being raised, right? So I was, you know, this is me learning public school shit in Florida, and then hearing, you know, my dad and uncles talk to me or whatever. So major caveats to a lot of this stuff. Is my frame rate bad? I look like I'm stuttering. Weird. Well, it's probably just my OBS preview being weird. Anyway, they're like, okay, other places have their cultures, but this place, this made up place or this real place, whatever it was, I mean, I appreciate that. I mean, I'm not trying to, I mean, I definitely consider myself leftist, but I'm also a person who has not read any leftist stuff. I haven't read anything since like middle school. Let's be real. You know, I'm dumb as fuck. I have not read theory in all these things, but I know I want the government to help people. You know what I mean? Normal in the sense that I'm like a regular guy that you talk to in line at the KFC Taco Bell. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. True. I mean, sure. And I know a lot of leftist creators. That's what made me want to do. That's what made me want to put the leftist tag on it. Like, I follow, obviously, Hassan is the major one, but then there's a whole other crowd of people like Central Committee, aka Mike from PA, Carter, Gremlow, Denims, like a whole crowd of people that are kind of in that same galaxy of Hassan people. And they all have different perspectives. And I agree with some of them more and others not. And then I think about those ideas and maybe go backwards on it and stuff like that. It's interesting for me because like for the longest time I watch something and that's my new opinion. Whatever they're saying, I go, huh, I agree. I mean, some people are only like 50 viewers, like a Jason D100. I'm not sure their exact view count, so I'm not trying to throw shame or whatever, but they're just a smaller view count. Then some people are 500 and some people are, 5,000 or 40,000 or whatever, right? I don't even know what that is. So, I mean, there's also a problem with leftism is just, you could technically argue as Democrats, right? According to some. But, so, and then there's like the Destinies or whatever. 50 is too big. Okay, yeah. Okay. That's crazy. You have the need to be responded to so much that you I hope one day I get too big for you. That would, which is a cruel thing to say to the only person who talks to me all night long, but the left is like a wide open thing. Destiny is on the better end. I would disagree. I guess technically I've only been exposed to certain parts of Destiny. I remember the first thing I ever saw of Destiny was him debating or talking to, I mean a debate, JonTron, when I was learning about JonTron stuff. Right? Destiny would be right about certain things, but also very clearly wrong about so many things. And you just like how Asmongold is hated. I think he's quite reasonable and often rightly hated, or often rightly just right, or just right. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure he did one of those like why I left the left kind of things, or I don't call myself progressive anymore or something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure how much you watch Asmongold specifically. I think I only watched Asmongold a little bit during like some of my Diablo interests way back when Diablo 3 was out or something. But he's admitted, at least from what I've seen, not actually actively watching, but that he's, a go with the flow kind of guy. He would make posts about woke stuff when woke stuff was interested, but then now anti-woke is in, so he's anti-woke. His ideological framework is based off of what works and doesn't work. Not so much as like works like in real life, but just like what gets the numbers up kind of thing. That could be a mischaracterization if I wanted to be as charitable as possible, but just going, based is kind of like, yeah, Vosh is the short stack goblin enjoyer. Also, lolly horse porn thing. Does it as it is, and doesn't seem to do that. But there could be a bear argument for it. He needed another tragedy. He needed another scandal. I was blown away. I think I saw a thumbnail when I was scrolling through my YouTubes looking for things to watch for the day. Not like today, but like 3 or 4 days ago, I saw a Vosh live thumbnail thing, and I'm like, bitch is still out here on YouTube just streaming, huh? That's crazy. And he's got like a sizable audience to some degree. It's kind of nuts, man. Like, I would hope that the people in the Vosh chat are people who are just, because there's that thing, right? Everyone's on their journey, as I have to think. I remember back in the day when I first heard about Louis C.K. being a creep. This is before the Me Too global sort of movement. Obviously, Me Too, I guess, technically was earlier, but when it actually popped off, it's like closer to 2020-ish, but somewhere around there. I can't remember if it was before COVID or after COVID. I honestly can't remember. But it was right around that time. But when I first heard about Louis C.K. being weird, it was an article. It had its spin. It had its different layers. And I was like, he wouldn't do that. I trust him. I like him. I think he's a funny comedian. And it would hurt me to think that the person I like is bad. And I just didn't think about it in those exact words, but that's exactly what I felt. And I avoided the problem, right? Which is the same thing people do when they have team sports. Team blue versus team red. I don't like, Orange man bad, but also Biden man good. And it's like, but they both do the same things sometimes. And like, they will be like, when Orange man does it, it's bad. But when Biden man does it, it's good. It's dumb. So I was thinking the same thing where I was like, I want Louis C.K. to be a good guy. So I don't want to believe the negative things. And then later on, when it finally became too much to ignore, I had to approach it. But I was like, man, I do remember that people would talk about how these things is not a new revelation and it's been talked about before. And I'm like, I did hear about it before. And I did not have the same reaction that I do now, or, at the time when it first came out as a big story. And I'm like, damn, I have my biases. I have the things that stop me from being able to hear things properly. So I hope that those Vosh people are on their journey. And this is the first time they've ever had something bad happen to their favorite creator, or, feel that they're being bamboozled and they're just going like, I'm trying to ignore this because I want to see the good in them. Maybe Vosh still fights for Medicare for all or something like that. So that's why people would still be there. I don't know. I haven't actually ever really watched Vosh, obviously. So I hope that that's why the audience is so big, unless it's a bunch of lolly enjoyers that all go there just for the lolly content specifically or something. That would suck because that would be a bad thing. You said you would cancel your live subscription if I even thought about messaging an underage fan. Yeah. You've given up on far more important people to you. Nobody is safe from me denouncing them. Sure. Do you feel like there was ever the first person you started denouncing, or did you feel like you were always comfortable denouncing people no matter how soon it happened? Because I know I had some barriers to let go. Always? That's impressive. Some people have said that like you're not born a leftist. You have to be taught that way. I guess you could be like raised in a leftist family, but look at fucking Kamala Harris. Her fucking parents are crazy leftists, and then she's the most neoliberal motherfucker out there. That's true. You could have hyperfixation with solidarity, and you just happen to always be that way. That's kind of funny. I guess that's possible. That's kind of possible. Okay, I can see that. There's no reason that couldn't happen. If people can be that interested in Sonic the Hedgehog or trains, then why couldn't you be that interested in solidarity, right? It just naturally clicked for you. Yeah. My superpower is being willing to be wrong and trying to be as honest as possible about growing through it. And it's not the hardest, we're not doing like oppression Olympics because, me as a cishet white guy, I don't got it that hard, but, it's difficult to know when to trust what I think. Because sometimes I think things right off the bat, but then I've gotten better at having, more varied news sources that share things with me. And then they have the opposite opinion at first. And I'm like, fuck. Really? Am I that bad at things? And then they explain things and I'm like, okay, that seems reasonable. That seems like understandable, right? Damn. There is an option. Hold on. I'm going to lag for just a second when I pull up my controls here. Whoop. Output. Oh, wait. Stream. So there's this thing for enhanced broadcasting, which I don't think I have the approval to do it on Twitch just yet, but automatically optimizes your settings to encode and send multiple video qualities to Twitch. So basically, sometimes as a affiliate, not a full partner, because I don't have 75 average viewers, rip. the amount of transcoding that's available for me is limited. But if I turn this on, the idea is that I can let my machine transcode for them. And this would require additional horsepower, but I got horsepower to spare on my computer. So I can try utilizing this on the next time we stream. And hopefully, if you've noticed this being a consistent issue, maybe when I turn this on, you'll notice it being less of a consistent issue. If the creators stray from that, they can get fucked for your morals. Shadiversity even considered entertaining the anti-woke shit. I was like, out. I'm trying to think, have I heard of Shadiversity before, or is it just such a cool, quirky, funny name that I feel like I've heard it because it's you combining multiple words? I'm going to guess it's probably the latter. Well, I'm sorry that ended up being bad. I can remember John Mulaney was a comic I liked after, the Me Too movement and a few other things, and I had a bunch of specials that I really enjoyed. And I was thinking to myself, like, I wanted to tweet at him being like, yo, motherfucker, I've been hurt before. You better not become like some secret piece of shit. And then he like left his wife for some younger person and then did some weird shit. But I think he also had some substance abuse or whatever it is. John Mulaney? Yeah. I'm new in town. That guy. There's a horse in the hospital guy. I'm trying to think of the more famous bits or whatever. So then I was worried that they was kind of an asshole. And like, some personal life stuff falling out and going through different forms of rehab and things. I can imagine that being weird. Comics greater than comics. I literally read that as comic books greater than comics, but it's just the word twice. English language is crazy. I guess there's like context that I know that you're talking about another thing. Oh, you showed me this before, I think, with the Princess Peach wearing pants, I think. Or I'm completely connecting even more bizarre stories in my mind. I need to finish this video. Let's finish this AI video.
Provided harmful advice, including, suicidal ideation or attempts. I think you could have chatbots that not just say once, I'm a chatbot, I'm not human, but actually multiple times reminding the user that this is not a human person they're interacting with. And again, providing resources when somebody is, engaging in a back and forth that, as a therapist, I would be extremely concerned about. Those therapists that are able to successfully
At one point, not to completely pause every 2 seconds, I was trying to get like an AI thing to make an image because like Hassan did something stupid and I wanted to make an AI image, seeing if I could make one real fast. And it was like, oh, I can't make an image of a real person. And you couldn't convince it not to or whatever. And I just gave up after like 2 or 3 times trying. So there are guardrails that you can put up, obviously, where it's like, oh yeah, sorry, I'm not allowed to give you therapeutic advice. So as soon as I begin, you can tell me everything you want to tell me or whatever. A, because they love data, and B, because they want to give you a place to speak and to journal or whatever. And maybe they can even reflect on a journal, but then again, clarify it's not therapy and then post the crisis hotline or whatever, or resources for getting therapy for real. And then also like financial advice. I'm not able to give financial advice. I am not able to give, like whenever there's any of these different things that are supposed to be walled off. Now, how do you get that? Regulation. How do you get that? A strong government. I guess. That's a crazy character trait of a Supergirl. Is that a natural state of Supergirl? Like I think you did it before, right? But that's supposed to be like just a running thing where she's just always trying to find a way to die but can't because she's too strong. Or what the fuck? I mean, characters being characters is one thing. Like, there can never be a bad character in a movie because bad people are bad. Her planet exploded. That's really sad and terrible for her entire planet and all her population. But also, she's an intergalactic space being. So it's like saying that, like, my neighborhood is gone. It got wiped out by a hurricane. You know, like, in normal context, that would be an omega tragedy that makes you so despair filled. But when you work with the intergalactic, different dimensional bullshit, like, there's more to look at in the world. You know what I mean? Technically. Well, I guess not the world, but the universe.
Integrate AI. I think those are the situations that are going to help reduce suffering faster. And that's really, at the end of the day, what we all want.
The tech companies need to.
But she's known more people since then, so it's no longer everyone. In a similar but different example, you could say like a child that stayed home sick, did not go to school this day, and then during the school, a tornado killed everybody at the school. That's everyone they've ever known. But then they can learn and see more people. Not saying that it's not sad that those people died, but there's more to this world than just one thing. There's more to that, more to the DC universe than just Krypton. Right? If Palestinians are exiled from Palestine, they are ethnically cleansed from the area and pushed out, and nobody stops them, right? I don't think that they should be suicidal. There's more to live in the world, and there's more solidarity that can happen outside. I don't think they should be suicidal, even if the horrible ethnic cleansing actually happens, because there are people who still need them in this world. We all need to work together to eventually free Gaza. And we can't do that if you despair, unfortunately. I'm not saying they just get over it, kid, and like rub some dirt on it, but ultimately, you got to do something. I don't get to decide if someone is suicidal. I don't, but I also don't have to say that I'm cool with it, right? Like, it's the same idea. I'm not saying that I have some way to get into their brain and stop them, but I'm trying to find a way to not be suicidal and sharing that. That's also what I can do. You don't get to decide that I don't get to have pushback against it, technically, right? Also, it's a Supergirl. It's a comic book. Now, comic books are great to trolley problem things into your own mind and create, give you an outlet both for fun, but also to think about things. I'm not against that idea to say it's just a comic book law, but I've never had to deal with my entire world falling apart, but I have had to deal with myself being in the ICU after a really bad car accident, and my family being told by all the doctors every day that I'm going to die, and them looking at me with despair in their hearts, standing by my side when they're, it's like 2 a.m. and they're ready to go home to sleep. And then all of a sudden my heart palpitation problem, my Wolf Parkinson and White or something similar to it, kicks off. And then I'm sitting there in bed for like 3 hours straight as they're constantly shocking me to the point that I don't even remember anymore. I lost this memory. I remember being in the hospital and trying to stop my heart beating from being so excessive that I was like dying in the bed as they're all watching me. They were just about to leave. And now all of a sudden something unrelated to the fucking car accident is going to kill me. And they're giving me medicines and they go, if we can't stop his heart, he's going to die. And they finally give me some random medicine that happened to work. And then the next day I was getting scheduled for the heart ablation because they're like, we can never have that happen to you again or whatever. My internal decapitation almost killed me, whatever, right? All these bad things happened to me and my family was so distraught. I was 24-ish years old when this happened to me. And the pain, the physical pain sucked, but I could get over it, right? I forget how bad the pain was, but every day my parents still have the pain of seeing me almost die. and then they're happy as fuck that I'm not dead. But they would have had to move out from our house because I had a car accident right outside my childhood home where they still live. They wouldn't be able to go to that intersection anymore and see the spot where I died, basically. My brother would stand there and look at me, and, you know, he's always been a quiet, stoic type, and he has to just, you know, think that his brother's dying in the bed, and how can he go and play Warhammer or do other things that we used to do together anymore if I'm dead? So I realized that I matter more in the world than just myself. If I ever did get suicidal and want to hurt myself, I would be hurting all of those other individuals so deeply in a way that I could never understand. I had physical pain. They had deep emotional pain seeing me almost die. And that wasn't everybody in the world. That was just one person. But that's what gave me some context on the idea of suicide and gave me some context on the idea of you matter to more people than you realize. I am just reading your message about you don't get to say that it's not your choice. It's their life. It's just selfish. It's not our decision to make. But suicide is selfish. And solidarity is about not being selfish. You're saying how their life affects you, affects them, how your life affects them is less important than how their life affects you. I'm not saying me, I'm saying others, but I guess others includes me, right? So I get where you're coming from on that angle. Me as the entire world saying me, me, me. I don't think I'm going to be able to get moved on this, but I'm trying to be understanding and trying not to put a harsh exclamation point on my point. I don't necessarily want it to come across like I look at a person who commits suicide as a moral failing of that individual, right? Because human emotions and human lives are moving targets and dynamic. And my weakest moments could also be very similarly, you know, contained in something like that. I would say scientifically, survivors of suicide are generally happy that they failed their suicide. I would say life is meaningless. So you might as well do good while you're here, right? I am pro Dr. Kevorkian style assisted suicide under medical circumstances. But I don't think suicide is a rational thing. So it's not just like forced to go undergo more suffering. Because like most people that commit suicide are not under even a tenth the suffering that people in Gaza live with every day, right? Again, it's not always about oppression Olympics. You know, oh, they're not a gold medalist, therefore it's not valid or something, right? Again, yes, I know. But that should put it into the same perspective, because you're saying that they're forced to undergo this suffering and it's not your place. I'm not sure what that. Sure. Yeah. But I don't think that's good. And I don't think you think it's good either. Like, there's a certain, like, not a spiritual, but there's like, I guess, like a biological understanding of humanity or just life in general that suicide is like a taboo because it's outside of the norm. It's like people that want to starve themselves. If somebody's anorexic, I would be like, hey, you're medically sick. I want to give you help. It's not my choice to decide if you get to eat food or not, right? But I'm like, I know this is an illness. This is a mental illness. This is some form of harm that you're doing to yourself because of outside sources. That under normal circumstances, you would not be doing this to yourself. There's a bunch of problems with how much weight should someone have and whatever and societal guide rails. But if there was some other medical issue that someone's causing to themselves, you would go, that should require intervention to help this person because they need help. And suicide is the same thing. Because you would want to help somebody that's anorexic, I hope, but maybe you would just let them wither away and die. Because there are things that end up killing you in different ways than straight suicide, right? So anorexia kills you over, depending how fast and how long you do it, but it does kill you. That's a form of suicide. Technically, if you want to be, I guess smoking is a super slow form of suicide, but that's slow enough that life is already so short, it fits. Shaming them is not what I'm saying, though. I'm not trying to, again, like I'm trying to communicate how I'm not putting an exclamation mark on it and how I'm not putting a derogatory shame where I don't mean to. Other than saying that someone's wrong, that's shame all of a sudden, like specifically. I don't think you shame me when you correct me on the apes and monkeys thing. The shame of impacting other human beings, I guess, is looking at it from a solidaric perspective. So that part of it, I can see how it definitely comes across as shame, or it definitely is shame. So the idea of solidarity is shame then. Like you should want to unionize your fellow brothers. You think you should shame scabs. You know, I mean, like I didn't really think about solidarity being a shame aesthetic. I guess there's a positive way and a negative way to look at it, a stick and a carrot. And I was looking at the carrot, not the stick. Someone else owes your body is AKA your working life. You know, that's your money. It's completely against solidarity to kill yourself. What? Solidarity is like, I mean, maybe I have a poor, illiterate understanding what solidarity is, but it's supposed to be like working for everybody, working together with everyone. You killing yourself and making other people sad, losing, everyone else loses your ability. Your personality is now gone from the world. That hurts other people. That's anti-solidaristic. Leaving the tribe is anti-solidaristic, right? Like all of a sudden just, I don't know, going out to live in the ocean by yourself, that's anti-solidarity. Should you be forced to cut out your organs to save other lives? I think organ donations should be mandated. And I used to be anti-organ donations. So that would be solidaristic. Just be like, oh, I'm dead. Take my organs. They're yours. My organs are useful to me as a living being. So it's in the interest of solidarity for me to keep my working organs, keep my body working, right? So we should kill one person to save 4 others. No one's saying you should kill somebody. That would be solidarity. I'm not going to get into the trolley problem shit. I'm just saying that suicide is bad. Like, I'm not trying to get into a trolley problem with like, oh, would you push the fat man to save the 4 people or something, right? Because the whole point of that shit is there's no... Suicide is a thing people do. Yes, and that's bad. You agree it's bad. I want to help people not do the bad thing. Oh, but that's shame. How could you? It's not good or bad. No, it's straight bad. Suicide's bad. Suicide's bad. Like, we're not talking about, oh, this is the end of Aliens 3 where Ripley has the last xenomorph in her and she goes into the lava to make sure the xenomorphs can never harm. Like, whatever. No, suicide's bad. I told you I'm pro Dr. Kevorkian assisted suicide under medical circumstances. I understand that you're trying to make a point and I'm saying things and you're linking it back. I've told you before, Dr. Kevorkian assisted suicide. It's a very specific thing under medical conditions. Oh, you're in excruciating pain. Under medical conditions, we can see that. So either suicide isn't bad and you're putting your emotional bullshit into it, or it is bad. I don't need to do this black and white thing with you. Under certain medical conditions, if for some reason the medical community was like, yo, this person's so mentally fucked up, we should do suicide to them. And we as doctors are nodding solemnly in agreement that this is the best course of action for this individual. And this person's consenting to it. That would be an assisted suicide under medical intervention. Okay? But that's an completely made up hypothetical that we're talking about. You have a claim over their body. You say, no, your rights, your desires, it doesn't matter. I choose for you. We live in a society. We live in a world with people. We intermix with one another. We all share the same planet. We share everything. We are more linked in ways that goes deeper. It's no different anti-abortion guys. I'm not. I'm what? I'm not anti-abortion. I'm pro-abortion, whatever. Like, I'm pro-choice, okay? We share your body. I have a right to your body. Now it's mine. My understanding of the abortion rights comes down to the health of the woman is the driver of this body. And under medical circumstances, especially when there's a medical need, the abortion takes precedent. The mother's life takes precedent to continue that life versus the non-formed life, or even the just barely formed life, but because of a life or death decision, this, the vessel gets the decision, whatever it is, right? Like that. Those are the horrible moral trolley problem breakpoints that I work with. I don't care about a logical inconsistency, because that's different. I'm saying suicide is bad. I do not think suicide is a good thing. Obviously, assisted medical suicide is a special case because it's a different thing. Like, the term suicide doesn't mean, I guess, if you want to be as, I guess what I'm feeling is pedantic and include every possible combination of that. But I'm like, the basic idea of suicide is like a sad person with a chair and a noose, right? That's the general understood basic idea of what suicide is. And I think that's bad. And I want to stop that. And people who survive suicide go like, yeah, I'm glad someone stopped that, or I'm glad I didn't do it right, and then I got help. I do run off feelings a lot because I'm a human being. You've abandoned any care for reality and have embraced reactionarism. And equally as many people do it again. Reoccurring problems, relapsing, totally happens. A person who's sober from substance abuse is happy to be free of substance abuse, but they might relapse. It's, the substance abuse is a bad thing. Their addiction to substances that hurt them is a bad thing. Whether or not they go back to drinking again because of a bad part of their life has resurfaced doesn't mean that drinking is chill. Substance abuse and addiction to harmful chemicals is bad. I'll say it. I mean, it's bad for them. It's bad for society. It's bad. Like this is like a libertarian view I'm seeing from this, right? That's like a but there is something more there that it's not neutral. You are the lake ripples. The lake ripples. And society, it impacts society. That's why it's illegal. It's because it impacts society. Society sucks when people just randomly off themselves. When all of a sudden the doctor who had, scheduled to do a surgery for somebody is now dead. Suicide is illegal. It's 100% illegal. It's dumb that it's illegal because you're dead, but it's illegal. I've never known suicide not to be illegal. I guess I never looked up the law. Now, when I type this in, it's going to be like, whoa, bro, Help is available. Yes, thank you. Suicide is no longer considered a crime. Ooh, I guess they've changed it? Based off of the term no longer, but it could have been a long time ago. Some states have attempted suicide listed as their crime statutes. Assisted suicide, which is a whole different thing. That's not much of a definition. The legal status of suicide. 7 as of February 2024. In 17 countries, suicide is currently illegal. An additional 20 well, which countries? And an additional 20 follow Islamic or Sharia law where suicide attempts to be punishable with jail. Majority of countries' laws making it illegal to abate, aid, or encourage, but the nature and punishment of illegal action varies. Laws in places with civil, common law, Islamic law. Okay, I'm just talking about America. Mostly. Well, in an additional 20 follow Arabic, but in 17, it's illegal. I understand. Help, yes. Suicide, okay, Wikipedia makes way more sense. Text, large. Ancient Athens, assisted suicide laws. Algeria, Angola, Botswana, Burkina Faso. Oh, they have like the okay, hold on. Where's, I guess it'd be under U for United States? What? The United States? No. Oh, Africa. Got it. Scrolling. Legal. Wait. Legality, penalty, notes. Why is there 3 different branches? Legal in some states, illegal. It must be like suicide, physician-assisted suicide, and voluntary euthanasia. Voluntary euthanasia, illegal. Regular suicide, legal. Suicide in the United States, legal in some cases. Oh, what's this one? What are these colors? Suicide rate, okay. History. The suicide rates dropped in certain states, been linked to the legalization of same-sex marriage in those states. Huh. Maybe attempted suicide's illegal? What? Why have I always heard that it's illegal? This is like a real paper. I suppose. North Carolina Law Review. Hey, that's Appalachia. 1914 and 1862 and 1778. Holy fuck. That's just some old ass law. I'm probably gonna actually read this thing. Boom, right here. Suicide was a felony. Boom, got it. See, I'm right. Ah, they changed it under recent terms. Ah, I can't be expected to keep up with all these changes as of 1778 or whatever. I forget what common law was supposed to mean back then. Well, it's labeled to a 1. So 1 is Rex versus Man, which is 1914. If I'm somehow believing how this works. But even then, it's, you know, fucking before World War One. So, you know. The validness of it is, you know, fucking Civil Rights Act wasn't happening. But, you know, like, women didn't have the right to vote. You know what I mean? Or did they? I don't even know. In America. 18? 1920. Yep, there you go. So they didn't have the right to vote back then. I mean, this is my normal guy perspective of suicide is bad. It's bad for the country. It's bad for your neighborhood. It's bad for your family. It's bad for your friends. It's bad for yourself, obviously. Like, it's one of those, like, I think people should be required to wear a helmet and seatbelts. You know what I mean? It's their fucking right to not wear a seatbelt. But it's like, bro, we are in a society. So maybe that's a better example of how to phrase my shit. Let me think back to where the empathy for me comes in, and also how the logistics come in. You should wear a helmet when you ride a bike. It should be a law to do so. You should wear a seatbelt when you drive in a car. It's just a law to do so. If your carelessness allows you to get injured in a car accident, it's a burden upon the medical facilities of everybody. We all share a certain number of ICU beds, ventilators. We saw how in the pandemic, when there is a rush on it, people die because of lack of access, where before there was plenty of access. I think it's a law that you should wear a fucking mask during a pandemic, that kind of thing, right? That's their personal freedom because of solidarity is why I view that. And then that extrapolates out all the way to encompass the idea of suicide being anti-solidaristic. I understand where you're coming from about how the idea of utilizing the shame element of solidarity is using a fascist idea of controlling another human being because of the will of the others, whatever it is. But that is the price to pay to having other humans around you to give you benefits. That's just one of those things that, and that's maybe where the other chatter is like, you're too authoritarian, I can't stand it. That makes sense to me. We are social beings. That's how it makes sense for it to work. And also science seems to back the idea based off of the understanding and the, obviously it's going to be a biased view because it's all by people who want to live versus people who want to die in the moment. But, I'm not trying to say because there's a bunch of people that do that thing where look, all these people who, detransitioned in trans are happier now or something, but that's a vocal minority, and it doesn't match the data because people are generally happy when they transition, right? So that's similar to the idea that people are happy when they don't do suicide. It's the same idea behind it. Society lays claim over your life before yourself. Yeah, if we allow people to humanly kill themselves, overwhelm the morgues, we should keep them blowing their brains out in their bedrooms for their loved ones. But so the idea of people wearing a seatbelt because you're going to break your ribs and you're going to have to do unnecessary medical things when you fly into your steering wheel, or you're going to fly out the window, or just that an accident that could have been not life-threatening is now life-threatening, and or you've killed somebody. If I bump into somebody on wearing a motorcycle and then they crack their skull on the pavement and they die, where they wearing a helmet, they would just fall over and go, oh shit, okay, hold on, let's get this paint job fixed and let's share our insurance information. So at one point, it's just one of those annoying things that happens. On the other point, I lived the rest of my life knowing that I killed somebody. And their dead body I see it in my mind every time I look at, I walk outside, I imagine that dead, busted up brain every time I look at the fucking ground. I have PTSD all of a sudden, right? Society works worse when that shit happens. And society is what makes life, we get to go to the moon, we get to make food, we get to, continue propagating the population, all these good things, right? Whatever, right? Humanity gets to exist because of this, social gathering of humans that then trade food for one another. Do you, not to completely derail, but I am curious, are you an anti-seatbelter? I don't think people should be allowed to drunk drive. Even if they only kill themselves, it's bad. Obviously, they can hurt others. If a person commits suicide, they can cause a biohazard because their rotting corpse could then infect people and get them sick. There's all kinds of things that are bad beyond just the life lost, the resources lost, the worker lost. There's just so much that it's just a bad thing. It's I guess it's similar to the I know it when I see it kind of thing, where it's that's bad. We should not encourage that. We should actually actively work against that. I get the idea of personal freedoms, but that's the most ultimate form of personal freedom where I think it's just going a little too far, We shouldn't encourage abortions. We should work against that outlaw abortions. I understand you're trying to do that's what you're saying by saying that. It's the same argument. I want to make sure I really understand your argument because I feel like I just want to say no, but I need to understand it first. I don't think the suicide booths in Futurama were a good thing. They were a joke about how bad the future would be if that was real, right? I think you would agree that that's a bad thing. Maybe you saw it as a good thing. Or yes, it's a TV show. I saw that as a bad thing. The same way I say suicide is bad, I see the suicide booth as a joke because suicide is bad. So having a booth for it is silly because suicide is bad. That's the majority of my entire argument is just that premise. And you're saying I am ripping away and I'm being a fascist and I'm basically the anti-abortion person now because I looked at the show Futurama and said, that's silly. Suicide's bad. And they put it in there like it's normal. Right? That's the majority of my perspective on this. Right? So I'm curious if you are with me on that part of it. Because then there's a deeper, larger moral question beyond that. But that's the majority of the statement of suicide is bad comes from that perspective and that type of analysis of just the average guy on the street style. Yeah, suicide's bad. Of course. Right. Like I literally thought it was illegal. Like not that the law mattered at all, but I thought it was just illegal. Right. Because it's just a bad thing. Like I never even thought to look it up because I just assumed that it was such an obvious bad that like the idea of murder is like, yeah, it's illegal to murder. Right. I don't have to look that up. I just know it's illegal. Right. It's one of those things. I think it's good that it's not technically illegal. Right. Because the last thing a person who is surviving an attempted suicide needs is to go to jail. That's the last thing that they need. I agree, right? But again, I'm a man who looks at pictures and laughs and points and says, suicide bad, right? I think that's a completely rational understanding of the world around us without having to understand complex theory and morality, right? That's a pretty standard idea to have. And also, it's, I don't know, evolutionary biology. I try to do less and less evolutionary biology thinking about things because I don't like the way that trends or whatever it is. But it makes sense that we think suicide's bad because we kept living or whatever, right? As a living being, it makes sense. At least to get you long enough to nut and have children. I don't think you're in favor of the joke suicide booth. I'm saying that we're in agreement. That's the majority of where my entire position of suicide's bad meant. Right? That's like literally 95% of everything that I've been trying to say is just that aspect of it. Because you would also see that the suicide booth thing as a hilarious dystopia because life sucks and that's bad. Where a legitimate solution to how bad life is just giving people the option to just take themselves out. That's bad. You should fix the society, right? The society should not just be installing suicide booths because people are sad. They should make society better for those people. Makes complete sense that that's a bad thing. And that's funny because it's bad because it's subverting your expectations. You know, oh, I thought this was a phone booth. Egads, this is a suicide booth. What kind of world is this? Right? I've told you that I am pro. It would solve a lot of suicide. I think a lot of suicide comes, like literally gambling is the number one suicide contributor. And the problem with gambling comes from loss of finances. I told you. And I know you're just trying to make a point, but you know I am for, whoa, that's someone's right to gamble. You're trying to shame them for gambling? Whoa, bro. That's their right to just put some money down on some odds. Why would you ever think you have the right to tell them? You think that all of a sudden you got safe and legal fucking gambling, and all of a sudden you think that they're going to do? You think that, oh, okay, now significant amounts. Now you're setting up different fucking rules. You're saying they shouldn't do it. They shouldn't be allowed to. You're saying, right? I'm not trying to put a bunch of bullshit on you for saying that. I just feel like I'm getting a lot of bullshit thrown at me for saying the most basic, like suicide's bad, like the most basic fucking idea. I'm getting hit pretty hard here. And I've told you, I agree with medical assisted suicide. I'm a Dr. Kevorkian truther. I don't know why you think I'm against that idea. And you keep bringing up these, like, what if there was all these medical people that said this thing with bone cancer is so bad and they have to do it? I've never said that's a bad thing. I don't give a fuck if you're going to say that me saying suicide is bad, but obviously the specific medical intervention situation is different than just the idea that suicide is bad. That I can laugh at that joke on the show, but also side with Dr. Kevorkian under proper circumstances. Like, it's so fucking frustrating to me that you have so little charitability for me that you go that way. Incredibly depressed to you means something. To me means something different. I think it's bad if it's my thing, but you think it's good if it's your thing. Several. 3? Medical conventions, people figuring out limitations, a board to decide when it's safe to do so. Each situation is different, unique. 0, why not? Fuck it. 0 is bad. Theoretically, a person who's suicidal is so out, under certain circumstances, obviously not the bone cancer one, right? But a person who's suicidal needs to be under the review whether or not they are a rational actor. Generally, when people are suicidal, they are not acting rationally. Case in point, when they survive, they're happy. Bad because something we own them. Something we own them. No, it's just bad. It's just like Futurama point at it. That's bad. That's it. I don't know why you're fighting on this so hard. And you're making me out to be this horrible fascist for thinking that suicide is bad. And saying that I'm a fucking abortion hater because I think suicide is bad. You're trying to extrapolate extremes out of a traditionally reasonable understanding. Criminalize being mean. That's an extreme. I use extremes frequently to test limits on things. You're saying it's the same argument. So I get that you're not saying that I am, which is true. There's obviously a different layer with the abortion thing. It's mostly because the freaks care about the life inside more than the woman themselves, than just an individual suicidal case. So there might be some nuance that is worth breaking apart, despite using the same premise as a starting point, I guess. Like, I'm trying to think of exactly, because I don't see myself as making the same argument they are. Like, I think of it as the same argument as wearing a helmet and wearing a seatbelt. That's my understanding of the argument. But you're saying it's the I control your body abortion issue. So I guess I take some offense to that comparison, and I'm trying to understand it. And then also I'm trying to think about why doesn't it click with me? Where's the difference? I would love to find a difference because I'm trying to think that I don't think that way, right? I don't care too much about what societies have done. I care about in the sense that people say that trans people aren't normal, and I say, actually, it's more normal than you think. That's why I bring it up in the trans debate, because people generally just say, it's been man and woman, what's with all this change? And also, I don't mind change. I love change. Sometimes too much, I like change. But caring about what people have done before doesn't matter to me as much for especially like forward thinking things. You're saying an individual body autonomy doesn't matter because of how it affects other people. In the anti-abortion case, the fetus. Well, but that's like, again, that's how I'm saying that their reasoning, they don't care about the health of the mother. They specifically don't care about the health of the mother. I'm caring about the health of the person when it comes to the suicide thing. I don't think a person who is suicidal can consent. Unless you have medical approval to prove that you're consenting, which is like the Dr. Kevorkian style, then that's fine. But regular people, when they commit suicide, I'm going to say 99%. I'm going to say probably 99.9%. They're not consenting. They're no longer able to consent. That's like the basic default of what I'm saying. But I do. You can't say I don't care. That's why I say. You can't stop suicide. You can just make it less effective. So now people who will fail will live with deformities and lifelong pain. I wish we could 100% have a world where suicide never happens. I wish we could have a world where nobody drops their bread and it falls butter side down. Dropping your bread butter side down is bad. The suicide booth is bad. Two true things. I know we'll never live in a world where the bread won't fall down. Whatever. It doesn't mean it's not bad. It doesn't mean I'm bad for saying it's bad. And if the board of fucking, people that they go to apply for the suicidal thing says so, then I guess it is. Because the body of science proves it. All I can do is look to the scientists in that situation. Because they know way more than I do, right? But if they say no, then I'm like, I'm sorry, bro. They said no. But I'm not letting some random guy decide. The same reason if I want my kidney removed, I can't just get it done. It's my body, goddammit. The doctor will be like, I cannot do medical malpractice on you. I'm not going to remove your kidney when it's healthy. I might have a fucking thing that tells me that I need to cut off limbs of my body, right? That's bad. I don't care if I'm like being ableist because they have a brain disease that makes them want to cut off their fingers and cut off their arms and legs. That makes them happy, goddammit. But that's bad. That's a disease that's bad. I'm a normie for saying this. That is a real thing. Think about it. The world is full of how many billions of people? There's going to be a thing. That is a thing. I'm not saying schizophrenia and depression are the same thing. Body integrity dysphoria. Also, body integrity identity disorder, amputee identity disorder, eczema, formerly called anthropomophilia, a rare mental disorder characterized by the desire to have sensory or physical disability, feeling discomfort when being able-bodied, beginning in early adolescence, resulting in harmful consequences. It's rare and frequently studied condition where there is mismatch between the mental body image and the physical body, characterized by intense desire for amputation or paralysis of limbs. Usually a leg, or become blind or deaf. This is bad. This is a bad thing. I'm not just making up a random... Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Again, you're so discharitable to me. Fuck you, man. Asshole. I'm straight up gonna get pissed off, man. This person wants to cut off their arm. How dare you say they can't? What if they want to cut off their arm? If the doctor says they can cut off their arm, they can cut off their arm. That's what I say. If they want to cut off their arm on their own, that's bad. That's less intense than suicide. And suicide's more intense. Okay, you're asking the question, but you heard me, right? When I said, you're not being charitable to me whatsoever. When you said, you can just make up a random, I even put the fucking message on the screen. You can make up a random thing. I didn't make up a random thing. And I'm saying, if someone wants to cut off their arm, that's bad. You think it's completely comparable. Ending your life or ending the life of your arm. It's the same thing. I think this is bad. But under right medical circumstances, if someone needs to get their arm cut off, they should do it. But if they just have a desire to get their arm cut off, like somebody having a desire, like this person who wants their arm cut off is consenting to get their arm cut off. But they can't consent to get their arm cut off because that's just one of those things that just does not compute. That is against the idea of consent specifically. Now, under medical circumstances, when the need is required, that's separate from just the consent because there's a specific need that has to happen. The disease is not a germ. It is just a thing that happens. Suicidal ideation is also a thing that is caused by outside forces. It is not just a natural thing that happens inside of you. Or if it's a natural thing, it is a anomaly natural, as in it's randomly natural that it happens as a, cancer is natural that it happens bizarrely. I don't know if it's just raw genetic. What are you talking about? What? Look, it's the same way cancer is natural, but it's unnatural, right? Like it's like natural in the sense that it's nature and it's biology, but it's not natural as in like the basic default state should not have that. It's considered a bad thing happening, even if it is a natural thing, right? A tumor is not. Are you talking about being sad? Is that how you see depression? Depression as an outside, non-normal default state, helpful, beneficial thing? Yes, I see depression as a bad thing. Depression is a disorder / disease. Depression is in sorrow. I have depression. Okay. I take antidepressants specifically. I know that depression is a medical thing specifically. I don't understand what this continued. Those are not equivalent forces. You mean sorrow is not depression? Sorrow is worse than depression? But sorrow is not caused by outside forces. Sorrow is also natural and genetic, or sorrow, because sorrow is, the idea of sorrow, which I'm not the same, don't function the same, but sorrow, in this definition that you're using in the word term sorrow, feeling of deep distress caused by loss, disappointment, or other misfortune suffered by oneself or others. Pretty standard definition of sorrow. I suppose there's a few different meanings of it. So you're saying depression causes suicide, but sorrow doesn't, or sorrow does and depression doesn't? Which one are you trying to say? Because you brought up this idea of sorrow and how they're different. And I didn't even talk about sorrow. So I'm not sure why you're doing this. I mean, you might kill yourself if you're sad, but it's like probably pretty spur of the moment. People who are suicidal have a pretty short-term period of actually acting it out, to the point that a combination lock on a gun safe can stop them from committing suicide because it takes a little bit longer to get into the gun. So yes, it is specifically a weak moment in an otherwise long depressive moment of their life. People will think about it for years and dabble across it, but the moment where they're willing to do it and actually going to action it is different than being suicidal is different than committing suicide. Being suicidal is sometimes even a side effect of drugs, where you're supposed to disclose that with your medical professionals, depending on what medicines you're on, because they don't want to fuck up your brain chemistry so much that you become suicidal, where you then think about suicide or self-harm in any way, because they don't want that to build up for a long time. They want to stop that, nip it in the bud, because it's a bad thing. You know that I'm pro medical, like, overview of the idea of suicide. You know I'm totally on board with that. I've said it a bunch of times. And you keep acting like I'm not for that. I'm just saying suicide's bad. You think it's bad to walk into a hospital and say, gun now, please. And they go, I think I heard you right. Kabam! You would also agree that's bad. And that's what I'm saying. That's the simple thing that I'm saying. And I keep acting like I'm doing this incredible thing. I understand you're talking about depressed people, and I've said to you, if the medical board, the people that review the information with the proper scientific information, say this person is so sad and there's nothing we can do, and they are saying that they want to die, and we look at all the data and we're like, you know what? They're consenting. They want to die. Let's do it. Right? Then they do that. That's the medical board. They signed off. And I'm like, well, there's no problem here because the board signed off. If the board says we got to cut this guy's arm off, and I'm like, I don't see a reason to do it, and the doctors are like, we got to do it. I'm like, okay, doctors, do it. It's the same thing. But being sad and then wanting to kill yourself and being able to do it, that's bad. What is this thing that you're bringing up now? You're trying to find a reason to not like what we're saying. You want to find this thing that, like, you want to have this extra fucking connotation on it because of the affecting of other people. We're just saying the suicide that fast without any fucking medical overview of it is bad. You agree that it's bad. You say you don't think that people should be able to walk into a hospital and get shot in the head. Why do you think they shouldn't be able to do that? Do you think it's bad because it affects other people? Why do you think that? You just said you thought it. You're getting on me for saying that, and you just said it. People should have precautions in place. That's the medical board that says that it's medically necessary. Natural process. I don't give a fuck if they want to drop a rock on their head at that point. If the bone cancer guy or the so incredibly depressed person that the doctors still sign off on a guy wants to fucking jump off of a thing, you know, get eaten by wolves, whatever the fuck they decided they want to do, and the doctors sign off on it, I don't give a fuck. I don't care the healthy way. Again, that has nothing to do with the conversation at all. The medical assistants said we didn't talk about the fucking procedures of it, how it's done. I know about the people that, like, you buy the bag of gas and you, like, slowly just slump and you die under this weird thing that removes oxygen and does the thing. Like, there's a whole, like, message board of people that will not help you, but technically tell you everything you needed to do and then sit with you so that you have somebody with you when you die. Like, there's a whole, like, group that does that. I'm aware of that. I don't care how it's done. Once the bad part is figured out, and then it's like, oh, this is a situation where it needs to happen. Then however it needs to happen, it's going to happen, whatever. But you agree that someone walking into the hospital and saying, I would like to be dead now, please. And they go, did you say that? And then they kill him or whatever. That's bad. You agreed with me that it's bad. And then you get on me for saying, but why do you think it's bad? Because of this societal, fascism or whatever. And I'm like, I just think it's bad. I don't really have much else to say other than that. Like, there are reasons that I can say, but ultimately it's just bad. And you agree that it's bad. Why do you think it's bad? I'm not going to get on you and say I'm on a soapbox and say, how dare you think it's bad that happens, because you can just think it's bad. I think someone dropping their ice cream is bad. I don't care if the guy wants to drop the ice cream. I just think the idea that dropping ice cream is bad. Ah, shucks, Butterfingers. Stubbing your toe is bad. I can say it. I can say it. Stubbing your toe is bad. I can say that. I don't get how, I'm the most fucked person ever for saying suicide is bad. And it seems like you were in agreement with me based off of the example you said about the hospital. Whatever. Video's over. Mood is gone. I'm being a bit hyperbolic, but you were saying that I'm following the same line of thinking as the anti-abortion people, and that I don't have the right to tell somebody to think that their suicide is a bad thing. I don't have the right to think that their suicide is bad. How dare I? Whatever version of, whatever scale of worst person I belong on that. Whatever that is. Here, let's get some slop instead. I don't think the people who want to commit suicide are the worst people. I just think suicide is bad. Especially, specifically, non-medical approved suicide is bad. Medically approved suicide, that's, it's sad, obviously. It's like, ah, shucks, that stinks. But that's different. That's a medical procedure. And unfortunately, an incredibly tragic one, where the only possible ethical decision is just letting the person die with some form of dignity and painlessness, right? Because that's just the most fucked thing ever. But we live in a world of pain and sadness to some degree, and we're all going to die one day. So that sucks. That's bad. But unmedically assisted suicide is bad, in my opinion. Both bad because people are in a world where they go unhelped with their depression, where they have societal needs that are constantly causing them stress to the point that they get to the point. All these different things, these capitalism that just fucking is doing so much damage to them. Yes, you agree with me then. Exactly. You agree with me. Not because you have a hangout with suicide itself. You're agreeing with me at every point, but then you add this extra thing at the end. You think you don't get to treat ADHD on your own. You can't just go out and buy meth and say, I have ADHD, I'm going to get this meth. You need a doctor to do it. Because the meth you get is not going to be as good as actual ADHD meds. Just wanting to kill yourself without the medical need to do so is bad. Wanting to take meth is bad. I mean, I'm not as incredibly anti-drug, whatever, but I don't think alcohol is good. I don't think alcohol is good. But it's not as bad as suicide, right? So it's like, okay, that's definitely a pick your battles thing. I have a problem with it because A, they had to do it, right? They got to the point where they felt like they needed to, which is just bad, which just makes sense. The whole idea of the suicide booth thing was bad because it was a dystopia, and that's sad and bad. The things that lead up to it are generally things that should not happen. So that was what makes the end result bad. But so it's society that in these situations, obviously the bone cancer one is not a society problem generally, but the depression ones, that is a society thing. The depression comes from interactions with society, interactions with capitalism, interactions with being a part of a society. When you're outside of a society with your Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you don't form depression because you're just a survival animal, right? That's what forms a depression. So you're dying for something that's not your fault. I think that's bad. That's where the methodology for that sentence comes from, right? As dumb guy as it is, this just put it down to that simple terms. Animals are depressed too. Pets are. I don't know that a bear in the woods is clinically depressed, right? You know what I mean? Like, sea mammals can beach themselves sometimes. Whether that's actually suicide or that's just trying to, do all these different things. Weird animals being dumb and just dying because they're dumb. Whether or not a pod of fucking whales does reach the hierarchy of needs because they're the apex herbivore in their region, and so they're able to then create a layer where they can actually be depressed and commit suicide. I don't fucking know. I'm not a whale scientist. I have a nuke the whales pin because you got to nuke something. Animals kill themselves all the time. Animals end up doing things that lead to their deaths. Birds fly out to sea the wrong way. But I don't think it's necessarily clinical depression that led that seagull to fly the wrong way. Like, it's just sick and it flies the wrong way because, an ant gets a fungus in the brain and then it climbs up the wrong thing and then ends up spreading spores because it's being mind controlled by the fungus. Like, I don't know if seagulls are specifically able to, they have the same migration urge. It's not because they really want to go see the fucking South. It's just the thing that's inside their body that makes them go. The fucking salmon swim upstream to fucking lay their eggs. I don't think it's like a goddamn desire. It is. That makes the rat stop eating or eat its you or whatever. It's young? I'm trying to think if it's a typo or if it's... Yes. Well, they eat their young as a survival aspect because they go, oh shit, not enough food, mouth to feed. I'll just eat that. That way I get some food and have one less thing to feed or whatever. Like, there's brutal ass shit in nature all the time. That's a myth. What's a myth? That they eat their young? I've never owned a rat, so I just go off of what's been told to me. If I've been told a myth, I guess, then I've been told a myth. I'm laying a layer of like logic behind the idea of an animal being like, oh, I'm so hungry, I'll eat my own baby. Because you might be thinking to yourself, no, don't eat the baby. You love your baby. But I don't know that a rat loves anything. Also, that's just what I've been told. I don't own a rat. I'm not a rat scientist. I just go with what they tell me, and I go, okay. And then I go with what they tell me. I hear summaries of what they say and then forget most of it and then only have a bit in my fucking frontal lobe. Birds get anxious and rip out all their feathers. Yeah, birds are social animals. Birds need to have communities. It's the society around them. It's the fact that they're stuck in a cage with no one to talk to is why they get anxious and why I'm not really a big bird owning kind of guy. Incredibly intelligent. There's a bird society out there that can cause some negative things. I doubt the random pods and murders of crows or whatever the fuck they're called out there are all perfect. And also fucking global warming and, you know, food resources and human expansion can cause all kinds of problems. They have a society just like everything else does. But, you know, they could be higher enough on the thing that, you know, get anxiety or whatever. I might be a bit of a human supremacist where I initially start off with the idea that most animals are complete chuds or whatever. We're on a bit of a tangent here with the animal thing. I'm not trying to die on a hill of animals can't be depressed or whatever, but we got here because of something. I'm saying the society. Oh, that's where it was. I was like, it's society, whereas in nature, you don't have the society, whatever it is. But I guess there's always some form of society is just the world around you, including the natural world or your man-built world. So, and there was a pointless thing to go down. Because then it starts a debate about the consciousness of rats or other mammals versus an ant versus all these other things. And it's like, well, that's kind of not necessarily the topic at hand. But I was trying to fucking move on from this. Sure. All words are made up, but sure. You knew what I meant. Word successful. Did I have it as my clipboard still? Let's see. I'll just copy it again when I fuck it up. This gets added to the Discord. Maybe you don't have Discord.
Goal here of this sort of moral panic is just the
Do you remember Little Tay? Cash Me Outside. How about that?
ultimate goal here of this sort of moral panic is just to re-entrench and uphold the ability to control women.
They're much older now, but yes. Dr. Phil episode, Dr. Phil, trash television, Oprah, Orbiter, Oprah Winfrey, big person in the back in the 90s. You know, like my daughter's out of control and I can't stop her. You know, episode 500 of the Dr. Phil show. And she's out there, you know, dating boys and doing drugs, and I need to stop her. And she was like, you know, an outrageous child. And she said some stupid, cash me outside, how about dad, or whatever, you know, busted up Ebonics, trailer trash, whatever, you know, everyone laughs. They make memes out of it. Then she grows up and starts a rap career shortly after, getting a bit of viral following. And then she made an OnlyFans account and got millions of people. The moment she turned 18, it was like loaded with people buying her fucking nudes or whatever. That's the idea. Oh yeah, Dr. Phil's a piece of shit. Yeah, he's a huge fucking He's a stain on this world to the point where he even was working with the Trump administration to do celebrity ICE detentions when that shit first popped off. Gross piece of shit.
And strip women's autonomy from them.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Free Speech Friday, my series where I cover the fight for free expression, privacy, and civil rights online. A few days ago, 18-year-old social media star Lil Tay made over $1 million by launching an OnlyFans account shortly after her 18th birthday. Even though she apparently only posted safe for work content to her page, the launch generated a massive backlash online. People on the left and the right are now calling for OnlyFans to be banned and for the criminalization of porn. On today's Free Speech Friday, I want to talk about Lil Tay.
Oh, Lil Tay's different. I forgot. She's not the Cash Me Outside lady. I assumed she was, but I'm thinking something different.
Tay's rise up to this point, what actually went down with her OnlyFans launch, and how this viral moment is already being weaponized to silence speech, dismantle civil liberties, and push dangerous censorship laws.
She was just like a weird little girl who held money and sat in rich cars for rage bait.
That would lead to even more exploitation of women and children online. To do this, I have Kat Tenbarge here. Kat is an amazing journalist who covers misogyny and the internet on her newsletter.
She's just some lady. I thought she was one of the people.
Welcome to Free Speech Friday.
Hi, Taylor. Thanks so much for having me.
To start off, I want to back up a little bit. And for people that don't know or forgot, because it was kind of a while ago, I want to explain like who Lil Tay is. Lil Tay first came onto my radar back in 2018. I wrote this big piece for The Atlantic called The Lil Tay Saga Reaches Its Logical Conclusion. But I feel like I had first seen her videos go viral on Instagram. She was known as the youngest flexer on Instagram, and she was basically cosplaying as like a 9-year-old rapper sitting in a bathtub rolling around in fake money.
Yes, the like most visceral memories I have of her from the very beginning are youngest flexer of the century and her being in a parking garage where she's surrounded by like luxury cars. She's getting out of the car. She's like throwing money around, and people were obviously taking it as a meme, as a joke, but there were also a lot of questions of like, who is this child and how did she get this money and is any of this real?
It's so funny because the videos that she was doing back then, I feel like today wouldn't be considered controversial. But I think back in 2017 and 2018, we just were beginning to see the explosion of the influencer economy go mainstream. And we were seeing a lot of the first generation of like true child influencers where like they were gaining attention on their own social media accounts outside of family channels and like really becoming famous kind of for doing pranks or trolls or whatever.
Yeah, it was kind of a perfect time for her rise because I feel like part of the gimmick and the confusion is that people were like, who is behind the Lil Tay account? Like, is it actually this 9-year-old child or like is someone else running the account? And then things started to trickle out, kind of exposing.
Yes, there's no way it's a little child framing up her videos and shooting them herself because she was obviously had a camera person.
What was really happening?
I broke that story actually, that it was actually Jason, her 16-year-old brother, who was really behind Lil Tay's rise and sort of orchestrated her rise to fame. This was a Keemstar obsessed, like YouTube obsessed teenager, basically, who wanted to go viral. This was like peak prank YouTube. So everything that was like ostentatious, like offensive, garish, like was doing well online. I mean, he had tried to actually, I think, like work for Keemstar or something. Keemstar was the host of Drama Alert. Like he was just this like
Speaking of pedophiles.
super YouTube pilled kid, and he saw his younger sister and was like, let me make her viral, basically. She's my ticket to fame.
I remember when you broke that story because it was such a viral obsession and it was such a like satisfying reveal to know that there was someone behind it, but it's also so sad. Like I think from the get-go I was always like, this is a very clear cut case of like there's a level of exploitation here, and the more that you reported on it, the more clear that became.
She had a big feud, I don't know if you remember as well, with like the Cash Me Outside girl, Danielle Bregoli, and Whoa Vicky. There was this whole sort of cadre of like...
I'm kind of proud of myself for not knowing the names were different. I just assumed based off the thumbnail that was the Cash Me Outside lady because she's holding cash. I forgot that there was a small girl holding cash as a different thing than the Cash Me Outside girl or whatever. But I'm happy that I did not see the name Lil Tay and go, oh, I know that's different. Or I didn't remember the Cash Me Outside girl. It's like I keep forgetting the name. I want to use it for jokes, but I keep forgetting the name of the Hawk Tuah lady. Like she has a very specific name because she was like involved in the whole scam or whatever. But then I guess she was like less involved in the scam. Still dumb to get involved with the scammers, but she's a spit on the penis coin girl, so it's like whatever. Her intelligence wasn't really important. Yeah. Well, I wanted to like, use the name in a sense to like start up a joke or whatever. Or to like make a good Twitch chat comment or something like, but I always forget what the name. So I end up going, fuck it.
Like young influencers coming up. She was the youngest. Like
I'm just glad that I don't care enough about this stuff because it is dumb that I did not have, I remember these stories vaguely when they're so I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. But I'm happy that I did not have photographic memory of this, but then forget other things that are important.
I think those girls were maybe 13, 14, but it was all this sort of like next generation kids leveraging the internet to just like get lots of attention. And yeah, it was bleak. So what ended up coming out about Lil Tay, largely in my story and elsewhere, is that like Jason, her brother, had sort of pushed her into fame. Her mother, Angela, did not speak any English. She was the daughter of this like very messy divorce. The father was in Canada. The mom had moved to LA at like Jason's behest, basically, and they were all living together while Jason sort of like bullied the mom and bullied Lil Tay into making content. That
It must have been a slow news day to do that on Good Morning America.
that, sort of went on for a little while, and then finally the father got involved, legally forced Lil Tay to move back home to Canada and was like, okay, that's enough. You need to be off the internet and you need to be back in school.
Yeah. And it's fascinating, like, that in recent years, there was a period of time where I feel like people kind of forgot about Lil Tay. Like, I first, like, certainly was not thinking about her actively, but then all of this drama over the past couple of years, like, resurfaces in a really big way.
She kind of fell off the map for years, and like COVID hit, and frankly, like entire new generations of influencers were born. And then in August 2023, there was a post made to her Instagram account that basically claimed her half-brother Jason had died. This was later confirmed to be like a hack. People were sort of unclear whether it was a publicity stunt because it sort of got people talking again and it got Lil Tay back in the spotlight. And suddenly it was like, wait a minute, is somebody on her account? Did her brother really die? Like, what's happening?
She went from being kind of like a short-lived meme back in like 2018 to a few years later, the narrative just becomes like, it's again like, who is behind all of this? Because every time she resurfaces in the public eye, it's some sort of viral stunt. And a lot of times it's like a death hoax.
So that was August 2023. And then September 2023 is when she like really reemerges. I don't know if you remember, but she was doing these like long Instagram lives. It was really chaotic. She was sort of calling people out. And then she released her first single, music, called Sucker for Green in September 2023.
I mean, like her coming out, it's like, it reminds me of like the different era, because there was an era of like television that had child actors a lot. I guess there's always an era of child actors to some degree, but there was like a one back in, I don't know, the 70s. That was obviously way before my time. And then there was like the Olsen twins were fucking showing off a lot and in a bunch of stuff. The Home Alone kid, Macaulay Culkin, was in a bunch of stuff. And then even the Nickelodeon generation a little bit later on, but similar but different. They all kind of came out and talked about all the bad things that happen to children when they're put into these, Hollywood style things. And this is like an influencer version of the same thing where it's like, okay, there are people forcing me to do these things. I don't like it. There's always that aspect. Nickelodeon was just filled with pedophiles as far as like high level people involved with things, some real fuck shit. I remember being a kid and wishing that I was an actor back when I was in love with Jim Carrey and wanted to be, seen. Yeah, especially Nickelodeon. I've said before, my brother made fun of me, but whenever an adult wants to work with children, I'm always like, I don't know, man. I'm suspicious, dude. I don't like that. Hold on. Fuck you. That's well done, Cartoon Network. I mean, mostly just dealing with cartoons and not children. I mean, but there might have been some live action stuff somewhere in Cartoon Network, but yeah. I love Cartoon Network. It was exposed to me when I was the right age to move away from Nickelodeon because the shows were kind of a little too childish, and I appreciated, the Toonami block, and then some of the other, like, Ed, Edd and Eddy was a better cartoon for me than Rugrats was, like, it made more sense. The jokes, the style, everything, just, I moved on, and then eventually Adult Swim, I sticked around for a while. Gotcha. Yeah. It seemed like there was a rule, air quotes, that was supposed to be only cartoons, but then they kind of broke that a little bit. And then even like Adult Swim would play some shows sometimes that were live action or mixed live action. But this thing here is sort of like her coming out and then doing stuff on Instagram when she's 17 or whatever. It could be important to sort of understand the damage that this bullshit fake child, rage bait bullshit does, and it's how it's a bad thing, Sure, yeah. So some value for her coming out and saying, my parents were pushing for this, my older brother was, or whatever, and then there were people behind the scenes pushing money, maybe Keemstar was involved, I don't know, whatever the problems could have been, the people pushing this on to end up doing damage to a child who has, is innocent in all this. It'd be interesting to see if there was, as a case study for people to then hopefully set up proper guardrails to make this less likely to happen in the future, but usually it doesn't happen off the first time or the 10th time.
And that sort of ended this 5-year hiatus off the internet that she had had. And she basically tried to reemerge as like a pop star and shot this elaborate music video and seemed to be kind of maybe like entering into the music.
I mean, good luck if you're able to make a career out of, the stupid meme that you were a part of, but then you end up getting to do a thing off of it. Good luck. I think like the Kombucha Girl is like a big podcaster now or something. So it's like, go for it. If you've got your claim to fame and you can then springboard that, why not?
Music industry.
It's so unfortunate, but that song was such an earworm for me. I watched it when it came out, and I was like, it was one of those things where I was like, I couldn't get it out of my head. And like, even right now, I'm like, I could like sing that song, which is so unfortunate because it's not a good song. But I also remember when it came out and like watching the music video, my thought as well was I was like, they're really adultifying her. Like, she's still a teenage girl, but she was wearing like,
I was like, huh? But that's the title of the book. I was like, huh? Got it. Oh no, actually, hold on. I still can't read. I'm glad my mom died was a book. That's the entire title, not the I still can't read. I'm glad my mom died, but I still can't read the book. I'm glad my mom died, even though it's literally terrific. Got it.
Outfits that pushed the line, like towed the line of what was age appropriate. And I didn't make any comment on it at the time because I feel like discourse around this always is just like harmful to the child because it always becomes like shaming the child, like sexualizing the child. But it was a very clear trajectory of this exploitation that you saw from the very beginning. Like, she was being objectified and she was this product. And even the song Sucker for Green is is about that. That's like literally what the song is about.
Yeah, it was really weird. And I think a lot of people were kind of like wondering, like, again, who is behind this? What is happening? There wasn't really a lot of explanation. It was sort of her back on Instagram Live saying all this stuff about her father. And then we have September 2024, where Lil Tay's social media accounts announced that she's been hospitalized with a heart tumor. She allegedly underwent open heart surgery of removing a growth. And then following that experience,
This is more of a podcast than a thing, so I'm just trying to push through it.
she released another single titled Growing Up in 2024, which didn't do as well.
No, I feel like it was truly like a boy cried wolf scenario where at that point there had been multiple sort of viral hoaxes.
Yeah, I mean, the dog piling and like the making it more of a story. Like I said, I was like, I mean, if the music video is supposed to be like pedo bait or something because she's 17 or whatever, that's not good. Try to think of where I assume that she's coming from out of charitability, but again, I guess it's just trying to specifically make something a bigger story when you know the story is going to, I mean, but kind of, I mean, I guess it's just repeating what she said. If the story blows up about hating her, and then she gets hate comments and hate raids or not hate raids, that's not Twitch, but sort of like her things get brigaded, draws more attention, so then more bad actors are involved. And instead of being mad at like the production company that's doing this to a minor, instead they just say that she's a slut, and then she has that, like, you know what I mean? Like, I can understand that perspective at the very least. But I also wouldn't say somebody fighting against it, even though it might cause some of that other collateral damage, would be doing a wrong thing because they're calling out a wrong thing, you know? So, right. And I don't know that I stand hard 10 toes down on any one side of this so far, because I can appreciate the empathy on her side, although it could just be weaponized empathy for laziness and or not doing the right thing at the time. And that's just a coping mechanism. I can see that as well. So that's my natural centrist bullshit where I'm just kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not mad at either one of you for doing something that I think ultimately was. I mean, I guess, I don't know when she said it was 2023 and that thing came out. I don't remember that happening at all. I guess I was just not watching the right things. I don't know how big of a story it was.
Where it was like, my brother's dead, like Lil Tay is dead. Like this narrative got played out to the point where it was not like getting them the attention anymore.
I think she or whoever she's working with realized that like basically these hoaxes are not hitting the way that they used to. And that sort of brings us to now. That's all 2024. It's August 2025. And Lil Tay has turned 18 and launched an OnlyFans account. She said that she recorded the content at 12:01 a.m. on her 18th birthday. And within
Oh, come on. That's
3 hours had made over $1 million, which she says broke, OnlyFans records in terms of how fast she was able to generate money. And this has caused so much controversy online. I mean, like people have been yelling about it. I don't know, Kat, like I got like 30 texts about this when it happened.
Yes, same. And I also got texts leading up to it happening because she was teasing it in advance. And like in the weeks leading up to her 18th birthday, she was posting stuff like, should I launch an OnlyFans when I turn 18? And a lot of people were like sending me those tweets and posts that she was making being like, is this really happening? And I was like, probably, but I hope not. But it seems like, yeah, that's going to be the next big like one-time stunt narrative that they're going to pull.
like this. A person who's all about viral bullshit their entire life, been trained and raised on it, being a minor, saying, do you want to see my OnlyFans in next week when I turn 18? it is trying, it's playing with the absurdity of the very specific line that we have as a society, that 17 not allowed, 18 totally allowed, and she's 17. Yeah. But so, like, I don't love that she's doing this, but then she's making $1 million off of a bunch of pedophiles, and it's like, okay. And like, I'm not against sex work, right? I would not be opposed to 21 being the legal age for sex work. Photography included, obviously. I'm not opposed to growing up to 25. I mean, I've heard some people say that's kind of crazy, you know, to be like the legal age of like sexual consent to 25 is kind of kind of batshit or whatever. I'm as much of a dumbass when it comes to well, she's like acting in the videos, right? So, right. I guess I could find myself being convinced of the argument, but also I was a person who I think I must have been like 22-ish, I think, with the first time. I was not like an active person. I've only actually been with my wife, Kara, and that's it. Not because of a religious reason, because I had no game and was fat and not attractive. So I had a very specific, you know, I tried as far as like trying to be dating, try to do whatever stuff. So like I have a very specific, not conservative in the sense that I am a conservative person by the default, but just like I don't have a lot of exposure to the idea of like I wanted to have sex at that point, but with other minors, obviously, when I was a minor, but man, that's a dangerous thing to have as a clip or whatever. But hopefully I said it fast enough and mumbled it that it can't be cut in half. Not that anyone's watching, but I think raising makes sense. If only to avoid these things where someone the moment turns 18 by 1 second, they can then be predated on by the 50-year-old freaks or whatever, where it's just kind of gross. And there's still I was dumb all the way up to 27. You know what I mean? So like, but also at some point you got to be like, where you got to have a reasonable cutoff. Like, and it's an arbitrary cutoff, which means there's going to be people who are stuck on one side or the other. There are going to be people who are mentally capable to give consent, but then can't, or whatever. Like it's a large scale line that will then cause small deviations, and you try your best to get it to a point where there's a minimizing of that, but whatever.
And it's unclear even today whether she's like working with management, what's going on, how, if her brother, half brother is still involved. Like, we don't know. She's certainly an adult now. She can do what she wants. But the reason I want to talk about this on Free Speech Friday, because it might seem like a little bit random, is because of the backlash that it generated. And that backlash is coming right as the United Kingdom rolled out these horrible age verification laws that were really predicated on cracking down on adult content and porn content. We're just overwhelmingly seeing this moral panic about porn and OnlyFans, et cetera, used to strip our civil liberties on the internet. Kat, I don't know if you saw some of these tweets I messaged you. This Democrat DNC meme account quote posted the news about Lil Tay and said, "I'm pretty liberal about what I think the rules of internet sex work should be, but there should be laws about child influencers and porn." Again, she is not a child influencer. She is an adult. And if you want to read like that next one that I sent.
So this one comes from like this big blue check account, and it says, Lil Tay launched an OnlyFans on her 18th birthday and made over 1 million in just 3 hours. OnlyFans must be banned.
Yeah, that post got hundreds of thousands of likes and it reached over 40 million people and counting. And then that big blue check account also quote tweeted it again and said, "OnlyFans is the all caps worst thing on earth. The industry has lied to you for years and you never noticed." A thread. And then it's a thread of a bunch of red pilled BS. I want to talk to you about all this because I think a lot of people saw this. They were sort of horrified, right, by this, like, this very tragic situation of this young girl. But their response is not to criticize the men, criticize.
I mean, I guess technically, depending on how you want to define, like, the people behind her were the ones driving who she was. I think you could call her a child influencer when she was 9 and acting as an influencer, right? Or you would just say that she's just a child actor pretending to be an influencer because she's not actually driving the content. Is that what you're saying? Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Right. Yeah. A child impersonating a social media influencer. Sure. Similar to how like the acronym CP got replaced with CSAM or whatever it is, because it's not porn, it's abuse material, right? Because they don't make porn. Abuse material gets made of them, right? That's that's an understandable distinction because they're different things. No different between child actors and child. Oh, well, I'm trying to think about it because I was like, does that mean that children can't have hobbies of any kind? Children, but then again, like acting is work and child labor is not allowed. So that makes sense, right? Well, no, porn is not considered good and bad. Uh, because, consenting adults make porn. Doing illegal, I guess like the term revenge porn or something, which perhaps could also go with a change in definition, specifically to continue with the idea. But I guess maybe it's mostly sex work activists who think that porn should be seen as a more reputable or clearly defined work type of thing between consenting individuals, whereas illegally recording somebody is not porn. It is actually privacy invalidating or whatever. And then children aren't consenting to make the porn. It's child sexual abuse material. But I was just trying to think, like, can children do anything? Like, can children play sports? Because they're a child athlete. But a child can't consent to being an athlete. So, like, does that idea extrapolate outward? Is that the critique of being a child actor is because you can't consent to being an actor? Because, I mean, technically, there is a World Series of Little League thing, but I get what you're getting at. Like, there's just like the Pee Wee Sports at a local place is not televised or whatever. But there's some aspect of it. And then the sports scouts, the fucking freaks that care about sports that much, will go down to high school levels to look at athletes who then can go to basketball, sometimes go straight to the NBA and like the LeBron style thing, or they can get into a very competitive high school based off of a scholarship style thing. So they look at fucking middle school football. Like there is some weird passion and a sort of a pageant mom thing to the athletic world. So because it makes millions if you get through the lottery system of the way sports works. Not to try to create a whole new question, but I guess maybe some people have a different definition of what porn should be. Because porn should not allow someone to be non-consensual, because that would make it not good. And then consuming it, getting mixed in with other things, whatever, all of a sudden muddies the waters and then brings down the entire industry. So making sure that it's safe and consensual and perhaps even unionized work or whatever would be great. And then that would also help control the narrative away from the right-wing freaks that say it's depraved and then call out the negative things because the definition is so wide that it involves revenge porn. So they can ban porn because revenge porn's bad, therefore ban it all. And they can use that as a talking point about the damage porn can do. And that can then lead people to maybe vote or something under misinformation. Whereas the definition is not allowed to be the same thing, then that can just help keep the narrative proper. Thinking along the same lines as the narrative thing. I kind of agree. I got no problem with that. No, I got no problem with that. I got no problem with that. I think adult beauty pageants is gross, but it's adults. But it's just the world of the sex traffickers and the Donald Trumps. Like that's what it's for. And that sucks. I hate those people. So it's one of those things, right? Yeah. But I'm not going to run over and actually with somebody when they say CP is bad and go, well, actually, because it's like, no, I get it. Yeah, CP is bad. Yeah. It's funny because in the game Warhammer, you get command points, which is like a resource you use in the game, in the tabletop game, and it's always abbreviated down to CP, and you get 3D printed or laser cut trackers that track your CP that you collect every turn, and like, it's just funny to just like, I got so used to just talking about my CP. And Kara's like, it's just so weird to hear you say that. And I'm like, why? Oh, right. I forgot. Yeah. On Twitch, you get channel points. Yeah. Well, I have itchy and scratchy money, which is just like regular money, except it's not worth anything, which is the Simpsons joke.
The patriarchy, criticize the systems that sort of led to this, but it is to ban OnlyFans, the platform that has enabled basically safe sex work for millions of people, and to censor women off the internet. You're seeing a lot of this, like women shouldn't be allowed to do porn until they turn 21, and it's always women, by the way. They never talk about men, and this really reactionary rhetoric.
We were just literally talking about that in a sense. I think men should be a part of that too. I got no problem with fucking men being a part of that, obviously.
So I'm wondering kind of like, what have you been seeing? There's sort of the knee-jerk reaction from the left and the knee-jerk reaction from the right, but they're the same. They're ultimately the same sort of bias and stigma. But it's like, you go back to that first tweet that said, we need laws around child influencers and this is such a common response to seeing some sort of exploitation of women. And my ultimate response, like the first thing I always think is, we already have laws around child influencers and it is already illegal for someone under the age of 18 to make porn. That's not the problem. The problem is partially that when young women in particular are exploited, there's oftentimes no accountability for the perpetrators of these crimes. Like, the laws oftentimes already exist. They are just not enforced. And part of the reason that they're not enforced is because there's all this cultural momentum around condemning typically the girl or young woman herself versus holding perpetrators of grooming and sexual violence.
I have no idea what this is. I don't know who Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips is. I suppose it's some kind of mass sex situation, mass men queuing up. Was this the thing where somebody had sex with so many people in like one, 24-hour period or something? Is that what that story is about? Hide the truth. What happened? What? I don't know what the idea of like changing the name halfway through a fight against the idea of this problem. So changing the name means that you lose the SEO search power of it or something. it stops the information getting out or it muddies the waters. I mean, it's one of those things that I feel like everybody knows is bad. Not to bring back the other thing, but I don't think there's any open, like no coworker is going to be like, ah, man, what's up with all this protection, things are stopping my rights. Like no one's fighting for this, right? There's obviously evildoers that do this and perpetrate it, and there's a large community of motherfuckers online, but the name not having the same power or changing the name, I don't think would stop momentum fighting against it. I don't know. I mean, and then this thing, there were some movies that I've seen parts of before. I forget the name of it. Not the maybe the Transporter. Not the Transporter's one with Jason Statham, but there's like some like French movie that's like weirdly known as a pedophilic movie, but it's supposed to be really good. It's about like an assassin that trains a girl to be an assassin, and there's something weird about that movie. I forget the name of it now. It's a beloved movie. It's supposed to be a really good movie, but is that just pedophiles saying it's good? The Professional is what it's called. The French movie Leon, The Professional, also known as The Professional in the US. Yeah. It has Natalie Portman and that tall guy who was in it. Yeah. I don't know what's in it. I don't know if he's like making advances or some shit. I have no idea, But also, like Mila Kunis was in stuff when she was 16. Yeah. I remember seeing scenes in that movie, but there's something about this that I was like, I think that it might be missing.
By the way, they never talk about men and this really reactionary rhetoric. So I'm wondering kind of like, what have you been seeing?
There's sort of the knee-jerk reaction from the left and the knee-jerk reaction from the right, but they're the same. They're ultimately the same sort of bias and stigma. But it's like, you go back to that first tweet that said, we need laws around child influencers. And this is such a common response to seeing some sort.
So they're like, we need laws against child influencers and child porn. But then she talks about all the laws against child porn. Doesn't talk about anybody laws against child influencers. So I don't think she's addressing the full problem.
And my ultimate response, like the first thing I always think is, we already have laws around child influencers and porn. It is already illegal for someone under the age of 18.
Like child influencers doing porn is illegal, but being a child influencer is not illegal, right?
To make porn. That's not the problem.
And then them being as legally as thin as possible. And then you have like that, oh man, some Brad guy, some dude that like the lawyer or the judge is like, oh, he's just a young lad who tried to have a little fun. Let's not ruin his life over this, because he was like having sex or tried to have sex with somebody who was like unconscious in an alley or something. And got like freed on his like yeah. Just because the laws are as thin as possible, we should make them thicker. There's no reason and that's what people are talking about. But saying that there's already laws is kind of like, I mean, I get the point that it's already illegal, so making it illegal or is not the thing stopping these freaks, right? There is something to that. Making stealing medicine at the CVS, and you should be more illegal. That'll stop them from getting cough syrup for their family. Like, that's not really the solution to the problem of why are people having to steal cough syrup, you know what I mean? Right? So there's that element of it, but we all agree that these should not be able to get away from punishment for doing these serious crimes, because then they're not even doing the very poor form of rehabilitative justice that we already have for this thing. So I'm a guy who sides frequently with a more lenient prison system, but I agree that this should be betterly enforced. Yeah. I mean, rehabilitative justice is, I don't know how scientific it goes down towards, but there are certain things that you can help re-educate somebody to get them out of. And there are certain things that there's limitations on those forms of rehabilitativeness. So then you just remove them from, you keep them from committing the crime again. I'm not for like forced sterilization or anything like that, right? Well, punitive should be rehabilitative, right? The idea of like the punishment is forcing you to do something that you don't want to do because you did not sign up for this, right? But we as a society say, yo, that's bad. You got to go, to the place, or you dedicate some time, or you're entirely, forced to stay there for some time. And then you learn things, lots of different forms. Right. So that makes sense why that would be bad. Which is the reason why, I guess, with the the benefit of hindsight, I'm like, that's a bad thing. You shouldn't have done that. I don't know, if I was alive in the 1800s, my dumb ass might have been like, that makes sense, right? Because it's a fundamental misunderstanding of how it works and why it is what it is. Great point. Yeah, agreed. It's not about some sort of torture porn where we want to see them. Exactly. That's kind of what I was getting at. Like, if a person has a material condition crime, they have a crime of material conditions. They need to learn how to properly interface with society. Unfortunately, even under good socialism, there will be people who are going to try to do crimes for even, socially. They might even have safety nets and things, but they would still try to do crimes. You try to help put them back on the path, teach them, give them something to have respect for, give them, jobs, and give them good things like, look, this is the nice kind of house that you can get with the whole social housing. And isn't it nice to have the treats and, the steady labor that gives you reason to live and part of the world, and, lots of positive ways to reinforce people instead of putting them into the really disgusting prisons that we have in America, including the disproportionate enforced slave labor and all that, whole other aspect of it. So I'm not trying to like be cruel with my idea of punishment, but I think we're in agreement that these people are doing offenses, and it's not even based off of socioeconomic situations. It's about something else. It's not a thing that we seem to have a reasonable way of utilizing therapy and science for. So of course, yeah. Kleptomania seems to be a similar lack of fulfillment or different anxieties, or, it's an incredibly complex world with incredibly complex minds that are all interfacing with each other at light speed. You know what I mean? Like, it's a moving target. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, honestly, obviously, we're not talking about like the wine moms who just want to feel a little thrill, so they steal some, magazines from the, shopping line or whatever. That's dumb. That's not what we're talking about when we're talking about, having ways of preventing and helping people who commit actual like necessary theft or whatever.
The problem is partially that when young women in particular are exploited, there's oftentimes no accountability for the perpetrators of these crimes. Like the laws oftentimes already exist. They are just not enforced. And part of the reason that they're not enforced is because there's all this cultural momentum around condemning typically the girl or young woman herself versus holding perpetrators of grooming and sexual violence accountable.
I totally agree. And I thought this other post from an actual sex worker was really good. She posted, the problem with Lil Tay starting an OnlyFans at 18 is not that OnlyFans exists. It's a platform that gives creators safety and control that they otherwise wouldn't have. It's that we fetishize youth and don't socially correct men who sexually prey on young women. She follows it up below with a tweet. I've been in the sex industry for 13 years, since I was a teenager. If you really want there to be less OnlyFans accounts and you're worried about abuse and exploitation, the answer is strong social safety nets and economic restructuring.
I don't disagree with what she's saying. And she seems to be pushing back on the right. No, yeah.
And I thought that this was a really good point that, like, of course, got zero, real meaningful engagement on Twitter. But like, OnlyFans is this platform that actually changed the dynamics of sex work for millions of women specifically, where they were previously working at strip clubs. I mean, I went to college in Colorado, and there were multiple girls I knew that were working at strip clubs at the age of 18 in order to pay their bills, or engaging in unsafer forms of sex work, IRL. OnlyFans really changed the power dynamic. It also flipped the power dynamics in the porn industry, where it gave women autonomy, and it gave women and men, all sex workers, the ability to kind of have agency over their own image, over their own kind of like boundaries, all of this stuff. So I would say it's like quite a positive development. And I think there's a reason why they're targeting that, because you don't hear these same people saying, well, why are 18-year-olds working at strip clubs? Again, I think that they would try to criminalize that as well, but that's sort of seen as acceptable. But when a woman makes $1 million for herself on her 18th birthday, that's what should be criminalized.
Yes. And it's so clear that the biggest issue, like that tweet that specifically said, like, she made $1 million in 3 hours, OnlyFans must be banned. It is no accident that they're linking her ability to create wealth from this platform autonomously to the idea that the platform should be banned. Because
it could be my male bias, but I don't necessarily immediately notice the misogynistic. I guess I see it more as just like a weird puritanic spin, but pushing it on the misogyny or built-in misogyny of the puritanic look, I think it's an interesting perspective that I should think about more. 13-year-olds aren't making money on OnlyFans. They should not be allowed to do that. I don't think. I don't think that's what OnlyFans is fighting for. Remember, you had criticism of them not fighting back against her when she was doing her Instagram videos when she was still a minor, for not pushing back against the creeps. But when she turns 18 and she does this gross thing about doing it on the exact second. I see. I get you. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't think they're coming across it in a girl boss kind of way, but I think that the people are pointing at this and saying it should stop is like a weird moral thing. But I guess that moral thing does relate back to women's sexuality and not allowing them to monetize their sexuality. The fact that she made $1 million that fast was seen as a negative thing because she got rich, I guess, and they wanted her not to be benefited for that. The weird incels act like, oh, she's pretty, women got it so easy. But like, she's a very specific person who's been abused her life and is still kind of being abused despite crossing the threshold of adulthood. It's one of those things where it's like, if somebody cares that much about it, as far as like hating the person for making the money in that situation is one of those, like, I think you've got your priorities all wrong. I don't think the website OnlyFans should be banned. Mostly because I'm pro sex work, whatever it is, but also like, because like there's a whole layer of an argument that, like, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism and everyone works under duress. So therefore, even though it's consensual sex work, how can they consent in a world that is not just to them? Right? Like there's like a layer of that, but I think that just is kind of like, that's just too based. It's just too far zoomed out. It's not, I guess, a form of realistic or whatever. Like there's just like, I get it. That makes sense. Right. Right. So if you're going to say that sex work should be illegal, then all work should be illegal if you're going to go that far, right? Because you're selling your body, your time, your soul, your human light is being extinguished slowly by the need to force you to work. So if you don't ban all work, then why are you banning just one type of work, right? Like that's kind of like, I guess, the rebuttal argument to go to one up them and go even further, I guess. Which is where I end up on the idea that sex work is work like all work, and work sucks, but it's one of those, like, you got to work, you got to do something. Like we're not there yet, so you got to still do work. Right? That's just kind of one of those things. I wish that people would not have as dire of a strait. I don't like to think that women go, man, the office world is so misogynistic that I have no choice other than to sell my body or whatever, right? Like, those are bad things. I want to remove those things, but unfortunately, we're not going to be able to remove those things in a timely manner, in the sense that people who are not under those same coercions won't be able to, lose their autonomy. So I guess that's a situation where the slight harm is considered allowable for the sake of freedoms to exist or whatever. It's like it feels weird to say it all out loud, but it's just kind of like how it goes, how it rolls. Sure. That's a nice way to summarize it down. Would you say you're more on the side of people who are saying OnlyFans should be banned for, 18-year-olds or whatever? Because like you don't like it because it leads people to having this like obsession with youth, looking for it to be as close to pedophilia as possible, whatever, right? Which is kind of gross. If it was moved up to 21, it would have a less of an impact on that, right? So that would be a way to help insulate it from that problem more. It would not completely remove it. Youth would still be fetishized in a way, but it would be less effective at it. Like I wonder if because they seem like they're against the pushback, and they showed the tweet of 21 or 25 as like a negative or a too far consideration. Like that means that I guess they would be opposed to the idea of it being 21 because they think that autonomy happens earlier. And maybe if you have kids or something, you understand that more. I guess me thinking back on my childhood and how dumb I was, Gotcha. It's an important perspective. Like I said, I probably come from this with a certain layer of built-in misogyny that I wasn't even considering the women hate coming through in this angle. which always happens with the incel communities. So that's an important thing to keep in mind.
These people are not anti-sexual exploitation of women and girls. They just don't want women and girls to be able to make that choice for themselves, or crucially, to be able to profit from it. And I was thinking sort of when we talk about Lil Tay and how earlier we were talking about how she feuded with these other young influencers like Woah Vicky and Danielle Bregoli, the Bad Baby Cash Me Outside girl. Recently, Danielle Bregoli talked about how at the height of her fame as a child, she was groomed and preyed upon and in relationships with adult men around her at that time. And you don't see really any outrage around that, even though like that is what happens to young women so commonly, and that is like the root of this desire for people to purchase Lil Tay's OnlyFans content like the second she turns 18. Is like it's this much broader systemic issue of abuse. And the thing about OnlyFans is that it is not only like a way for women to actually profit autonomously from that fetishization of youth, but it's also happening out in the open, whereas people would prefer this type of abuse and predation to happen behind closed doors, because that way they don't have to see it and they don't have to think about it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Danielle Bregoli also launched an OnlyFans. She made $1 million in the first 6 hours, and she's so far earned $75 million from her OnlyFans account.
Bad Baby. That's what it was.
Now, that doesn't excuse the abuse that she went through, when she was younger. But like you said, Kat, I think there's this anger when women seize economic control, right? Or when they turn 18 and they start to kind of make these decisions. Like, do I think that she's making these decisions in the best headspace? Like, do I love that she's like doing it right at her 18th birthday? No, but again, like,
I don't know that it's the Andrew Tate crowd that's like, no, I should be making this money, not them. Sex exploitation people. And it's not just people being Puritans or whatever. I'm still not catching the element that makes it, I'm mad that this woman is making money for themselves. There's probably some layer of it, but I'm just not seeing it show up. Oh, because they were saying, yeah. They were saying that, like, she was preyed upon, but not by the people who were running her Instagram accounts, right? Is what you're saying, yeah. Because, like, obviously that was a part of the issue. That was what caused the whole thing and how they were profiting off of it.
like I said, I mean, I had friends in college that like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm worried that the weird sex people, like the Matt Walsh. Yeah, Matt Walsh? Mark Walsh? Matt Walsh. The Daily Wire fuckers. They hate sex work. They hate women. They sometimes just hate up pornography entirely, right? There's a certain thing to that. Like the dudes that want OnlyFans' entire site to be shut down is they don't want the sex workers to be able to make money. Sure. Well, he might have a problem with OnlyFans existing because it's money to these women, which he does not like, which gives them financial security and whatever, and makes them not need a husband or something, according to his mind, right? So, like, that angle is maybe where they're coming from because they feel that different pressure.
Like they turned 18 and went to the strip club because they knew that they could make money. And we have this fetishization of youth as well, where like the same people posting this are also posting things that like, women need to have kids as young as possible. Their eggs are drying up. Like they're the one posting.
Main peak biologic around 36. Damn, I'm real close. I'm like 37. Also, what the fuck is this? This is garbage. Also, it's like a Christian looking tank or something. I don't know. There might be something to that, but that also might be more powerful than we think. Big podcasting space, big push, big impact on. There's also, I've heard that I need to look into it specifically, but I heard that there were some studies that are like women's, reproductive health gets reduced in later age, but so does men's. Like the men's sperm is also not great, but they never want to talk about that. They talk about the ladies' eggs, but don't talk about the men's sperm or whatever. I haven't looked at it. I don't give a shit, but it's interesting.
Like all of this like ageist red pill bullshit all day online. And so it's like they fetishize youth. They built this entire culture around kind of like young girls and the exploitation of young girls. But when a young girl actually starts to benefit economically from that, that's when they have the problem.
Exactly. And I noticed when
It makes sense to some degree, but you know, different organs, they could be different, but I mean, it's getting old. You know, your back don't work, your balls probably won't work as good either.
I was reading the replies to these types of tweets, there were a lot of people like sort of espousing this rhetoric, a lot of men in the comments who were basically saying like, the problem isn't that her OnlyFans content exists. The problem is that men are paying for it. Because there's this really common refrain that basically is like, you're less of a man, you're less masculine if you pay for porn. You should be stealing porn, essentially. And any sex worker who you talk to will talk about this massive, massive issue, which is that frequently like their content gets stolen and disseminated across the web for free, which takes away their income. And so they're not even mad about the existence of this material. There's a reason why one of the most popular categories of porn is women who are 18, 19, 20, barely legal as it's called. That is such a popular category of porn. The problem is they don't want those women to profit from it. They want to be able to essentially steal that and use it as a tool of exploitation purely.
I think there's also this like deep paternal.
There's definitely something to that. I mean, the barely legal shit? Yeah, that should not be like, and that should not be encouraged. It's technically legal, but it's just like one of those, like, you know it when you see it. That's just kind of a gross thing. You're being gross. You know?
Paternalism and this moral panic around porn. Obviously, we're seeing.
I guess technically, I'm under the impression that viewing porn, I'm pretty sure viewing porn as a child is considered illegal. But a child browsing a porn site would probably go like, well, I'd want the ones closest to my age, thanks, right? But that's still kind of like you're setting it up for an illegal viewer to then view it. So it makes no sense to set it up that way.
Seeing it happen right now in the UK and in the US, where it's being used to strip our civil liberties, right? Like, this is the reason why the UK rolled out age verification, which is all about tying your offline identity to your online behavior. You now have to scan your face to use Spotify and YouTube and all of these platforms. We're seeing mass censorship, you know, where you're seeing basically entire.
If they can't verify your age based off of your account, then you scan your face or your ID or whatever. I've been told viewing porn is legal. And then like when Aiden Ross had porn up on his, you know, Kick stream, he got in trouble because it's illegal. This is insane. Which part's insane? The UK stuff about the yeah, I mean, to some extent, right? It depends. I don't think watching child porn is natural, but yeah.
Higher subreddits about abortion, reproductive justice, r/periods is censored.
Do you mean the age restriction stuff? Right. Yeah, yeah. I'm an old man. Viewing and showing are different. I suppose. Like, no one can sell the kid, but if the kid somehow sees it, the kid should not go to juvenile hall or whatever. Yeah. Probably won't. I was actually kind of curious, Goat, where you would be on this issue, because I remember there was a whole discourse, and I wanted to talk about that a bit more at one point. Because when they were like, oh, YouTube's doing this thing where they're going to roll out a form of censorship with this whole age verification. If they can't verify you, they ask for your ID. That's crazy. I would never want to do that. I'm so used to the world. We don't do that, right? I guess I would be curious how Europe and other places are able to properly have protections for things that we don't have protections for, right? Well, there was a thing where people were like, whenever you're arguing with somebody on Twitter, it might just be a 14-year-old child and they have no concept of the world, right? So you're talking to a child and you're getting baited by this child who you probably shouldn't even be bothered talking to, because they're not the person, they're not a voter, they're not anything, right? In the sense that they're not because when people imagine something on the other side, they generally imagine something similar to themselves. So they're imagining a full-grown adult if they're a full-grown adult, and vice versa. So you're having what amounts to, a playground argument where that's like, wait a minute, I'm an adult. I should not be talking to you. Get out of here. So they were like, we would love it if, like, in order to post on Twitter, or before the Elon Musk thing, or if you wanted to post a comment on YouTube, you had to use, your full fucking name and your face, because if you're going to say this insane shit on someone's YouTube video, some insane anti-Semitic shit, some insane racist shit, you wouldn't do it if you were anonymous fuck that gets to be a gripe or whatever it is. You would only do it. You would only do it if you're that. You would not do it if you had to put your fucking face to it. There was an argument for that, but then there was a counter argument like, no, you need to have anonymity because people are, trying out different forms of expression. People are, still in the closet or whatever it is, but they can come out as a anonymous commenter. Like, there's good reasons to have anonymity involved in things. So I, saw the argument from two different sides that, like, in some cases it can be good to prevent people being gross and freakish, but on the other side, it can be good for people to have a layer of protection. People will be less likely to form discords and groups and get on large social media apps to find fellow pedophiles and talk to one another. But then also, some people who feel marginalized won't have the ability to have the anonymity to keep them, posting. So I'm like, damn, I can see two things, and I want both things to happen, where I want, Nazis to be too afraid to be a Nazi online, but I also want the marginalized group to feel safe behind a layer of anonymity, and I don't think I can have both. And I'm not a member of the marginalized thing, so I don't know that I get to just have a vote in this. So it's just like, damn, fuck. So that was a discussion at one point, but everyone knew it couldn't happen. And then all of a sudden, they're like, boom, we're rolling it out, and it's going to happen. And I'm like, well, now one of these things might fall, but you're probably right that the most prolific and money stacked up gross child pedophiles will be able to continue doing their thing behind some layers of anonymity, but now just marginalized people will probably be hurt more because they're, less likely to have all the VPNs or whatever the fuck it is, right? So, like, it might just end up being the worst possible situation. I'm not enough of a fucking web expert to know either way, but I'm going to assume, because everything else in fucking life works that way, it probably will work that way. If there's no anonymous online, there are plenty of creeps that will take the use of that. Interesting. True, to some degree, it makes sense, yeah. Like, the doxing will be way more frequent comparatively to just random. Like, oh, look, it's someone's account called Atomic Heart 99. You're talking about how you saw content. You had a lot of other problems, so maybe it wasn't big enough to cause a wave. Well, I don't know YouTube's doing it because of Trump specifically, but maybe I'm just missing the thing that pushed for it. But it might be the right-wing push to do something about that. I mean, like, I could imagine everything within moderation, right? And when you involve children and you involve the entire global world or whatever, or even just the entire United States, you're going to have some people who are going to get fucked by it, because they're going to have some people who are going to go way too hard. They're looking at, like, the fucking pain Olympics where people are, like, cutting their dicks off and shit. And it's just like, whoa, that's going to fuck up some kid's head. Even just, like, the natural misogyny of porn being male centric is going to give people negative views on the idea of general sex. Like, you're getting sex ed from, step bro, please, I'm sucking the fucking thing. and like that's going to be more normalized misogyny, or you're making the world more misogynistic versus not. Like there's all kinds of like that makes sense. Like but I grew up, I had a computer in my room when I was in fucking middle school. Like I saw what I wanted to see, and I had enough, and I was, you know, was that good for me? Probably not, but you know, it wasn't debilitating for me. I mean, before the internet, people had like the trading cards with titties on them, or some people had a magazine and you would see it, right? But you're also having to see it in a group setting. Like you're not jerking it. Well, maybe some people were, I don't know. But that wasn't the vibe of the neighborhood that I was in. It just didn't work that way. And also, I don't know, you know, the way it was when I was a kid is different than today, technically. So I don't know if I was actually a blind kid coming in and looking at stuff. I'm going to see like the Spider-Man Elsa shit, and that's going to like fuck me up in a way at a young age. And I also was not 5 looking at it, right? I was however old a fucking 8th grader is. So it's different, right? I'll leave that to the trained medical professionals to that extent, I guess. Right? That's one of those like I just have to like I can talk about my experiences, but I can also understand the limit of my experiences and then say, okay, science, take the lead, I guess. I don't know. I appreciate the freedoms and carefree nature that, you know, things exist in currently. But for example, a total, you know, an idea, right? Every YouTube creator talks about demonetization, talks about age restriction, right? Their videos are constantly getting fucked. Content and censorship is happening in all kinds of ways because they can't say, they have to say something, you know, so-and-so got raped or whatever. Like you can't have content that even has the word genocide in it. You can't talk about Palestine. There's all kinds of problems that come from this current form of censorship. Theoretically, not that it's going to happen, but theoretically, if you had an internet that was adults only into the internet, you would no longer need to age restrict your bullshit. You would no longer need to put up all these filters because the idea is that these are actually adults who are here. No need to age restrict anything. Everything is age restricted, right? Now that might immediately kick into place and everyone's now an adult according to this, you know, verification process. And then that might make monetization go dump down. And then all of a sudden half the creators in the YouTube space or whatever it is all fly away. I don't know the ramifications. I'm trying to imagine the thing that could be good because I always love change that ends up being good. But, you know, the world is the world. So we always get change as bad. Excuse me. You know, people who were traumatized by porn, it was all people who didn't go looking for it was definitely against that. I don't know. I don't know. So you're going to say if there was no porn, there would be a lot more sexual harassment for women. Because, like, you could just imagine stuff and jerk off still. Jerking off is still an option, right? You can read that same erotic novel that the ladies read, right? Maybe even the erotic novels are gone, but you can just touch your shit. You know, you can just do it the old-fashioned way. Porn with extra steps. So there's no way to ban porn then, right? Because you can't ban your thoughts. Like television, like literally any music video. People watch fucking, you know, I don't know, Britney Spears videos and they're jerking it, right? What do you mean nope? As in the because those, traditional masculine, misogynistic rapists, whatever it is, that do like the that's a very specific type of jerking that is not the tradition. And also, sexual assault is generally about power, right? Even people like Harvey Weinstein with a non-functioning penis can still sexually assault people. So it's not even about the jerking aspect. And also, you're ignoring the fact that you're also ignoring the fact that some form of normalization of, rough or disturbing content in the porn space is not going to give people the wrong ideas about how sexual interaction is supposed to happen and then cause non-consensual things, right? Those same people will be able to jerk off plenty with or without porn, because I was a kid, I was humping sofas, dude. I was humping my pillow, right? No porn anywhere. I was horny, I did it. Right? So just assuming that it's gone means that there is going to be this outlet. Also, it means that men are uncontrollable sex fiends that have no ability to understand right and wrong, to be able to go past a threshold because they're just so horny they can't stop it. Which again is a mischaracterization of general sexual assault, because again, it's less about the actual gratification of the sex and more about the harm it does. Obviously, situations like, at a party, both people are drunk and things are moving, but then consent is withdrawn and people are still, very into it. That's a whole different situation specifically to traditional sexual assault. That is probably the most common form of sexual assault, but that's different. I don't think you actually mean that, because if you're saying that, then that means that you should probably go seek professional help, because that's not, air quote, normal. Not to over fetishize the idea of normality or it is, but like, if you think you have a Jekyll and Hyde moment where like, egads, is it a full moon? No. And you become a rapist at the drop of a hat because you haven't nutted in the past 12 hours, then you probably should seek some professional help. But you were saying that more assault would happen if porn was not allowed, which was implying that it happens. Like straight up 1-to-1. But you're saying you wouldn't do it. You're saying you wouldn't do it. I have to imagine, based off of the conversation so far. Why do you think some people would do it uncontrollably, but you're able to control it? In this hypothetical situation that you're building. He's saying he won't. He wouldn't. But other people would. And I think that's a mischaracterization of men, because you're saying that you have the fortitude to not actually go for it and do it. I understand that you want to. That's in some ways natural and beautiful, right? But also weird to do that specifically with your female friends, whatever, but whatever. But you wouldn't do it. You would not assault them directly. There would be people who not have self-control. It's a moral failing, So men have an innate moral failing in them. Like men are inferior, basically. That's kind of where you're getting at. So, like, that logical line of reasoning leads down to like straight white men are pedophiles, therefore all men should be restricted from being anywhere near a child because all the pedophiles basically are straight white men. That's another interesting angle to I just think that you should have a better understanding of healthy men. But also you define porn as being able to imagine and stroke it at the same time. And you think that counts as porn but with more steps. So like it's not the same. So now it's not porn. Okay. Because prior to porn, men were not, prior to the current internet porn, I guess there was like paper porn. There was drawn cave porn. Like what layer of porn was acceptable porn and what layer of porn was considered non-acceptable? If I imagine a real person, that would just make me hornier if I imagine them. You have a very active imagination, I guess. But then you're jerking off, and then you jerk off, and then you're great, and then you're good. Because they're so sexy in your mind. They're like, oh my God, they're everything I wanted them to be. And then you're good. So porn shouldn't cause a problem. Who would you imagine if not real people? Oh, I don't know why I read that wrong before. If I imagine a real person, that would just make me hornier if I imagine them. I guess I was thinking that you were saying that you're imagining them as a more enhanced version for some reason. I'm mostly illiterate, so. Counterpoint, porn is also real people, technically, right? So what the fuck? Everybody's a real person. Unless you're going with hentai or some shit. Like, not, I mean, like generally sure, right? But also you can imagine a celebrity. You can imagine a fucking singer. It's the same idea. You don't have to imagine people in your everyday life. Who says that you have to imagine the person from math class and you can't just imagine the latest pop singer? What do you mean you've never seen them in real life? You've never seen the fucking porn actors in real life either. But you could... What do you mean? Okay, you're dumb. That's dumb. You're just being dumb for the sake of being dumb. Also, a person doesn't have to be naked to be provocative in your mind. But even then... I wouldn't be talking about looking at fucking deepfake shit. That's literally illegal. Careful on some of the ages of those characters, but yes. Sure, I'm not against the idea of pornography. Obviously, I guess I was just pushing back on the idea that without porn, men would assault women more, which is just making men these weird rabid beasts. I get the idea of like across the masses, if you create a layer of fucking whatever, but that's like removing, to me that feels like you're removing the agency away from the men and making it less of the men's fault for doing those assaults or whatever. That's what I was feeling like you were coming across as. I mean, that's wrong for me to just jump to that conclusion. But that's not how I see that working. Even in some kind of crazy situation where the Christian nationalists take over and they ban pornography in all forms, paper, digital, everything. I guess sexual assaults would probably be increased in a Christian national country, but that's for a different reason. But I don't think that just like that one aspect would just... Men can become sexual predators, but it's like this specific thing where you're relating it to the ability for them to nut, which is missing out on an important aspect. Okay, gotcha. I thought the Avatar kids were young, but it's not. Harvey Weinstein, non-functioning, chewed up penis, rapist. It is for you, but you wouldn't do it because you're built different, but it is for you. You're the perfect combination of both. So ready to turn into a werewolf, but also you're so morally strong you wouldn't. It is not 100% linked to the ability to nut. Like I said, weird scenarios where people are like, where the consent's a gray area as people are, in a relationship or whatever it is, and people get hot and heavy or something and then overstep. That's different than they're praying in the woods to find someone to hurt, right? That's a whole different thing. What a great way to continue my argument, but in a better, more constructive way. If there was more porn given out, leaflets of porn scattered across the sky, dropped from airdrop, do you think there would be a decrease in rapes? Because I don't think there would be. Currently, with our current world right now. Also, porn is incredibly available right now, and yet rapes still happen. It's not about the ability to nut, because they can nut right now. Oh God, the pocket pussies they could buy, the little machines that like tickle your balls, finger your asshole, and like gyrate your cock. People could come literally every day. They could be the Jordan Peterson come, milking machine meme. They could do it all day, every day. They could become sucked dry. An AI bot could be saying sweet nothings to them, giving them big jiggly nibblies while their fucking machine works in tandem through fucking Bluetooth, right? VR. They could be just going crazy. And yet rape still happen. So that's the angle of where I was like taking concern because like I'm not even like a big super strong men's rights activist, but I'm like, hey, you're just like saying men are like genetically rapists or whatever, and that's not true because there's something different about people who commit sexual assault, especially the specific type of sexual assault that we're talking about. So it helps you get a better understanding of the evil of the sexual assault involved. So that way, it's not just like, poor guy, I just needed the nut. It's not just that. There's another layer to it, which makes sexual assault worse, right? Because one's like, they needed the shit. They got to shit somewhere. You know, like that's kind of like the human biological need is now not the excuse. And of course, the excuse you would never say is why you would ever do it. Something to think about. Hopefully that sticks with you a bit. I appreciate Happy Go for coming back with that much better angle because I was saying that, you know, talking about how it's all removed, I don't think it would increase. Continuing that same line of logic, what if you increase it? Would it then decrease? And I, again, don't think that's the case because it's not about the nutting part. And you're saying it's 100% about the nutting part, which is definitely an over-exaggeration of that amount.
In the UK, and actually all of the information about sexual abuse
Maybe they're gone. I don't know. They haven't responded.
and child exploitation is also censored. So if you are a young person being abused because of these age verification laws, you now can't even find basic information to get help. You can't even contextualize or understand your abuse because you can't access that quote unquote adult material. And this is something that's been a bipartisan effort. And I've been covering this a lot on my Free Speech Friday series of like the Democrats and Republicans, this moral panic about social media and porn that's being used to dismantle our rights. And I think it's so disgusting and telling that this DNC meme account that literally was like with Kamala Harris, you know, recently, like it is like this account, like the person that runs it is in the upper echelons of Democratic politics, is tweeting this and then defending it, saying, you know, I obviously like went back after it and I was like, by the way, 18-year-olds aren't children. And, you know, you're arguing that like they shouldn't be allowed to do this, but and yet they can like blow their body up in the military.
I consider myself to be a recovering dumbass. Other people don't have to consider themselves dumbasses. That's just my particular take on myself. I'm always trying to, I don't like trying to be like a super centrist guy, whatever it is, but like I look at things from my original point of view, and I always have like a built-in ability to specifically think of the most my knee-jerk thoughts are always generally pretty, I guess you could say default right-wing and or just liberal, whatever it is, but like that's like I consider that right wing nowadays. But and then I try to make sure I'm considering the different elements and then understanding a bit deeper about why I think something. I agree. I mean, other than well, somebody wants to increase the voting age or something. That was a thing they're pushing for. And then some people want to like reduce the voting age. I guess I'm a bit of a conservative where I'm like, I think it makes sense to keep voting at 18, but like if people really push for getting voting at 16, I guess I wouldn't super hate it, but I just feel like you can barely get 18-year-olds to vote. So I don't think it would ever really fucking matter that much to get 16-year-olds to vote. Yeah. I understand conservatives want to raise it, yeah. Because they want to keep that 18-year-old very democratic vote out, right? That's the idea. They love to do voter manipulation, voter, I forget the name of it. The thing where they make it harder to vote. Disenfranchisement. Yes, there we go. Got it. I have weird views on the military thing because it's like these same people that want an 18-year-old to go to the military and sell their body to get social safety nets like fucking healthcare, college tuition, 5% off their order at fucking, you know, Applebee's or whatever it is, right? They're cool with that, but they're not cool with someone selling their body for sex work. Seems dumb. I think 18 makes sense for like, you know, a defensive war because, oh my God, we're dying, you know. But sending someone away to a different country, I don't think we should ever do that in the first place. So my idea of what the military should be, if I'm allowed to say 18-year-olds can't go, I should be like, nobody should go anywhere other than for like, you know, helping out an ally against a genocide or something, right? Like, that would make sense. But like, we're in the nuclear age. You don't send fuckers to war like that anymore. You just send proxies to war and you just ship them fucking guns. And then we employ our military bases to like uphold our fucking colonize, you know, our empire in a whole different way. So it's weird. You know, the military is just a weird place right now.
You know, like this, it's ridiculous. And then he says, yes, but the following you amass as a child influencer immediately being turned sexual the moment you turn 18 is going to allow for pretty insidious exploitation at scale. What the hell is that even talking about?
It's so frustrating.
Well, it's leaning on the pedophilia angle, right? And I guess technically you're an adult now, so that should technically fall away. And there's always going to be the next layer of barely legal, but it sure is weird that the barely legal element is, you know, fetishized.
To me, because I'm like, where have you been? Like, well before OnlyFans existed, the sexualization of celebrity women and girls who are 16, 17, 18 has been a widespread issue that
I remember the fucking countdown clocks. When so-and-so turns 18, the fucking Olsen twins had a countdown clock when they turned 18. Hermione from fucking, what's it called? Harry Potter had a countdown clock, right? Like, that was a thing. I agree. I mean, but technically it's just a date, you know, just a date. But obviously you know it when you see it, when you go, that's fucking gross, you know? So creating laws for it is one of those things where letter to law, you know.
That particularly men have profited off of for decades, lest we forget that Emma Watson and countless other like girls, 17-year-old girls who were famous, radio stations would have countdown clocks airing till the moment they turned 18. There is a storied history of paparazzi standing outside their 18th birthday parties, laying on the ground, cameras facing up so that they can snap shots underneath their skirts and dresses. Like, this exploitation of 17-year-old female celebrities and influencers has...
That's just not fair to anybody. Getting an upskirt is considered fucking, you know, illegal no matter what. I don't give a fuck what age you are. Well, obviously I do, but like, it's worse when you're younger. But what the fuck? That's not legal anywhere. What the fuck?
Always existed. It will not stop existing if we ban porn or ban OnlyFans. It will just take their ability to monetize it away from them and make sure that only men, predatory men in the media, can monetize it.
Exactly. And I think it's so disgusting and insidious that...
I mean, I don't want just men to have control over the women and to make money exploiting them for, you know, that seems bad. So I agree with that point. And I guess because she's 18, I'm like, it's weird, but I can't stop it kind of thing currently. And I don't want to ban OnlyFans, so it's not what I'm not like I'm against them on that factor. I'm just trying to, you know, make sure that I'm not keeping a blind spot for certain aspects. Well, I meant like, well, yeah. I don't think there should be an age. I guess there technically is an age cap for the military, but, you know, in a defensive war, obviously, in America, the defensive war would be every motherfucker comes out of their house with their AR-15 like they're fucking outside a Black Lives Matter rally. Well, they would probably be afraid to do that. Because nowadays, with the drone bullshit, it would be, you know, terrifying to do a modern fucking war. And people imagine the counterinsurgent worlds, but, you know, it's different when you got to fucking do it for real. Sure. Yeah.
That this is coming from Democrats. This is coming from a Democratic account that says, yeah, I'm pretty liberal, right? You're not pretty liberal, actually. You're actually pretty fucking reactionary because the stuff that you're pushing is far right and reactionary rhetoric that strips women of agency. And like you said, this account is not...
Well, you know, we do not, unlike that account, we don't agree to remove OnlyFans. So I think we're separate from this critique.
Getting morally outraged about the patriarchy. It's not tweeting about the exploitation of women. It's not saying, hey, why do we fetishize and sexualize youth more broadly among women? Why, if you go to the comments on my YouTube page, although I try to monitor a lot of them, most of them are like, you're old, right? Or like, or they have all these weird age conspiracies where like people are claiming like, you're secretly 45, you're secretly 47, or like you're secretly older than we think. And that somehow
That sounds like fucking anti-Asian racism just or something, but I don't know enough about that.
makes you irrelevant as a woman. That's the culture that we need to fight back against. And
I'm thinking about Little Tay. Did they mean her specifically, Taylor Lorenz? That's different. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought they were monitoring the YouTube comments of the Little Tay stuff, but I guess they're monitoring her own comments. Okay, that makes it different. That makes way more sense. Because I'm like, huh? What? That's crazy. She did not look 45. What? Okay, I don't even think Taylor looks 45. But also, what would that matter for her journalism? The fuck?
of course, these like Democrat meme accounts or these other influencers, like they have nothing to say about that because like you said, they're fine with the broader system. They just don't like when women are able to, you know, hold their own power or gain economic control over their own experiences. And this is all happening, of course, against this backdrop of things like the Kids Online Safety Act. There are 11 states so far in America that have passed some version of, you know, age verification legislation. And of course, Project 2025, which wants to strip all women of our civil liberties and rights.
Yes. And it really blows my mind that you will have these exact same people talk about Project 2025, and you have to question whether they have any idea what they're talking about, because I have not read Project 2025 in its entirety. I know it's like 1,000 pages long, but I have searched for all of the sections that have to do with porn. I've searched for all the sections that have to do with trans people and with women's rights. And it takes you like 10 minutes to read through, and it is spelled out very, very clearly and explicitly that their plan that is in action, that is already happening and has already had massive consequences, is to take porn, criminalize porn, and then associate not only sex workers who do not deserve to be criminalized, but also to associate trans people, LGBTQ people, women's rights organizations, sexual education, associate all these things under this label of pornography and then criminalize it so that nobody.
What the fuck? It's just its own layer of evil. It's not even calling Little Tay old. It's calling just these reporters old. This lady is not the one being called old. It's the other lady, but still. Yeah, it's just weird. Yeah, yeah. But I'm like, is Project 2025 an incredibly religious group? Are they a fundamentalist in some? Because I'm like, that just seems like it's just cruel and bad, and I don't even see a way that the capitalists will like win. I guess like by creating more underclasses, you create more anxiety amongst the poor, I guess, and then you have this like infighting that continues. Because like making women's rights removed and then like, you know, making women's rights organizations be considered you know, pornography and then illegal is just like, huh? Right. But I'm just like, that's just such a weird. It's just such a weird, specific thing to change for the sake of it. That makes that doesn't do any good for them, I don't think. Well, they said it was really bad, and they said it was going to be Nazis, and they said that we can never let this happen, but they were not willing to stop the genocide, to stop this from happening. And then once it was elected, they stood next to him and shook his hand and said, all right, brother, good luck, you know. Feckless fucking Democrats, pieces of shit. They would rather lose than allow leftism to come in, which makes them, in my book, as bad as the fascists themselves. Cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
can access it. Like, that is a plan that has been the plan. And yet you have people who purport to be Democrats, who purport to be anti-Project 2025, signing up and ensuring that these things come to pass.
Yeah. And it's, I think back to my interview last.
I definitely would not. I mean, I can imagine someone like, Cory Booker or somebody, signing up on some ban OnlyFans bullshit, but I don't think leftists should be.
Last year with Higher Right Check from Lips of TikTok, when I was asking her about trans rights and all this stuff, and she can barely defend her own ideology in that interview, but she showed me porn. Like she, and she was sort of like, this is what, kids are being exposed to, And it was actually, I think it was some sort of educational sort of sexual material that she ultimately was like having a problem with in a school. But, these are the same groups that don't want kids to have sexual education. They don't want women to understand their own bodies. Again, r/periods is banned for anyone under the age of 18 now in the UK on Reddit. And I just want people to understand like how connected all of this is, because like, I think all of us rightfully like see what happened with Lil Tay and we're like, oh, this poor girl, like obviously she has been through so much emotional trauma with her parents' divorce, the exploitation from her brother, the like being pumped into the entertainment ecosystem. Like all influencers, entertainers, actors, like women in Hollywood and women in entertainment are constantly exploited. But the moral panic is never around that exploitation. And we're not doing anything to fix the system. And I also think of, especially with this Democrat meme account tweeting like, we need laws for child influencers in porn. We have a lot of laws around porn. But as I've written about, these laws protecting quote unquote child influencers also don't protect child influencers. And according to child exploitation efforts will lead to more exploitation because.
There you go. See? Making sure that they have the proper things to help kids not be exploited in that way.
Nobody can now report on child abuse online because of these laws, quote unquote, protecting child influencers coming out of these reactionary states like Utah. It shows the ignorance that these people have as well, and I talked about these child influencer laws in a separate video on my YouTube channel where I did like a deep dive and I wrote a 7,000 word sort of takedown of these laws. But they want to sort of like feel like they're doing something, and they want to pass these like reactionary, restrictive, horrible laws like Sesta Fosta is another example, obviously on a federal level.
That was the anti-sex trafficking thing that made it worse, right? Yeah. Or I guess sex work thing. Yeah.
It did enormous harm to women and to sex workers. But then they can sort of like run around claiming that they're liberal and that they are like, I don't know, making the internet quote unquote like a safer space.
Sesta Fosta and internet censorship is like, if you understand it, you feel like you are being gaslit by the entire world because it is so bad and it has been happening for so long. And we have all the data, we know all the consequences of this type of legislation. And there have been real victims of child sex trafficking, like child victims of human trafficking, numerous survivors of assault, of abuse, numerous sex workers who have survived like unethical and abusive situations. All of those people will tell you these legislations do the exact opposite of what people say they will do. They are not just ineffective, they make everything worse. Sesta Fosta made sex trafficking worse. It made it harder for law enforcement to track down what was going on. It did not save anyone. Literally, like 0 people were saved or rescued from sex trafficking. It's all just like a fantasy. And despite that, despite having the record of
what was it? The Sound of Freedom movie? Getting all this funding and shit, and then like the director or somebody involved in it ended up being the sex trafficker and some shit. They're acting all fucking high and mighty about their ability to fight against the fucking, and the Biden administration doesn't want to, and then all the Epstein shit, obviously, like, it's so crazy how the right wing is just such sex trafficking freaks. It's just so weird.
Failure this legislation was, which
I guess it just proves that conservatism is just its own fucked up place. Yeah. I guess it would really suck if I was conservatively minded and you're like, I just think physical conservatism sure is really helpful. I think it's just the right way, just the way that makes sense. But I'm like, damn, it sucks that everybody on my side's a fucking pedophile. Like, that would suck so much. You would just be like, but it just makes so much sense to do this policy. That doesn't actually work. But like, you just be like, fuck, what the fuck?
Also, by the way, made spaces on the internet that were beloved spaces of like queer and like sexual expression, like Tumblr, made it impossible for those types of things to flourish on there, like hurt a generation of queer kids and women and minorities. All of that already happened. And despite that failure, you now have this massive push for things like COSA, which is like even worse. And people don't know about this and they're shocked when it happens. But then you also have people who do know about this who will still trumpet this whole.
I mean, there's some Democrats in there, and I'm like, get them. I'm like, arrest them. I would love it. God, I would love it. I'd sign the petition. Get him out.
People who are Democrats who will say like, we are protecting kids, like we are holding big tech accountable. Meanwhile, this is what big tech wants.
Yes.
This is a gift to big tech. And it's just so maddening.
Yeah, it's wild how you see this rhetoric and frankly this anti-porn rhetoric from leftists. Like this other person in the thread that I was fighting with on Twitter, of course, like has the rose emoji in the bio. And you hear these people too saying like, well, I want to crack down on big tech. Like I want to, I think tech is bad. And I think a lot of these people on the left have such.
I wanted to read the tech. A following built up during childhood on various sites has transformed in some way a following on an 18 plus platform. This is generally something to be concerned about, in my opinion, anyway. I think that's a fair approach to this. Young people having agency over their own sexual expression online is not something to be concerned about unless you have bought into deeply parentalistic. I have gum in my mouth and I'm unfamiliar with this word. Reactionary framing that strips young people, especially women, of their agency and autonomy. The problem is, yeah, I'm confused with this take specifically because young people having agency over their own self-expression is different than pedo bait that they're not even writing themselves. You know what I mean? Like the Little Tay thing was clearly manipulation by older parties involved. So I don't know that this I mean, well, because they're coming at it from, not to just completely diminish the argument that went down to seems to be girl bossing or whatever it is, but that seems to be a large part of it. And there definitely seems to be some attacking going on to that. Like there's the fuckers who are always trying to rip that away from women, down to the 2025 angle that I was just like, I was like, that's actually in there. That's crazy. It makes no sense. It didn't seem like it would be helpful to them, make their money. So like there's an angle where they are attacking that on that way. So them being defensive of that aspect. But I don't think this guy being generally concerned that a child who was not in control of the content through their youth is then gaining a following that wants to see her turn 18 by a second, because they were just talking about how Hermione had the fucking website and that wasn't cool, that a radio station was tracking her fucking age. And that's basically the same thing happening here, right? So then having a concern about it is definitely the right way to just begin the conversation that then leads to more strong language. Like, I'm not trying to be a parental reactionary framing that strips young people of their agency and autonomy. They weren't the one doing it. And it's known that it wasn't done. And they even came out and proposed and talked about the abuse that was happening. Right. I kind of get that. Like the idea of, even when I read out parental reactionary framing that strips young people of their agency and autonomy, I'm like, well, they're children. That's why they don't vote. That's why there's all this talk about fucking the efficacy of puberty blockers by the people who are just anti-trans in general. And why bottom surgeries and stuff is not done on children, because you got to give them time. But pausing puberty is an ethical way to go about that, right? Tattoos generally is not given to the youth. Piercings, I guess, are technically allowed because they're kind of like reversible without extreme, like your earlobes will close up and shit. You know, I don't think fucking circumcising penises makes sense of babies, right? But whatever. I'm not like that mad. I was jokingly mad when I watched that like libertarian Penn and Teller bullshit show way back when. Yeah, but how young, you know? Like, oh, someone who's like 12 is allowed to, but someone who's like 10 is not. I don't know. I'm not gonna like die on the hill of saying 10 should, or 10 shouldn't, but 11 should, or whatever. I'm sure people can figure that out on their own. And even like, you know, people like piercing a newborn baby's ears. That's kind of fucking weird, right? So I think everyone knows that there's something weird about that. Well, most people know there's something weird about that. But people also cut the dicks off of babies. You know what I mean? So, yeah, no, yeah. I mean, yeah, it is insane. When I found out about it, I was like, what? My mom was like, yeah, that was weird. I don't know why people would do that, but they want their baby to look pretty in the pictures. They have little studs in her or whatever. I'm like, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't have kids, so I don't know how sturdy a fucking 10-year-old is, or, you know, how fucking wise they can be. I don't really know. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's just like one of those things that's necessary. Hey, but if a 10-year-old wants to get circumcised, maybe that's more allowable. A 10-year-old just really fucking into it. Yeah. I guess it's like 13. It's like, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, can you consent to certain, you know, cosmetic surgeries as a 10-year-old? I don't think so, you know. Can you understand your earrings? Yes. You understand your earrings. You've probably been stabbed at some point and poked with a pencil or something, so you have an understanding. Circumcision is definitely not. Yeah. But it is, I guess, a cosmetic. I mean, there's like, according to the Penn and Teller episode, there's glands and little organs in the skin that are important. The head of a penis that's been circumcised is like calloused and rough. It looks like a dry desert. It has all this cracked like texture to it. Whereas an uncircumcised penis is smooth and like ready to accept sensory input. You know, so whatever, yeah. My, you know, sensory connection is already seemingly too decent. So I don't know. I probably would be a less performative lover if I, you know, was any more sensitive. I don't know. Probably would ultimately be very similar because I'm dealing with if I could see more colors, I wouldn't be a better artist because I would already have the artist ability inside of me with what I have, you know? So I guess there's this like, it's just how your brain interacts with it one way or the other.
Well, I want to crack down on big tech. Like I want to, you know, I think tech is bad. And I think a lot of these people on the left have such a rudimentary understanding of technology and the internet, and they almost have like worse media literacy, I would say, than the boomers around some of this stuff, because it is, as you said, a massive gift to big tech. Age verification, quote unquote, online safety laws, all of that. what it does is it gives the platforms basically carte blanche to censor anything that they want in the name of protecting children. And it mandates that they.
What the hell is this Russian ass fucking B-roll? I did not think about, or I don't necessarily see the connection between saying, please make sure that you are 18 years old if you're going to use YouTube. Your account is old enough. Possibly even your fucking search history / videos you've watched proves that you're 18 enough for us. But when in doubt, please submit some form of identification to prove your blah, blah, blah. That idea, though technically a form of like gatekeeping and censorship, I don't think it's necessarily, I would like, now they're going to block this content off the website because they consider it to be predatory towards children or something. Because it's like, they're just making sure users, I mean, unless they think a creator is not 18, I guess maybe. I'm trying to think how that counts as like silencing messages. Maybe it's a way that they start the process or something, but I don't quite get the connection. Because we were talking earlier about how we're curious about how that would go about and thinking about the pros and cons of that thing being enacted. I guess it's already been enacted. I don't know exactly. I've never been prompted for anything. I guess probably because of my account's probably been active for 18 years. So maybe they were like, yeah, you're old, bro. So, but still, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't see how that makes it silencing a message or something. I would hope that, like this whole video, the word porn has been muted out and blocked from the screen. Assuming that this, thing happens, you might have allowances to just put that back on. Having to worry about editing that shit out because now it's understood that everyone's supposed to be 18, and somebody getting past that barrier is not the fault of the creator anymore, and they should not be punished.
Collect even more data. These predatory tech platforms would love to be able to harvest unlimited amounts of data on children, including biometric data, location data.
Reminded me of another thought on the same idea, because we talked about the firewall of China and how they monitor social media apps. They limit children's exposure to negative impacts of social media, And like, is it bad? All these fucking anti-porn bitches out there. Like, I don't think China bans porn. I know some places ban porn, like Turkey or whatever. Not allowing YouTube Kids stuff to be in a playlist? Oh, weird. You have to go one by one and click through. Interesting. Why would they want... Yeah. I mean, yeah. Why would they not want anything kids related to end up in a playlist? Like, I understand if you have a kids account, you can't add non-kid things or whatever to your playlist, but why would you not allow kids content to be intermixed with non-kids? And yet no mass sexual assault about the Chinese. I wonder why. I guess they're all just built different over there. They're all Giga Chad. Oh, YouTube Kids has content about children. I thought YouTube Kids was like content for kids or something. But I guess child creators are also making stuff on YouTube Kids. God. Just reminds me of the U.S. gymnastics coach and the decades of fucking sexual abuse. And then how it was like swept under the rug because they wanted to win fucking gold medals or whatever. Like, well, he's a really good teacher pedophile. Like, he he's really good at teaching gymnastics, as if they wouldn't have been able to teach gymnastics without this fucking pedophile. Like, do they think the pedophilia makes them better gymnasts? It's insane. Ah. Well, I can appreciate not letting it be in playlists for that reason. Like, videos with children in it. Because you're looking at a Star Wars kids show, which is just like not child actors in a Star Wars show, but just animated children's, lore stories or whatever about the kids, playing in Star Wars or being in Star Wars. Yeah. It seems like that's a Disney app, or that's a Disney thing, so you'd think that they would, have the strings to pull for the capitalistic angle at the very least. There's lots of gray areas in this big, dirty, messy world out there. Like, the Olympics itself is a gigantic, weird gray area.
Like all of this detailed information, not just on children, but on everyone. And these laws mandate that that happens. Also, who do you think is running these age verification schemes? It's Peter Thiel's companies. It's Palantir. It's like, I can't remember the name of the other age verification startup that Peter Thiel invested in, but it is big tech.
That's a concern. That's a concern for sure.
It is Silicon Valley billionaires. They are investing very heavily right now into the surveillance state. And things like the Kids Online Safety Act, age verification, all of this stuff, that is a further expansion of this surveillance state that these billionaires are building. So you are an absolute moron if you think that you are somehow, fighting against big tech by backing things like age verification. You are giving a multi-billion-dollar gift to Peter Thiel and to the worst, most evil Silicon Valley billionaires.
I mean, in order to see how bad something is, sometimes looking at who's backing it, who's starting it, who's paying for it, it kind of goes like, huh. Some of the most evil human beings ever are the ones trying to push this forward specifically. Well, that might mean that there's more harm than good coming out of this thing. I'm trying to think if there's an example of something that they've done that is considered a good thing. I don't know. I mean, is it possible that they're doing something that could be still not the worst or whatever? Yeah. I mean, we might be unable to stop it either way, and our outcries will go deaf regardless. Like I said, I'm not like dead set on this being a thing. Whatever. I don't care that people have to bleep out the word porn or talk about PDF files instead of, whatever. Like, whatever. I don't give a shit. It's never really bothered me that much. Some people get really annoyed by it, but I'm like, whatever. I get it. Start learning Chinese. Believe me, we've talked about it. I'm just stupid. I barely know English. How the fuck am I going to learn Chinese? How the fuck? I just need glasses that like auto fucking translate for me and also auto dictate and everything. I need something else. I don't know, man. I'm waiting. No, wait, hold on. Here we go. See, bam. Waftbot translated to, "Are you okay?" I got the translation. It's funny that I can't even see Waftbot in my own chat box, but I can see it in my stream chat, so I can check it out there. I had the technology. I could do it. It probably is not even an actual good translation, but it's still workable. I mean, that's just the Google Translate default, response to that. I'm doing all right.
100%. And it's like when you look at age verification and internet censorship, there are like layers of sort of illiteracy around multiple different issues at play here, because there's also this idea that criminalization and involving law enforcement with victims of abuse and exploitation is going to help them, when in reality it does the exact opposite. And you go back and you look at examples from decades past, like street sex workers. When street sex workers encounter the police do not come in to save them. The police come in to further sexually abuse and exploit them. And there is so much information about this, information firsthand from sex workers who have lived these various experiences, who do not want to be on the street, who would be safer behind a computer screen, being able to have a platform like OnlyFans, who will talk about this at length. People completely ignore them, and they revert back to this just world theory where it's like, we need the cops, we need the government to protect women.
Wait, well, they said Peter is behind the age verification thing, so this is related to the YouTube thing or whatever.
And girls, when living under like,
I'm of a similar mindset. Obviously restrictions, age and like, it needs to be regulated. Health screenings for STDs, STIs, whatever. All kinds of things that go into it. Nevada did.
Donald Trump's second administration should disabuse any and everyone of that notion that like the government is going to protect you. The other thing is like, lest you need any more examples of how backwards legislation like COSA is, Elon Musk and Linda Yaccarino were both completely on board with COSA last year, despite X being the cesspool that it is. And I remember talking to a mother, a former journalist who is one of the like pro-internet censorship advocates supposedly on the left. And I asked her, like, how can you be essentially collaborating with someone like Elon Musk? And like, how do you think that you both?
Which is where like, I would not be against prohibition, banning of alcohol personally. Now I am like also fine with people wanting to drink. I'm not like going to like start a movement to try and force alcohol out of people's hands. But like, I don't drink, so it's easy for me, right? I think drinking is bad, like other things, but I guess I don't, not as bad, obviously. But like, I use that phrasing more. I'm becoming aware of it. So it's important for me to make sure I explain stuff. But yeah, I see a lot of the negatives that come with drinking, both on it's a exploitation because people have fucking addictive personalities and it's chemically addictive to certain people. And it's also just literally poison that you drink. The novelty of it is based around some of the negative aspects. Yeah. But also it came from a puritanical, religious aspect, similar to these freaks wanted to ban porn. So it's one of those things where it's like, I don't think booze is good for people. But properly regulated, I suppose it's fine. Like I'm also for decriminalization of a lot of different drugs. So it doesn't really make sense to be like, I want to legalize alcohol, but then allow heroin or whatever, right? Like it's one of those things where it's like, you're kind of all over the place. I mean, that's fair. That's a fair reason to not want it, Like the fact that it makes you dumber. It physically makes you dumber. It lowers both your skills and motor skills, but also lowers your inhibitions, and it makes you more willing to do something that you should not do and know you shouldn't do is bad. So another reason for me to put it on the list. Interesting. You're not going to get any help from Kara on that one, but being in favor of a massive being in favor of a caffeine ban. I don't see the problem with caffeine, but I guess I could be convinced maybe, but ultimately, you know, whatever. You got to hear him out. You got to hear goat out, like, I guess. Is it just because you don't like being addicted to something against your will, so anything addictive could then be seen as a bad thing? Is it really that bad to have caffeine? I feel like caffeine has been a natural drug for a long time between all the different teas. It's being in the teas, being in coffees and stuff when coffee was first sort of like figured out. I'm trying to think, is I mean, okay. Do you think caffeine is damaging? I suppose in certain contexts it can. Like that one time I overdosed on caffeine pills and I like started puking. But that was a very large amount of caffeine in a one period of time, and then I went to sleep because I was very tired. The caffeine was not helping anymore. That could also be my ADHD making caffeine not that effective on me. And also Kara, I guess. I mean, Kara drinks so many fucking coffees that I don't even think it could even possibly ever help her, because it's like there's so many cans we wash out. It's like, damn, that's a lot of coffee. Because I imagine cocaine was pulled out not because it was addictive, because we didn't do that with nicotine. It was pulled out because it was damaging, is my guess. I haven't looked into why cocaine was pulled out. I don't necessarily think that something that people can get addicted to necessarily means that it needs to be removed from the market. But again, I wouldn't. I mean, I look for sodas that have a little bit of caffeine. I don't like. I love root beers, but I don't like drinking the 0-calorie root beers because they just don't have caffeine in them. Heart palpitations. I mean, I guess when people are worried about, vaccine injuries and stuff, but they're not worried about caffeine that they take in their Monster Energy drink. It's kind of, I guess, silly. I've never even really considered caffeine to be a dangerous thing. Palpitations are kind of uncomfortable, I suppose, but I don't know if they're like damaging or threatening. But I guess over a really long period of time, it could cause some stuff. Cocaine has similar health problems with caffeine when consumed by the mouth. I know cocaine at the nose can like ruin your entire nasal cavity. And then when people rub their cocaine on their like gums and stuff, it can cause like gum cancers and shit. But I figured that stuff happens super fast. I mean, most people die from a heart attack just because even when you get that old, you got to die of something. Like when you die of old age, you die of something, whether it's pneumonia or a heart attack or a stroke. Like your body just eventually something has to make it stop. And it gets so weak that it gets hit by everything at once because it's no longer doing. I mean, maybe there will be. I mean, maybe there's going to be. But true, yeah. I mean, like a youthful heart attack in your 50s or something is a tragedy. In your 30s or 40s is, actually insane. My dad's had heart attacks. My uncle on my dad's sides had a heart attack just recently. So I have fat all over my body. My liver is considered. Really? You think so? Don't underestimate me. I'm online. There might be somebody that wants to. You might be someone that wants to beat you to the punch. You know what I mean? Hopefully not. But I'm putting a target on my back. I'm out here saying stuff like people deserve to exist. They want to silence me. The ICE agents are just dispatched already. But thankfully, I sunburn easy, so I think I've got some layers of protection. Even though they will still deport and be fucked up to white people, I'm just saying that I've got some privilege still. Is all. Yeah, but also like the behavioral history, like eating a bunch of shit all the time. They even exercised, but exercise, it's its own thing.
Both have the same shared goals. And something she said to me was like, I've learned that from getting into politics, you will make very strange bedfellows. And I'm like, no, what that means is that you are now in bed with the right. Like, you think that you're using them to achieve your goals, when in reality, you...
Not to open a whole can of worms, but people were mad at AOC for not endorsing and signing the bill that Marjorie Taylor Greene was writing about, no defensive weapons to Israel. And one of the reasons, not the first reason, but one of the reasons she said she didn't want to do it is because she didn't want to give them a W. So if you continue this logic, I suppose she's in favor of AOC not going through with voting negatively on the bill that tried to prevent defensive aid going to Israel. I see what you're saying.
You are being used by the right to achieve their goals. And I feel like that is such an undercurrent of so much of what is happening at like the federal and state level of government right now, is like the left thinks that the right is operating in good faith, when in reality, like the right is laughing in all of our faces as they use these people on the left to do exactly what they said they were going to do in Project 2025.
Exactly. It is so depressing how kind of like bipartisan all of this is. And I think that's also because a lot of people on the left have spent years just chugging this moral panic bullshit about social media. And they sort of can only understand like social media or platforms like OnlyFans or whatever. They're like, capitalism bad, ban the apps because capitalism bad. Like, it's frankly incoherent ideology because, in large part, the internet is also like, especially the open web is actually quite liberatory. Like we want free expression. We want people to be able, we want a flourishing independent media ecosystem. Like, the reason that they're trying to ban all of this stuff and enact mass censorship is because the internet is so liberatory and because it has ushered in social justice movements. It has connected the world and it is allowing young people to become even more informed.
I always come back to this thought whenever people talk about how harmful the internet is, where it's like, if it were not for the internet, I know that I, as someone like who grew up online, who grew up on Tumblr, that is where I learned feminist thought. That is where I learned about LGBTQ identity. If I did not have those internet platforms, I do not know who I would be today. I don't know if I would be living like my authentic free self. And that to me is so frightening. Like the thought of if I had never been exposed to feminism, if I had never been exposed to like queer culture and queer identity. And that is exactly why Marsha Blackburn says, like, we are going to get the porn off the internet so that kids stop being transgender. Like, they just say it out loud. And I feel like so many people on the left also don't think it will come back to affect them. They view themselves as like on some neutral ground that is so far.
That's interesting. It makes a lot of sense, though. Like, obviously, almost everything I learned about positive things came from the internet. So, otherwise, I'm stuck with Fox News, and I'm stuck with my parents, and I'm stuck with coworkers. I wouldn't even know Palestine. I only learned about how I was always raised like, oh, man, it's just too complicated. It requires thousands of years of history, and it's just like, both sides are bad. That's the simple. That's how it was always explained to me, right? Then you get online, you're like, oh my god, what the fuck? This crazy. No. So yeah, them having strict control like that. It's like the China version, but just worse. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to like actually help its citizens, it's just trying to fucking hurt them.
Far removed from the consequences of all of this. And when their content actually starts to get censored and they can't find things anymore, it's like, why is this happening? Like, why did this happen? And I'm like, because simple cause and effect. If anyone thinks,
I mean, that's just fucking capitalists being capitalists. Like, oh, it's a private platform. We can do whatever we want, you know, which is why you have better chance of having it be a public thing. It does suck when the Trump administration steps in, but I mean, we watch fucking Meta do the fucking heel turn. We will no longer fact check things. So they capitulate just as much, but they're more uncontrollable. Peter Thiel was never elected to anything, and he has so much control over stuff because of the private allowance. Technically, is also fucking control of a lot of the elected officials as well, which is a problem, but at least there's a chance. Interesting.
thinks that like they are somehow immune from the consequences of internet censorship or like these broader anti-porn sentiments, like you are so sorely mistaken. And it just like, it shows such a lack of also historical literacy, because I think back to how, and this is still an ongoing thing, like sex education is not like a widespread accessible thing. And I think about how like in religious environments, they will literally take human anatomy textbooks and they will cover up like women's anatomy so that children can't see.
I mean, technically even we do, because there's old laws in the books that we selectively enforce and don't enforce, and then randomly decide to enforce them again to try to make, you know, illegal immigrants extra illegal or some shit, right? Like, you know, it's to some degree we have that, but I guess maybe it's more of their modern laws that are selectively enforced.
Yeah, because that's considered porn. And that is exactly what is happening on the internet right now. And people don't think it affects them.
Yes, and these dumbass people, especially these like liberals and leftists, and I really take issue with them because I'm like, you're supposed to be on the right side of this, right? And you have aligned yourself with these far right reactionaries that are like pro patriarchy. They need to realize that like what is considered adult content is completely arbitrary. And we're seeing this again like in the UK now so explicitly. But yeah, all LGBTQ content will be adult. Like anything that they don't like is quote unquote adult content. And I do think that certain leftists have started to grasp this with like Israel.
But how does age verification remove it from the internet entirely? I don't get how, because it's not just like age verification, making sure users are over 18. How does that remove LGBTQ stuff? I mean, I want to be, it's step one. Probably. That does make sense that if they have that goal, they start with one piece, which is a bit more socially acceptable in the generic form, and then they keep fighting for things until they can push it further and further. They're just acting like it's all inclusive, and I just don't see how that how it actualizes. Maybe I should read these articles that are being quoted.
Israel and Palestine, where they're like, why can't
I mean, I guess seeing alternative media and deciding to, I mean, banning or labeling LGBTQ as adult is bad, right? That is a fair point. I don't have like, I'm not defending saying that, well, yeah, putting all that gay shit in the kid's face is really going to turn them gay, and I don't like that. Like, that's dumb. Like, that's just dumb shit, and that should not be being helped. But age verification, like, kids that can see content should not be restricted from seeing gay stuff, because gay stuff should be in kids stuff as well, because it's just, you know, people stuff. You know, if fucking Blue's Clues, you know, had like, you know, two male pet owners that are like, you know, whatever the guy's name is. I forget the person that did Blue's Clues, but the guy with the striped shirt, and then the other guy with the striped shirt that came to replace him later. If those two were just had a gay relationship on the show, but just like were, you know, not like they're like fucking on camera or something, but they're just clearly gay or whatever. Gay memes. It's that thing from the fucking Pink Floyd prism. That rainbow prisms hitting them with the gay light. Steve, yeah, Steve and Joe. Like if Steve and Joe were gay and they both had blue together and they solved clues as a gay couple, holding hands occasionally, whatever, right? That wouldn't be bad. And they should not ban that from kids' platforms. Yeah, that's a very common example. Sure, exactly. PBS funding just got cut or whatever, which is bad. What was that NPR? Maybe I think of the NPR. Probably. They're woke as fuck, so probably. Elmo's ace. No, I don't mean to make a joke out of it. Sorry. It just something came over me. Yeah. I guess I'm not trying to be, fucking pedantic and like anti whatever, because I just want to be like, hey, that's weird. This thing's not working right. I don't know why it's making it look like Kara wrote all those messages. That shouldn't work that way. Because whenever a new person talks, it's supposed to have a break with the new person's line. Yeah. Way to go, Kara. Kara's talking about Bert and Ernie being gay. Weird. All the more reason not to use the nutty one, I guess. Huh. Also, I have such few chatters that it ends up just being a bunch of text with no names on it whatsoever for a while. Because there's one person talking the entire time. Usually goat. Usually.
Can I say the word Gaza? Or like, why am I getting censored? It's like, okay, yes. Now take that and extrapolate that out and realize that the system that you're sort of either complacently going along with or even advocating for, like, is the reason that this is happening. And I think that's what also bothers me about, like, when I see these leftists pushing this reactionary rhetoric about social media, the moral panic. It's the Jonathan Haidt stuff. There was another super viral tweet from this guy, again, rose emoji in bio, that says, every parent really does need to be telling every other parent.
The previous post, she pointed out, only had like 100 views or something small like that. And she was the only person who commented on it. So, and also, I don't think the guy seemed that crazy. Even if it was, misunderstanding, the language is very, like, not super. I didn't see it as being super harsh. Our cats, no. Kara, no. What have you said?
That you gotta not give them a phone until high school and have a game plan for limiting short form video online. That really is the entire ball game right now. Basically, it's just talking about like how you need to restrict kids' internet access and get kids off the internet. Don't give them a phone until high school. Like, it's just absurd because we know actually that kids that get smartphones earlier have better mental health. I wrote about this. Like, we have actual like data that shows that the primary way that young people use smartphones is to text message and connect with friends. And I'm not advocating for kids to have unlimited screen time to watch like YouTube slop videos, but we need to teach kids to interact with technology. And there's this massive like effort, again, along with this age verification stuff, to keep kids ignorant. Like, they don't want kids to have a phone. They don't want kids to have internet access. They don't want kids on social media. And then they want those kids to turn 18 and have just been mainlining government propaganda and, right-wing bullshit for 18 years and then vote, how they want them to vote.
I can understand that perspective on it. Like, you will have some stunted exposure to how the internet is to some degree. But fair that, like, similar to how driving happens at a different age group than voting versus alcohol versus renting a car. Right? Like, they're all different. 25 is the car rental, which I don't know why that one is so specific and the oldest one out of everything. And also, like, what? because it's money. Because they go, you're statistically less likely to damage a car at that point. Therefore, you're now finally allowed to do it. Maybe that one dude is, whoever that guy's name is. Jonathan Haidt, whatever that guy is. Right, yeah. I guess it's just weird that, like, I guess there's no law probably against it, but it's just no place will rent it to you because the way the insurance works. Unless you're willing to go insuranceless, and then anything you pay, you got to as a 22-year-old, you got to just pay it all out of pocket, maybe. So that's why they just say there's a soft cap or something. I don't know. I mean, I never really had the urge to do it, but yeah. But what if you got to move? You need a moving truck. You got to move. You got to rent something. You can't just, like your parents kick you out and you got to go when you're 18. I don't know how old you are. I forgot if you told me. You definitely are younger. So, I'm sorry if I forgot. I'm bad with names and dates, unfortunately. I have to put my parents' birthdays in my Google Calendar because I'll go like, huh? I'll just forget. Ooh, careful. If you type stuff like that, you can get auto banned from Twitch, technically. So, like, there was a stream of people who would like, and again, I would not type this, not being like a contrarian or whatever, but like, people were typing like, I'm 12 or I'm 13, and they were getting like auto banned off the platform. Fair. I mean, whatever. I don't know. But I just like, that's what I've heard. So maybe that's like, me being a superstitious person who now is afraid to say Bloody Mary in the mirror at night because I don't want anything bad to happen. So I'm just going to be, you got backups. That's true. You have talked about being a mod on these channels and then like you're used to these alts and stuff, but whatever. I mean, you got turbo on this one, so that would be annoying to have to like move shit around. Happy Goat 7. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Yeah. True. Yeah. There's also like the, I guess, unofficial not Happy Goat 6. Got you. Unhappy Goat. I'm pretty meh about it, Goat 6. Should be Happy Bass to match my other hat. That way I can have hats that match all your accounts. I don't even fish. I just thought the fish hat was stupid. So I got it. And I wanted the blue one, and it's very blue. So. And when my hair is messy, I just throw a hat on.
Which is certainly not progressive.
I think it's interesting. Like, I haven't seen a lot of people make the connection that Sesta Fosta and the impacts of internet censorship based around things like sex trafficking and pornography has already had cascading effects in terms of making young people more conservative because they are not on the same internet. Like, again, I think back to the internet that I grew up on, which was extremely left. And I was constantly on a daily basis being exposed to radical feminism, like radical progressive politics. And they're not getting that to the degree that I was getting that. And a big part of that is because Sesta Fosta like shut down so much.
I mean, the internet's different than it was when it was like first launched or whatever. But also, there's plenty of gay ass spaces out here, I think. Not to like say that that's enough and there shouldn't be more or something. So her statement that there's less than there was before as a bad thing is probably still valid. Not sure why I have the knee-jerk reaction to just be like, nuh-uh, just for the sake of it, right? I mean, I would... I mean, I don't think... I mean, it's possible that she's referring to that form of radical feminism, but just like, feminism was radical at one point. You know what I mean? Even online. Before it was like, I don't know, all men should die kind of shit.
Much of this important information online. And I really think that people just have lost their grasp on reality, because I'm like, do you think that in the United States today, kids are going to just be exposed to like high quality information about the world through traditional sources? Like, you know that they're not. But I just feel like people are so captured by like the emotions behind this conversation.
I'm from a different group. I'm not a woman. I'm not a woman online. That'd be tough. I can just understand that a little bit with some empathy. So though there are more communists online, I'm not going to say, get over it. You know, like, it's like, okay, you know, I'm trying to, you know, I guess some of my white privilege is understanding how privileged I am. So I'm great, you know. Yeah, I mean, I don't think people should be stopping feminism. Hell, even stupid radical feminism, that's like different, like the one that's like seen as less productive under most circumstances, the most like the more toxic version. Because like traditional, well, just saying like it has a reason, it should be allowed to exist online. Whether or not we should be feuding with them or not, or whatever, is a whole separate conversation. Probably. Because I remember people were saying that like they don't like that TERFs have taken radical feminism, because they're giving radical feminism a bad name or something. I don't remember who was saying it, but there was somebody that, you know, I would not consider to be I hate all men kind of person. So maybe maybe I have a outdated definition of radical feminism. So I guess, because to me, feminism is like a completely, you know, solidaristic society, whatever, right? Like feminism fights against the patriarchy, which is a bad system. Not so much to like instill a matriarchy, and I don't know what a radical feminism is supposed to do, right? Other than just taking a radical step towards feminism. But like, yeah, oh, that's pretty weird. It's pretty annoying. That's pretty. That's pretty. I mean, I'm sure black women got it extra hard, right? Black trans women, or maybe black trans men. I guess it might depend upon certain circumstances, but it's just like black trans people have it. You know, it's one of those like you can try to like find the Venn diagram of like the, you know, most intersectionality, but instead of that, of like oppression or something. Right. That's like it's like dividing by, you know, zero, where it like doesn't matter what the number is before. It doesn't matter that they have racial oppression on top of this. It doesn't matter. Once they're a woman, boom, it's the same level, no matter what. And it's like, well, um, couldn't it have layers? Yeah. So, based off of that understanding, yeah.
And the fear mongering behind this conversation, that they are not actually like engaging with reality.
Yeah, and they've bought into this right-wing campaign that has framed social media as a bad thing and destroying kids' mental health and doing all these evils in the world. And then the leftists have sort of bought into that again because they're against quote unquote big tech, but they're not really against big tech, as we said. I mean, another way that age verification is a gift to big tech is that it ensures everything that you just talked about, Kat, like those feminist spaces, or I think of like these disability justice forums. Like when I became immunocompromised, like I found so much information from other people that were also trying to navigate the ongoing pandemic. Like,
I guess China, just thinking about it a little bit more, China does it where they have specific apps that they're willing to allow children access to. which are educational and productive, but still similar to other apps. So that way they're not cold turkey and then all of a sudden, boom, on the internet as an adult with nowhere really to go. That seems like a productive and healthy way to both make sure that kids aren't being abused and taken advantage of, but also give them, you know, a version of their adolescent agency. Cool that YouTube has a positive impact. I loved YouTube, but I was also at the end of my childhood when it became a thing, so
having no immune system and like, you know, learning about things and trading resources and finding affordable masks and tests and things like that. Like these are all happening in small communities that cannot afford to do age verification. The only companies that can afford, and every single tech reporter has like confirmed this and talked about this, especially Mike Masnick of Tech Dirt, done a great series on this. The only companies that can afford this massively expensive data harvesting machine, which is age verification, are going to be big tech companies. So the reason that Meta and Google and Apple and all these big tech companies want age verification is because it automatically eliminates so much competition. You can't set up these small indie social communities or platforms online because you will not be able to do the level of age verification and data harvesting needed to keep it operational and to be.
I do think the age verification thing should not be handled on the YouTube side specifically. It should be handled on the government side. Because personal information being in the hands of the companies has always been bad. And this gatekeeping aspect of if you want an app, it has to have this thing, but we don't provide you that thing. And also only these places can ever really afford it. Therefore, it's a monopoly, right? It makes sense to have, you already have a social security number, right? So if you're going to do this thing, have it relate back to that. You know, you have a voter registration thing. You're already registered on that kind of grid. That makes sense to me, right? If you're going to do it, just do it like that. So, you know, easy peasy. And then that token, that cookie, whatever the fuck the internet bullshit version of it is then taken, approved, a double-blind secondary pin. Sure. You know, fucking us.gov has a, like, you know, register your bullshit online here. You put in your stuff, your tax ID number, you know, as a part of an adulthood thing and the whatever thing. And then you get your, you know, whether it's just your, you know, last 5 of your social or whatever it is, then you combine it with a pin thing that you set up, and you know, there's lots of ways that you could just take that layer, because there's an incredible, like, you need to get like fucking, you know, Russian KGB operatives to give you a fucking fake social security number or whatever it is, right? Like there's a higher bar to sort of like get to that level of forgery to try and get past that scrutiny. Not that it's impossible, because nothing's impossible, but the idea is to create a fucking threshold that makes it a reasonable threshold to then allow adult-focused content, or not, you know, you don't have to worry about accidentally showing a kid the F word or, you know, a boobie or something that cause a problem to distribute porn to a minor, and all of a sudden the entire website gets exploded. So like that seems like a much better way of going about this than just allowing YouTube to have access to it. So I feel like if you're going to do it, they should do it like that. And it kind of is a bummer that it sounds like that's not the plan, because also that would make YouTube have a cheaper time at doing this. Why wouldn't they be down for it? But I guess they want the bar to be stuck behind a paywall that only they can afford, where they or their fellow, you know, comrades can afford.
be compliant. So, there's been so much talk, especially on the left, of like, we have to get off, Meta and like go on places like Blue Sky or whatever. Blue Sky is barely going to be able to enact this. Like it is a huge burden. And if you think that we're going to get more indie web and a more independent, less profit-driven internet under this new system, you are delusional.
Yes. No, I was literally just thinking about Blue Sky, and it's like you have a mix of people on there because there are some people who get this on there, but overwhelmingly I would say people do not understand that like this platform that they have fled to escape Elon Musk, they are in support of legislation that Elon Musk loves because he's like, you're all gonna have to come back because like platforms like Blue Sky aren't gonna be able to exist anymore because only platforms like X are going to be able to exist.
Exactly. And I think Blue Sky has reached critical mass now that they've said that like they are doing.
So is this a Trump administration rule put in that now YouTube has to then follow? Did I miss that part of this whole thing? I thought YouTube was just saying, we're going to do this now because Spotify did it similar, so we want to do it similar. Maybe that's what's driving all this. Because shouldn't every place, because they're coming at YouTube and saying, YouTube, you piece of shit, you fucking loser, you fucking did this. But it's like, well, they're just following the law. I thought that would be less of a thing. Or they just see the writing on the wall and they're getting ready for it early. And the wall is coming, but they're just getting ahead of it. I could see that being a part of it too. And people will still be mad about it. Yeah.
Doing age verification. This is why you can't DM someone on Blue Sky right now in the UK without verifying your age. But I'm talking about the small indie up and coming social platforms, and specifically social platforms catered to marginalized groups and communities. Again, like these disability forums, these niche patient communities for rare diseases where people trade information about clinical trials, like support groups for victims of sexual assault, or support groups, like basically these social communities that are built outside.
Interesting. I never really considered, because I've been very anti-social media in general, but weird little places like the goonhammer.com that has I guess a user base. I don't know if this would be every internet forum, every fucking thing needs to have age verification. It's just a bizarre, incredible wall to put up. I guess I would need to see what the legislation is supposed to be. I mean, I would never trust the Trump administration to be making something beneficial to anybody other than themselves. I'm really trying to think if they have tried to enact anything that is beneficial, like some tariffs, I guess, are supposed to be reasonable to do because you want to encourage local manufacturing or something. But like, I don't think any of them have been, the way they've been blanketed across every possible good and every possible resource is just like mindless and dumb. And you just probably just picked by AI or whatever. Borders and immigration is not helpful to anybody because the way that immigration is statistically the least likely to commit crimes and also the best benefit to our economy. If anything, we should be trying to protect our immigrants and bring in more immigrants and make sure that they have better labor protections than just randomly deporting them. Also, we should be making it easier for them to be documented so that way they could work with protections much better than as an undocumented worker. But we purposefully, undercut the ability to document them so they can say, there's no way to do it. You should do it the legal way. And by the legal way, I'm trying to defund the legal way. Yeah, it's a boon to everybody. Literally, like it's always a boon. They commit less crimes because they're just here to work. They're just here to, get away from a bad thing, whatever it is, or just to make a new life for themselves. It's just trying to think of anything. The rapid response of COVID, I guess, was like, Operation Warp Speed, but like that wasn't Trump really. That was just the scientific community. They were like, yeah, sure, go for it, because we want to keep the jalapeno poppers open. So like, I know it's just like, I'm just trying to think of anything that it could be, and I just whatever. So it's pretty easy to be like, oh, if they're pushing for this, we shouldn't do it. But I wonder if Taylor would be willing to have that social security number thing to then help protect I don't know, minors on porn sites or whatever. I'm just trying to think of, and then also just like make the internet less like demonetization hungry, because right now they're opining about every little thing that's like, oh, that's a terrible thing. You're not allowed to talk about that. Therefore, you're demonetized. But I guess that's also sometimes more about advertisers than it is about like, oh, it's not just that kids can't see it. It's that advertisers don't want you to talk about this because that's not good for business. Like talking about the genocide in Gaza. But then again, CNN has a bunch of fucking ads. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, so how the fuck does that make sense? Because they put age restriction on your video and that kills the monetization of it. I guess there's just content restriction now, it would be called instead of age restriction, and the same idea. Yeah. I wonder. So I wonder if she would, you know, under a different administration or under a different goal, if she would be willing, because again, you know, I'm not even really for it, but I'm also not, I don't have the full picture enough to be completely against it, just because I know that there's ideas that have been pitched before. And I know that there's definitely good reasons to keep the anonymity. And I don't even think this thing is going to make everybody have to put their name on every post they make, but it's just like your name is in there somewhere if you have to age verify like that, right? So there's that element. There is that part. That will naturally just crater a bunch of content that has a bunch of kids watching it. I don't know if like Northern Lion's got a bunch of kids watching his fucking VOD clips or whatever, but there's a lot of stuff out there that has a lot of kids watching it. You know, even kids who are like 16 or something, right? Like, you know, kids of a age that are still kind of a bit more sentient than your average, you know, larva, but yeah. Huh.
Outside the bounds of big tech that are not profit-driven communities. Many of these communities exist truly for the social good and to sort of help people. And they exist on this indie web that we should be like bolstering and enabling. And instead, we're about to basically just put the ban hammer on all of it and prop up this tech monopoly that we have of a very few amount of companies that are going to be the only ones to really robustly do this.
Absolutely. I think back to a piece that I did at NBC, literally the last piece I did before I got laid off was about COSA. And I interviewed, me and my like fellow reporter, we interviewed these teenagers and young adults who are so passionately like defending the internet that they know and love against big tech, against COSA. And they were so literate on these issues. They spoke so eloquently on these topics. And then I just remember, like, I'll never forget, I interviewed Jonathan Haidt. And when I asked him like the hard questions, he literally like pulls up literature that God knows which interest group has like typed out and said to him, and he like reads verbatim from these paragraphs, because I don't even think that like some of these people who have been propelled to the front of this discourse and are given these massive pedestals, I don't even think that they are as literate on the issues as the queer teenagers who will be affected.
Jonathan Haidt, I would be surprised if that man could turn his own computer on, because he does not understand the internet. This is a man who has fallen for multiple fake TikTok trends, okay? He is a boomer who did not grow up on the web, has no understanding, and is frankly deeply misogynistic, and is one of these people that, you know, essentially he promoted the theory that like the trans contagion theory, that basically like Instagram is turning your kid trans, you know, and that's why we need to ban it.
Which is exactly what Marsha Blackburn said. They are saying the exact same things. They are on the exact same side. They're reading the exact same talking points.
And then you have all these leftists that are pushing this reactionary rhetoric that is just Jonathan Haidt talking points. That's like, get your kid offline, you know, disconnect your child from the world, disengage your child from the world, keep them ignorant, don't allow them to, for instance, join a Discord and discover other queer teens, like keep them isolated and miserable. But as long as they don't have a cell phone, that's good. And it's just, it's so short-sighted.
It's so short-sighted. And it's like these queer teens, it is a lifeline for them. The internet and these Discord communities and these forums where they're able to talk to other like young trans people. It blows my mind to see LGBT people join like the pro-censorship brigade, because I'm like, do you not remember what it was like to be like an LGBTQ teen? You cannot talk to your family or community about who you really are if you grow up in an environment that is like homophobic or transphobic. The internet is your reason to keep living. And when I would speak to kids about this, they would literally be like, yeah, my mental health was so bad that I don't know if I would still be here if it weren't for my online communities and lifelines.
And so many young women.
She's got lines like I do. Smile lines. Especially when I have like the light coming in. Oh, that's always a part of it too. Where you look older based on your style. Like the lady from that Milo video who did all the rock analysis. She dressed and had her hair cut very 60s style and wore even bigger frames than the normal Zoomers wear. So she looked like she's older, but obviously, you know, she's got young skin or whatever. So she looks, you know, she's probably in her 20s or early 30s, like Milo or whatever. I assume he's somewhere in his mid to late 20s ish. But, yeah, like style can have a big impact on it. That's why I look young. Because I wear a t-shirt like a young person. Yeah, I mean she's in her mid 30s ish, if whatever ish. I mean, I'm bad at guessing ages, zoom cameras, blur faces, you know, makeup, all different effects, and then, you know, your genetics, you age differently. You know, white gets grosser, black don't crack, all these different effects. Like, okay, you know, how does this work? And, you know, like trying to figure out how old somebody is, you know, a losing battle sometimes. She was saying 45. They were calling her 45 and saying that she's too old to care about, I don't know, children to be allowed to be online.
As well. Like, I mean, the world hates women. And like you said, there are just these like amazing communities online where you
And that's a misogynistic angle to be like, you're gross, you're old, you're used up, you're not worth anything anymore. Because that's a fucked up thing to say. And also, you don't know how old this person is. So, and then to think that the woman is no longer valid because she's an old woman or something is like, it's not even that old. What are you talking about? Like, it's old if you're a kid, right? Clearly. That's a mom's age, but a mom is not worthless. Child, think about that.
could, like, it's harder now, but like learn about like feminist thought. And like, I mean, that's the first time I heard about like body positivity and just like all of these sort of progressive ideals. And just to get back to Lil Tay, obviously I want her to like find happiness and peace and stuff in the world. But I think what's also interesting is that she didn't post nudes on her OnlyFans. Like the men that bought her OnlyFans thinking that they were going to get some sort of explicit content were disappointed because she just had sort of reposted her sexually suggestive Instagram stuff, like basically public content and very safe for work content. And I guess one man posted that he had asked for like a private picture, which, you know, a lot of people that use OnlyFans do. And she just sent a picture of a Hello Kitty. And so she sort of like fleeced these men for over $1 million, potentially millions of dollars. And I think that like even that, you know what I mean? Like, you know,
that's good. That's a good fucking way to. I didn't realize that she posted just the same stuff she had on her Instagram. I remember the story said it was safe for work, but I still assumed it was new suggestive information or whatever. Now, the fact that it couldn't have been just, well, it could have, because they said that, you know, she was leading up to it on her Instagram, and then she took all the photos when she was midnight 01, but that could just be a lie, or she took new photos that are very similar to her old stuff on Instagram, right? That was a part of the story earlier from talking about women being used up by 26 or whatever, and they're past their peak. That was that part of the story. So the trend line continues that would make sense why people are bringing that up in a negative context. I'm not a woman online. I don't want to sit here and be like, she's overreacting or whatever. So that's why it made sense to me.
like she did not even put her own nudes online yet, and she might. And she's
so her doing this to bait a bunch of pedophile freaks who are waiting for her, salivating for her to turn 18 all of a sudden, and then have them all buy it, and then they're mad that they didn't see fucking gross, you know, nearly, you know, illegal porn or whatever it is. That's kind of funny, you know. Fuck them. You just came here for the meme if you were innocent, but chances are you weren't, right? So
that's her prerogative, by the way. She's an adult at this point. But you're still seeing these calls to ban OnlyFans because it's the idea of this influencer making money off these men is so offensive to people.
Yes, and that really goes to show how much of it is truly a moral panic that is not even rooted in facts or reality. And it's like, this kind of reflects on what we've already talked about, but I also think it's so telling that she's already been able to profit from posting this type of stuff on platforms like Instagram. She's not profiting as much because the monetization setup is so different, but it's like this type of content is already plentiful on the exact same internet that will be bolstered and supported by things like age verification. Meta stands to benefit so much from age verification, and that it's the exact same content.
Well, it's just safe for work.
I want to see what Tay was saying.
Profit from posting this type of stuff on platforms like Instagram. She's not profiting
I just turned 18, and
as
honestly,
much because the monetization
my biggest reason for
is so
wanted to drop the link
different, but it's
has been Sabrina Carpenter and Sydney Sweeney.
like this type of content is already plentiful
They literally my top inspirations.
on the exact same internet
And honestly, for anybody that doesn't like them
that will be bolstered
and shitting on them, I was like, what the fuck could that be?
and
doesn't think they're inspirational.
supported by
You need to check your misogyny. I don't know enough about either one of those people.
things like age verification. Meta stands to benefit so much from age verification. And that it's the exact same.
I know Sydney Sweeney did the Gene commercial, which, being charitable to Sydney Sweeney, I assume as an out of touch celebrity, she didn't really think about it. If she's super doubling down and wants to be right wing, yeah, then that sucks. That's dumb. I mean, I assume Sydney Sweeney is young and not the smartest person. Oh, you mean that being inspired by it? I assume, well, 3 days ago. I don't know. I mean, depending upon when that video was posted and this retrospective was done, I don't know.
Content.
Well, it's just safe for work content. And it's actually suggestive content in some instances for sure. But yeah, it's just that on Instagram, the men get it for free. And I do think that a lot of these reactionaries don't even want women to be able to amass followings on Instagram, because even that tips the balance of power in their favor.
Agreed. No, yeah. I mean, but not everybody has leftist politics put into them. Sometimes things are just, haha, I got good genes. Get it? It's a pun. And like, people are raised saying they have good genes. Like, you know, you have good genetics to age poorly or positively. You have good genetics to not have a heart attack or whatever. So like, there are certain things that aren't necessarily eugenics around it. So I could still get how somebody would be uneducated, especially a person who's like, you know, been shuttled into modeling at a young age and then stuck in this world and, you know, given the most bare bones version of a, you know, required education and then immediately, you know, pushed out to be big titted girl on an HBO show. You know, that's kind of just like, that's not going to give you the best fucking, you know, build up, unfortunately. So.
Like, even so, like the notion of a woman gaining online influence, like you see so much slut shaming online, right? Like, she only has her followers because she's posting this or because she's hot or whatever. They just do not want women to have autonomy and power. And I think that this anti-porn stuff is really, really dangerous.
It all comes back to garden variety misogyny and the idea that there's nothing you can do as a woman to avoid this type of shaming. And like, you see it on Twitter as well. If a woman posts an outfit that's revealing, there are AI models that will put more clothes on her. But if she puts on an outfit that's chaste, there are AI models that will undress her. So it's like the
porn stuff is really, really dangerous.
It all comes back to garden variety misogyny and the idea that there's nothing you can do as a woman to avoid this type of shaming. And like, you see it on Twitter as well. If a woman posts an outfit that's revealing, there are AI models that will put more clothes on her. But if she puts on an outfit that's chaste, there are AI models that will undress her. So it's
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Like the ultimate goal here of this sort of moral panic is just to re-entrench and uphold the ability to control women and strip women's autonomy from them. And it's very, very obvious and transparent. And it's like the person who had that viral
Which one? The do you put more clothes on or take more clothes off model?
tweet of we need to ban OnlyFans, if you go and look at his other content, he is literally using these threads that are espousing red pill rhetoric about porn and about the porn industry to profit.
That's the. I was gonna say that's the worst one. I guess that's like specifically trying to do deep fake porn of somebody. So that's worse, I guess, if I have to put a clarification on it. Because like an ad being like, here what you would be if you were dressed like a real woman, and it's like, you know, more clothes, and it's like, that's weird. Don't be weird. But I don't. Probably, right? That just makes sense.
Profit from and to advertise these like anti-porn apps in themselves. There's like a whole grift there, and
There is such a grift. It's like a semen retention shit. That's like, I just think that's so stupid. It's so stupid. Oh man. Like the idea that porn edition exists, I can definitely get how a person can be addicted to the dopamine release, and they could make it a problem. Literally everything a human does can be addictive because everything releases chemicals in your brain. And also there's billions of humans in the world. So yeah, it makes sense. But to think that it's like a major problem specifically, comparatively to other major problems we should be focusing our attention towards, it's one of those like, well, and like the prolifence, the amount of porn that's available, the proper safeguards for, you know, exposure and things. I mean, honestly, for a healthy prostate, yes, specifically. I think that there's, you know, definitely arguments to be had with the point where I'm not even against the idea of having, you know, an age restriction on, you know, the internet overall or whatever it is to make sure that, you know, children don't get omega exposed to a thing. Well, yeah. Well, a thing that I've learned, whether or not it's learned properly or not, but it's important for men to come on a somewhat reasonable basis once a week, at least, if not, you know, okay. Well, it needs you to come. There's natural parts of men's health that include regular ejaculating. Not just like blue balls specifically or something, but like it's just good and healthy. Like not just fine, but like particularly healthy to do it specifically. Take that as you will. Yeah.
all feeds back into this manosphere ideology that ultimately revolves around like not giving women any power. Like the ultimate end goal of this rhetoric is it's telling men that like when you support OnlyFans, when you support women's right to be a sex worker, the problem is that they're taking your power back from you, and you need to do whatever.
I'm adding a comma in my head where it's like, babe, come on, my prostate. You know, it's like I have needs, but yeah. If you, you know, you need what you need, I guess.
Whatever it takes to like reconsolidate your power.
I don't know if you come on a prostate? Is that like, is the prostate the asshole G spot? Is that the one? Or am I thinking of a different one? I think I am, right? I don't know. I think Supergirl doing that would be really bad. Oh, our cats are in the backyard. I was like, what is that noise? Get out of here, you random app. It might be blowing up the tower at my work at some point, which is crazy to have a demolition like that.
And make sure that women are actually the ones being subjugated. It's very similar ultimately to.
Well, I know that there's like, I think it's the prostate, which is like, something can tickle your prostate and you can like I think like if you press your prostate just right, it makes you automatically ejaculate. These are probably all crazy myths I've fucking heard about, men's sex or whatever it is, but that's cool. That's unusual. That'd be a weird day at work.
To what Andrew Tate says and does and the rhetoric that he espouses, it all comes back to this like red pill, extreme, toxic misogyny.
Yeah, and some of the most viral tweets that, again, people are engaging with across the political spectrum are from accounts like Rach for the Patriarchy, which is this woman, Rachel Wilson, who identifies herself as a patriarchist. She's quote tweeting something about Lil Tay. She says, "This is the sort of behavior by young women online that needs to be punished, shamed, and ostracized." And then you see all these other people tweeting about it, like accounts like Defend the West, which is a white supremacist account, saying OnlyFans needs to be seriously examined and banned, exploited through childhood for money now as an adult. And again, it's not about child exploitation. It's not about safety. Like if they cared about those things, we would have a very different legal framework than we have right now. 100%. Just the way that these child influencer laws are not about child safety and they're not about protecting child influencers. They're about censorship and control.
100%. And I also think that with these types of extreme, like white supremacist accounts joining on these bandwagons, it's like, of course they have ulterior motives. Of course, the women who they care about protecting the most are the white women who they want to be at home raising their children. Like there are so many extremely bigoted ideologies that are the very clear undercurrent of this stuff.
Yeah, agreed. Which is why you and I are not in agreement with those right-wing accounts. We don't want to ban OnlyFans. And we do want, like what Taylor was saying, was real, better child influencer protection laws to make sure they're not being exploited and being like sexually lusted after and being posted for pedo content. And also just general child work abuse in general. But, we want all of that to be in place. We want proper protections for youth to be exposed to different forms of, illicit material, all the good stuff. And we're not really siding with these weird freaks. Maybe there's just, a misguided bunch of still on their journey leftists who are thinking that they need to ban sex work or something. Because I know that there is, a SWERF, which is sex work exclusionary feminist, whatever, which is another like term similar to TERF, or radical feminist, I guess, which is again very left focused a lot of times it seems, but then also that part. So that could be where a lot of this angle is coming from, is from that side of things. Yeah.
Stuff, but then you have people on the left who don't recognize that and join in.
Kat, thank you so much for chatting with me today. Tell people where they can continue to follow your work.
You can follow my work at my newsletter, Spitfire News. It's spitfirenews.com.
Are you doing okay, Kara? It's like noon. That's crazy. Was that your lunch nap or what was that? Okay.
And I will be reporting on this and other topics there.
All right, that's it for this week's Free Speech Friday. Don't forget to subscribe to my tech and online culture newsletter, usermag.co. That's usermag.co, where I write about...
Well, right. I mean, yeah. They might, push for Medicare for all or some other things, but I don't know how to balance aspects. I'm not necessarily super new to leftism, considering that I was like, pro Bernie in 2016 technically, but like I wasn't really 100% understanding of things, but I would have considered myself left. But a lot of people would say I wouldn't be left because I just didn't know enough. Even now, I don't technically know a lot about all the specifics, but I consider myself to be a left person. Fair. I don't know enough about. Again, I barely even knew that they were a specific ideological thing. I don't know how purity testing, that the whole leftist infighting is a whole meme on its own. And I'm not pure enough to start purity testing others sometimes, but also clearly when people are being bad actors and are not actually there to be beneficial, that's, should be pretty easily seen specifically. At some point, I guess I should start a little thing. I'll open up a new keep. Books to read. It's called Sexual Politics, as like that's the title, right? Show checkboxes. Got it. And I'll put a pin in it so that way it stays near the top. All right, so today is Monday. I have to do a thing on Tuesday. Oh, interesting. So it's obviously not like talking about them in a direct. It's saying these are our views, and you're like, oh my. Like, if you're disagreeing with them, you would be like, wowie. I guess I'll put the connotation that like to learn about rad femmes. That way I have a bit of context for what it's for. My brother, I still have that copy of Howard Zinn, A People's History of the United States that I'm like, I've been told multiple times by a lot of people it's a great book to start out reading things, whatever it is. Just, sitting down and reading. It's not easy for a lazy motherfucker like me. But I'm jobless now, so I should be able to do that. But I have a thing I need to do for my Dump Duke campaign. Hopefully. Again, my media literacy, I have back in the day, if I see a thing, I now agree with that thing. Kind of basic, very limited pushback. Generally agreeable, especially in person type of thing. Getting better at actually being like, I see what you're saying, but here's my opinion or my view, or I have some pushback on this now, right? Being able to watch multiple different leftist streamers, even if they're all in the same circle, one person will say this thing, but it'll say, well, I disagree with that person's take. I actually think this thing. And I'm like, oh, two people I like that are saying different things. I have to form my own decision on this, right? And that's happened enough times where I'm gained some ability, I think, to do that. And there have been times where someone says something and I'm like, I don't know if I really agree with that. And then they continue to defend it. And then I'm like, oh, I see. I understand better now. Because, a streamer is repeating a thing that they say a lot. You might just catch the tail end and you're like, well, that doesn't seem justified. And they eventually go back to the full justification. And you go, oh, that is justified, right? Especially to an outsider. You go, oh, all right. So lucky for me, I'm very used to repeating myself a lot in what I say. So, in the future, if I have to do that, I'll be good at it. But I have to reach out to some people from the DSA, both because I have an important thing to do tomorrow, a double header. 2 different city council members are going to meet up with us and talk, and we're going to discuss why we think they should do this feasibility study, which seems like the most like bare bones. You got to do due diligence as a city councilor to try to help our city save some money on utilities of power. One of the things that literally everybody has to pay for as long as they're like living in a home. Whether you're a renter or you're an owner, it doesn't matter. Everyone cares about this. should be a no-brainer, but we have to try to convince them otherwise. So we have a meeting with 2 of them, and there's also a little pre-meeting to make sure that we're, up to speed on our fucking thoughts. And then also, I have to go find a Chevron station and try and talk to the owner and ask them to be on board with our Chevron thing, our boycott Chevron for the BDS stuff. And then also a picket on Thursday. So, like, I ended up fucking up on Sunday real bad, and I just didn't go to, like, the general meeting, which the general meetings are fine. They're not the most, like, they're very, like, background bullshit meetings. Why is it so quiet? Oh, the tab is muted. I'm like, I thought I put music on. There it is. I was like, what the fuck? Didn't I put music on? Anyway, that'll be interesting to be more involved in these things, both directly with these people, as well as going out and doing direct action, both as a picket action and as a just talking to a business owner and saying, hey, I think people would really appreciate it if you did this. And I realize it's not like an easy ask because it's just you have to do something and that sucks. But please. And that may not go very well. Bringing Luigi would be something. Just have it hanging off the back of my backpack. That's quite a veiled threat, if you will. Because everyone loves Luigi's Mansion is what I'm referring to, of course. I'm such a freak. I could just keep going. I mean, you're here to chat. I can do stuff, but I should also use these awaking and daylight hours to go and do some productive stuff. So. Mario is the one that capitulates to the United Healthcare thing. Which is funny because that is now my healthcare group. Specifically. So, thank you, Luigi. I say to the character in the Mushroom Kingdom. Oh, I got you. Yeah, the whole Mario cinematic universe. The MCU, if you will. The Mario CEO universe. Character, like, just in, like, all things, or do you mean, specifically in the Mario Luigi thing? Because I never really had a choice before. I never really cared, but now it's definitely Luigi, just because, obviously. And also, Luigi was a bit of the, like, I'm quirky, I'm different than the other guys. And Luigi, in playing, like, Mario 2, was, like, jumped higher or some shit. You're a stereotype? Is that a thing? Like, non-binaries all love dry bones? I think when I used to play Mario Kart or whatever, sometimes I'd play like a shy guy because I just think they're cute. They're just a shy little guy, and they got these little cute little masks or whatever. I don't know, like, I'm not very good at doing favorites. I have decision paralysis. Huh, weird. I'll keep that in mind. If I see somebody repping some Dry Bones merch, I'm like, oh, what up? Well, no, I mean, I'm not upset about it. It's not a bad thing. I shouldn't be like, oh no, I've been diagnosed with cancer. Like, it's not a bad thing, right? I just gotta embrace it. It's a spectrum. And I might be, very rich in my color in the spectrum, or not. Like, I'm not trying to, like, I don't know. I'm acting like claiming disability is a thing that would be allowed for autism, which is not. I don't think. But also, acting like I would need to get. That would be a bad thing. Like, money is free money. How could you? Like, kind of a negative. I would imagine it would be similar to what RFK would consider full-blown autism, right? In their silly way of defining things. Just being like, I like trains a little bit. I assume it would not be qualifying, especially in Florida, of all places. I mean, good luck. I looked it up briefly. Like, depression technically is a disability, but looking it up, it is not an easy one to claim. Like, you need to have proof that you've tried to get a bunch of jobs and have been unable to because of your diagnosis, and like it takes a while, and you're constantly getting denied because they just don't want to put you on or whatever. Yeah. I guess like it being a thing versus it being a thing that you can then apply for is like two separate things, right? Which, like in that thing we were talking about earlier with the way earlier with the robots delivering packages into rural areas and being replacements for workers and stuff, that would be where everyone's on disability, because everybody doesn't do anything other than a very select few who still have to do something. Really? That's crazy. They're like, yeah, I got scars. And they go, well, that's across the street, not down the road, so technically disqualified. You didn't try hard enough. Stamp. That's one of the only suicide things I know. Are you against robots doing work for humans to replace the manual bullshit labor that nobody wants to do? Because I do think that obviously capitalism is not going to be very equitable with the rollout and the benefits of robot labor. But like, I guess just on the raw prospect of the idea of, man, nobody wants to, clean a toilet, but we can get a robot humanoid to go in there and clean the toilets for us. That would be nice, right? That's kind of like, it makes sense in a Star Trek future that bullshit manual labor can be handled. Yeah, it's a bummer. It'd be sick if I had like 5 more goats to just like both learn from and also talk to. We get a couple of chatters in here every now and then, these little strays, but they just like, not that I don't mind talking to you for 7 hours straight, but I was muted? Was I quiet or just low? I was talking about, well, just right there a second ago, like, oh, it'd be nice to have more people to chat with just in general. Not that like chatting with you for 7 hours straight isn't bad, but it's just extra people to learn from, but then also people that it's a great use of the emote. Just because also like the other person was in here, and I hope that I was able to plant a seed of, hey, not like to be a men's right activist, but like you shouldn't think that all men are rapists or whatever, you know what I mean? And I probably didn't do a great job. And the better I get at it, the better I'll be at it. The more I do it, I should say, the better I'll be at it. just because that's a part of the thing that I want to do. But me talking to you, hell, you know, I'm not going to convince you of nothing. You're the one trying to convince me of stuff. And also just deeper, interesting conversations, new points to bring up, etc. And then also it would make it easier to like just go on forever because I could just go. It's possible that you could like change the mind of somebody, or I could change the mind of somebody, or whatever. I hope so. That's kind of the goal, right? Like again, we are heavily leaning towards. Sure, yeah. I'm trying my best to be an approachable Florida guy that through my recovering dumbass ways, I'm at least approachable because that guy was like, I like that. You were leftist and didn't ban me right away. Like I didn't even ban him at all. It just seems like they got bored of talking to me or something. But they're like willing to listen to me for a second. And if I can get them to understand that like, hey, I think the government should help us out. And also, I think that, you know, maybe you should think about your precision on this because it's leaning towards this. Hopefully that can help them. Maybe I came out a little strong, whatever, which is, I mean, their position of like, I'm built different is kind of stupid, but whatever. That's a pointless thing to attack them on or make them feel like they're being attacked upon because them saying, I don't want to rape people. That's great. That's a good thing to have. It's weird that you then think everyone else is unable to control themselves, and hopefully it's not like, you know, related back to some like, you know, race science shit or whatever. I don't know. I can't know why they think certain men would and certain men wouldn't, but whatever. I didn't hit that angle, so I want to get better at being able to talk to my fellow man, including my fellow conservative, and try and be as charitable as possible. And hopefully they see that as a good faith thing, and then we'll be willing, you know, their guard is down just a little bit to allow me to sneak in that little poke to say, like, don't forget, maybe you should think about this. And then I could move the needle a little bit. Because again, like if Karen and I are really kind of like dead set on just not having kids, I would still like to have a positive impact on the world. I'm a consumerist, fucking cishet white guy from the West, so I'm already kind of doing a net negative to the world. So at least I can try to do some positive to at least make up for it, if not actually create a actual positive thing. I think about all the creators that I've really enjoyed and the ways that they've helped me through a lot of hard times in my life. Not like, you know, super, but like they helped me move away from being overall right wing or whatever, right? And I think that's a great positive thing that they've done. And I'm just one, or you know, however many guys they've changed. But if I can play into that, or if I can just work behind the scenes and help edit stuff for people, and you know, have a reasonable means of living and dedicate my time to this cause, I would love that. That would give me a reason to wake up in the morning and be excited to go to work, in a sense. Previously, I worked for a gigantic conglomerate that was just selling slop to old ladies, hoping that they're going to probably, you know, put things on auto pay and flex pay and forget, right? They didn't seem like it was doing a net good for the world. It's not the most harmful thing, but it's a good thing, or it's not a good thing, I would think. That's always a red flag for me, is where they're like, oh, you know, why don't you ban me? Oh, man, I'm usually banned so fast. And I'm like, that's just kind of, I mean, maybe if I was, you know, during my worst period of my life as my little debate bro self or whatever, I would have wanted to be like that with a few wrong influences. Irish dogs. It's I don't know what it is. It's something along with the music. They just play a bunch of like old games. They put like the curved CRT effect on it with some scan lines. They were playing like Super Monkey Ball earlier and some rally racing game, but it's not a boat game. It's just some car game. I don't recognize. I never really played car games. Technically, but they were able to buy that 6-pack of multi-purpose pens where they have a pen, a flashlight, a rotatable, exposable magnifying glass that sucks ass. Wowee! And it comes in 5 different color combination packs from Bell & Howell. Like, wow, great. That's what they need. Fucking pens. Great. Buy that online, ship to a warehouse, distributed out to the UPS to get delivered to your door on FlexPay. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? Tactical adult diapers. We never only got we sold a couple of like tack flashlights. We never, you know, a couple of multi-tools, but not even like the crazy ass ones. Like, you know, when I was a kid, those shopping channels were selling swords. Like bitchin' ass, you know, 3 a.m. sword hour. Like that's the shit that I used to think was kind of fun and quirky and cute about live television shopping. But now, you know, it's just vitamins and moo-moos, you know, and like fake jewelry. I don't know. I don't think it has a long history. So one of the other reasons why, like, I did not want to take the offer to go to Pennsylvania. Sword lesbians. They were like, they were just selling swords online. I'm used to seeing like chubby white dudes cutting up water bottles. I've never really seen sword lesbians. I imagine they exist though. That's the whole thing, huh? Interesting. That there's just this. There's like there's pick me girls, there's gym bros, and then there's sword lesbians. You know, you got like your archetypes, you know, right? I don't get. Well, all right. Well, I wouldn't want that to happen. Oh, is it like a webcomic? Can someone... This is a Reddit post. I was worried I was going to get a bunch of porn or something, so I didn't turn it onto the thing. It's just simple math. Girls equal pretty. Swords equal cool. Girls plus swords equal ruined panties. This all seems relatively safe for work. Sword lesbians. That's pretty sick. Oh, that's that's fucking awesome. I love that. Cool dress too. I don't know what. I guess it's like, I don't know, the best man or something. I'm not sure. There's no swords in that post though, so. That's different. That's just lesbians and swords, but not sword lesbians. That's like military lesbians. Cutting a cake with a sword, that's like just wedding stuff. I think this is like the best shot I've seen so far out of like the 5 different appropriate. This is just Xena, warrior princess. That's, I guess she's a lesbian though. Was that China specifically? I don't remember if that was China. I forget. It's been a long time. Don't see any swords, just see lesbians. Okay, that's cool. Xena is literally sword lesbians. True. I guess I was, because I typed in wedding, it just seemed weird to have like the, I don't know, 20th result to be not just literally just Xena. But paging Dr. Lesbian on sword lesbians. I guess she would be the quintessential sword lesbian. But she also has like, I guess like they have like that weird like video game like boob armor thing because this is like, fancy clothes. This is like Claire Obscura 33 Expedition 33 thing, where there's just like hot people doing weird RPG shit, right? And then you got like, actually accurate armor stuff, and then you got Xena Princess, video game armor. Like, not that everyone loves Game of Thrones, but like the Game of Thrones lady who wore armor, she just looked like a person wearing armor, because armor wasn't really gender, specific like that, at least in my newly educated version of understanding. Because A, it wasn't easy to make armor, and B, it wouldn't be all that great to have that form fitting. Brienne of Tarth, yeah. I guess she would be sword lesbian. I don't even know. It was not gendered that way specifically, you mean? Like the armor was not normally like curved like that? Or it was, I figured it was like not easy to make. Specifically like boobed out. And also like what? You're different cup sizes? You're gonna have different fucking armor already? Like it's kind of like, I imagine it's mostly one size fits all as far as like forging a bunch of breastplates, like it's just like not like boob plate, but just like actual like chest plates. It's just like you just make them and then you put it on, chainmail kind of like fills in the gaps, and you're good. Get out there, soldier. Yeah. You learn something new every day. All right. I do want to chill and hang, but I also want to make sure I get actual shit done, because I don't want to like miss out on my local solidarity, local action shit. So I got to get on that as well. So before I get too beat up from streaming all night and whatever, I got to make sure I get out and either do stuff today or at least make contacts and get information to then collect it and then do stuff tomorrow or whatever. So I will see you all probably, hopefully tonight. I've not been great at streaming right at 1 a.m. my time because I keep pushing things later and later, but I'm going to try to be on top of it, as always. If I end up streaming at 3 a.m., give me a break, okay? I'll be here. If you see the live notification, and of course, you could always get notifications on Discord, perfectly catered to your preferences, on my Discord. ! Discord. In case you wanted to not only get that notification, but then also just chit chat and do other shit. And if there's anybody lurking, I would really appreciate a follow, just because like, A, I would know you exist, and B, if you wanted to see me more, you could. Although it's probably nobody here. It's hard to say because I just see a 1 on my viewer count thing, but I know at least Kara's phone is on and Goat's here. So anyway, get something done. I have the urge to salute, but I don't need to. See y'all later. Goodbye.